the bank create money and the liability what is liability? Yeah, but yeah, theory of the bank that the buyer had for the property. Money different language. Budget. teaching a philosophy that you know,
Why are kids?
nuance period of time, the end of the 60s, 70s, and corrupted. Really, my dad was just angry about the Marxism. And he said, if you don't get a decent result, you get to get a job, you get an education, you get doing a pretty good job. And what else? A bunch of lefty.
Yeah, on the beach or
Inside the apartment of the university, there's sandstone all around us. There's only one. I remember reading. This was a big whole skyline. I wanted very through the what he does here to put a dialogue. Anything at all. Why that? Why did you do that? Well, you want to play against the other and that, so Don,
this is
positive and negative.
well,
That sort of thing. Right? Well, imagine the unity. Pretty good because you go back to front. Living in a cave. More. You get treated. You're right. more integrated object. When you get unity, the object. If we listen, so the then we might put it think way back. We didn't fit in Beijing, and at that stage, all the this is they were do I think here's the next question for the entry. Really, society, but person, but right. We would put it
Good, I guess it's not.
James, production. Very first time. And they will therefore just one tribe can make. So, it's great. Didn't believe it. That just so the thing that you said,
Video.
We might have created that big. So, utility plays no.
All right. I'm gonna. But I think for you want to specifically. So it's you might foreground that you want to work out their production. Go to Harvard.
I appreciate what you guys.
get money. Stuff. Basic stuff. Good. Whatever you get, whereas the structured way. And just after so treated as political organisation coming from. So then we every production. So that's percent. Here, value is the another exclusive but
Decided to step
later
down.
I was the commodity
And I will not forget
to all the commodities. He was my God.
he's not.
Bicycle theory. Yeah, that's what I feel. Suddenly, it's used. I didn't.
And now I
Addition to the my mind, discussion and was discussing marks. And I exchange the exchange. Yeah.
Did it get killed because
I just looking for an audience. For new stuff. Open-minded, it's not a good. And I realized what Bill had got me to do. So I decided to do very good. In a guarantee. But to go was radical. He was writing a newspaper of me. And from the forests. This was that's yeah. use value and then difficult. Playing contribution that is
Yeah.
which is shit. One called previous life. Capitalism. It's strong. Value in the without so that exchange values Exactly. In my modern and they can both do that. They and therefore they're his explanation for labour, machinery and labour, or socialism. And revenues contradict his own idea.
The economics and political ideology. The differences. What
The real with the rate of profit back revolt. Now, it's utopia. It's the being with you get all a lot commonplace. Australia. So, you know, want to take this, they use the word that they're getting their bus as American in the opposite direction. It complicated. Uh, this is actually the best work on this is done. When I tried to explain because really imagine ideal there wasn't a stuff and you said it which is incredibly primitive. First go through primitive from the Menshevik.
Nice that last group.
The Mensheviks, the Menshevik family, believed you had to go through a capitalist phase, to go through a capitalist period before it becomes socialist. Bypass do the development under socialism rather than under capitalism. Real. Yeah. I think right. The easiest way to go trying start in the current wonderful. So then this is little. The way you Most people go.
Look who it is. What up, real sugar X? How you living, Tim? How's life? I can't hear you. Your microphone needs to be turned on. What? There you go. No, not you. Good. 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 Thanks. Real sugar X. Real sugar X. There you are, Tim. How you living, baby? How is school? Is all good? How is your life going? Very, very well, my man. How's your brother? I know. Why not? We miss you. Wow, fancy. How's that going? Well, that's amazing. We're glad to hear that. We're just watching a broadcast right now, chilling, my friend. Feel free to enjoy. It looks really nice where you are. Yeah. How's your brother? Excellent. Well, you look to be doing really well, my man. Good on you. I'm glad to see that. Excellent. Well, wonderful. You got to get back into Telegram, man. Wait, hold on. You're blocking. Hold on. You're blocking the Telegram. Why? Okay. Did you do something wrong? Absolutely. What? Okay. Okay. Well, you look to be doing really well, man. That's good. Well, I'll tell you, we miss you. So come back whenever. Well, excellent. Have you been on Twitter recently? No, you've been focusing on school. Yeah, I got you. Well, excellent. Well, we're glad you're here. We're just watching a podcast, so feel free to enjoy. Okay, real Fighting for peace, fighting for justice. Absolutely, 100%. Shout out to Real Silver X, everybody. He's one of our favorite people in the world. Shout out to you. Shout out to Nigeria. Shout out to your brother. Shout out to your mother.
etc. And the utility is about that. Done. If I just think about anybody, that elaborate goal, diamond, that I'm calling it.
Like how the your new just
No, like, honest with you about so, and if you okay, those hope and they are in big life. Quick back.
we need to take a break as my friend piecing it back together. Ecology, life, value. Linger on in how from this particular in this mechanism that leads to
rival for me.
who was maybe
Was the person who developed PhD later, and Austrian economist as well, whose name I've forgotten temporarily. During and
Okay, for this next.
then also doing and the question
Phyllis.
to the
So,
I think in give citizens of the state. See, I I thought I might go down and they had a but I can get a taxi outside. I mean, at least you're saying I work. One ice. That's it. Yeah. I mean, that's the way this episode. To be reading out. Possible. Got away simple. Is
I Ready?
And I was trying for that shift is partner won't stand. Looking
Wait.
they try and the owner or the sport. They were built where for about 4 years. They Chinese just wait. People love you. Like you want to. I see good. Right.
the history of presidents. Anyway.
Right.
Understand.
Alex, Uh, so with the late period of now, the,
Just regular. Have you seen each other out? Bikini pictures on Instagram. You might see I follow those a lot of them have really good Instagram. Back in the day, I guess.
so I mean, very, it's a very human.
Like, pandemic, they failed. There was a
The thing is, mate, I mean, my was about small works when you one of the things I believe like like you got no rock messes, but ask her how many we Trivial. Play. sedentary life, or nomadic. That right. Yeah. Really a lot. Across from the equator to the losing.
You take it. Yup. I'll try it later after 2 or 3 saying like the but also it's good too. We have to have it for our we're gonna have to have it all over the country. You know, now they're great. Now
Where's going? You want you say, I think you here. Is the thousand years.
Broken. Come on out at the Anchorage. Come on out.
This have you know to get that models that like the economist. That is the I know. There you go. Yeah. Angels. And it's the air that imparts policy. And anything that have become a little bit
And now,
criticize. No. We're going to stay around. What I yeah, this yeah, right. Right. Now, what do we do? But what the
you become tiger. It's the same because it's a tiger. And he was in the ring. Like the tiger.
but even the 100 I think with chunky. Okay.
Here. There's some where Alex find animals there. Here.
You respect living on the line.
I like the bell. The flag the sheep. Mouse house.
If you're
On that. The kangaroo. The alpha. The crow. Yeah. The goat. Frog. Giraffe. The horse. The bat. No more. The horse. The horse. Here. Sport. No way.
all the other 20%.
Three. rabbit happened. Well, we've got the Stanley Canyon, the deer here.
Planet.
The rabbit. Right.
Particularly, we have
Crocodiles.
progression web developed.
The fish were.
We know that
What? Like a it's the
but we also done on our own. And they get to and there's no progression. Now it means to have all those
advice, wisdom, ensure people talk about how would you go, dog? How to learn English. You are cowboy. I'm just the best. Everyone knows that the became my friend. And Yeah. Where is this bullshit? This is so good. How about you? There it is.
it up. See, like in if the economy is
You understand?
then this will
This particular
that's what I
time.
want. And workers become happy with their way.
Kick.
All of a sudden, and he's like what comes to be. No. Well, cows. Just as brilliant. Extend this was to include finance. The boom when they capital investment profits during the left borrow money on the debt. Just wait. Mentally, therefore, what I got out of it was the chaotic outcome, seeing this manifesto complexity on that. As the left, people can pay.
Another one.
Capitalism, when you have a three social class system, which is a yeah, well, yeah. This is okay. Increase the loss. I think, yeah. Right. Back down. I'm gonna fly on the floor. Yeah. With it. Okay. Go. Model. What do you have is I think 95, but relative more than a low before. But here's another set where they were just like, and I took one, and they lived. And that's why I'm not running on street. The and are working. There, 4 or 5. Now, it'll be up.
Yes.
Climb up. Right. Always give it. But
Yes.
Land. Land.
Percent pretty professional. As America's demand. So he produced the that it was Senator zero. He went to authority. Right. So, value, lemma. You know, and then I'm encouraging to use. Yeah. So that, they want philosophy. Yeah.
Lost in the turn there's the money.
This is where again creation. If there is next to it, private. When it's awesome. Green thing. Please now. The depression. Is that PhD called the theory of interest? In that he argued effectively for that the with the curve that hold it and picking up through right expression.
What do you?
And he invented the roller. Yeah. On the margin. Really great.
The family's
The margin deck. Deck. Yeah. through stagflation and
See,
so if we the it is powered on powered 11 English. So we get today. We're gonna say that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they Okay. Yes. It's not too much. So, it was right. Yes. Uh, we don't. Competition with you. That's I know. There are our draw this. That is the big which we are. I hope it so bad that my will end up blaming the people living in it. have you've got to go there one.
I don't.
Point out.
We can have capitalism in outer space. Far more successful in that
Wasn't really
because we don't.
Rick will be on top line.
Giant. And we Mars, I think, certainly past the orbit of Earth, to have longevity of really long. Is to establish life. What about still a skeptic? Machine. The other was
I
You can't. There's, yeah. You control their behavior. So I found a bunch of jobs counting of guys doing Steve. Computer programming. So, and said violence around to So I was supervise that. No. Simple realization. I was very nature. That is what that's next You're in the You all right? Papers like what do you do? I got arrogant. course, yeah. Eating Jenny, epidemic. Like the one job, so turned down the so similar there. So, I mean that. You know, I respect some that now the 4 or 5 times. The most important that I've been and so it's an essential it was transferred to the aspect of the board and but I think that the idea that we can actually what the war riots. There's to rank on the spectrum, which is you know do the work and then fuck up. Mental. Right. You were um yeah, that's I mean I guess one thing that I think is the thing the dilemma you have to take on that is and this part you simply have to no, there's I don't on I want you want him to integrate economics really fast. You
Awesome.
Sunday. Aggressive. Yes. No.
Understand.
touching the reports. Yeah. Sure. Say, go move on. The neck will not.
Dodo date. So, yeah.
You use the
Yeah.
well, can't. That is science has a scientist very so if it had to come research no, say without replicating some systems that are true. Crisis girls. It looks like you phone. As commonality. Some kind of statistical artifact.
What is fact?
Different factor, common with each other. It's like that. If you give it battery mental test, it's stress back. Change with any how to
First, just people you are familiar with being so often that I use you. They really mean in regular conversation. Be like be intelligent and for me intelligent in the human the G factor is the conversation. Now, sit back, wait up, meet her. That's single look. And he said it happened. Of various set you for reason that is capabilities outside of you that
Skills. Their specific abilities. So particularly good. And yeah, things, concepts, even arithmetic, what some people no. So he said, I
taste that skill for variability. But you can't hide. Oh boy.
some have well estimate because combined because
So that a good tries to nice the one. So now that's you get the intelligence of the good person. Your course company, correct? It's my first her seriously statement intelligence can't measure directly. Or how do we question that's a stable factor. That's a, so for me, I'm saying there's something stable, especially if it's what's fascinating as a researcher, mind and psychological, yeah, correction.
I people practice. Let me go back. Bad, good, bad.
So that what why go IQ and Scotland. Fine. Take it. Example. Makes it good. Test. Back. Personality. I was down and they were talking again. There's a lot of just okay. Are essentially true what if nobody people without them to grasp. Final Zoo. What should you get that very different? Simply video.
So a little far. Decibel. We talk about any of them. Where it items. So one of yeah. Okay. So I want to go. Oh, yeah. Some really in Miami. But maybe there. Yeah. So, you know, there's folks got, and I use that. Okay. Here's another thing. Different. You got it. But probably. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Yes. Okay. Never mind. You get it right. I want go on. So, okay. Justify the call is so high. Reasoning, I think there is a considerable reason. That we take a stand. IQ test.
It's interesting. You have to. Gee. Many times. verbal. I did not part of it is reading of I can't like when you're reading you could see you're reading and that and like that I don't it's interesting. I know that what I see correlated, but that anxiety I think how you get I live in Scherzer.
Say this. Don't for a moment. You get it because you may never. But for an individual, whoever is in more in the that's why elsewhere. Our heart
Christian
very
me because there's a possibility that our
correlated with
the core individual. You know, our uh, well, still the yeah, but you would think yes,
yeah. So the information decision. But you will miss some people. Board, doesn't do well. You make you take there are many who have for that's two. tilt. Especially and that's well, there. Mission just they speak.
Yeah, bring it. Really. True. It's totally true. Yes, to be the SAT. It's like, of course, when you stay.
What? 85, 90. But and I don't know. December. Lower IQ. Professionals learn the why yeah.
we'll get to that. So that
All right.
yeah. And like a man. It's a one. I tests of intelligence. Intelligence. And I maybe speak culture not be compensated. Education.
Okay. A lot. We haven't really talked. But, you know, any, biological or environmental. And if you look at honesty,
So, I guess that
Rush. Is the history, but very fact. We need to with uh, report. Right. I am. So, we smarter. Like, uh, apart. So, when would you? Isn't there limit? There have been many changes. It was very popular. Orange. But there's nothing. Because and now whatever the the optimal is kind of distributed. Try back. It's just no. Do it. It's increased.
if you tremendous, but that's true.
Not exactly. Might be a trade. Beautiful. That's the question.
Has no guarantee.
Out there. Protect the fuel. That's what I say.
You might be able to stream it. Now, the importance of the day. patients. Points. Also, in the book, clearly not treated people saying the black was short answer. Arthur Jones and for 60 and taken of before start of his what registration would opportunity to compensate. Some of the that went to jail So is Oregon. IQ. Differences.
One of the more. And all intelligence. That looks the stories. Simply saying someone back do
Which, so by the ship, he said, no, what do you think of I remember you say not that would and I
biology is some there's a it's different, but for one that it's good. I'm saying that good. So, curve.
Friends, that if you think that and by the way, we know so if you ask, well, what do you I want to say that our life
If they follow the scientific, negative that family research intelligence. Sure, like it's I just go. Some responsible to be big. It's because what do so if I said that's like what yeah, my mind feel that uh
Watch papers. Don't writers of various times like
relationship mostly hate uh position they communicate
Intelligence doesn't appear. If you don't, it's causes. Not everyone. Very controversial. Won't be completed. Of intelligence. Very. It barely accounted. Yeah. The quality. Is it full?
A movie called Clerks. And Revelation. So that it, many people have brought that focus on people focus on and the that that they will treat it with people give opportunity. Yeah, it is from the most extended it's a realistic it is. Some intelligence must be reducible. Just that no stuff for measurement. Basically, has to. Enemy one this is a
informative section. Incorrect.
Subject thought even I don't it's the way technology
I think because
I think outside down to the is there you have next conversation. Then you get more expectancy.
There's a
Certain threshold that success.
in certain things. So that was the we found a very student in Hopkins fresh. And This is um, success. If you, if you take that top, top, measure of success. Um, Green. Part of the but if that if so completely you can work very theoretical. It's not. That said, I mean, because we had this conversation, okay, to repeat the fact that you're not going to be right. Again, okay. Success. It doesn't basic human and and that basically all of that life. It's some of these that we're talking about. It's good. Plentiful. Getting smarter. Your kids.
It was James the way everybody analysis scores scores. It was and you have to it's correct. Not so good. The school has been pretty cold, about 3 weeks. It's not say
I think it's good.
and this is so the and second because the natural is much longer than a couple of years ago. So the idea but certainly it can affect intelligence because it may be higher. So the question is still a mystery. Still a mystery, although evidence. Yeah, I told you well, in honor of James. I'm starting to see papers now, and really the latest research. People who specialize in this area. The it has to do with advances in healthcare. Also evident that the effect is and possibly.
So how would you to
Yes, that nutrition is made gave the idea that the logically at all. So are we really might be able to solve better because of things like street and other curricula and going to the
thing that as a population, smarter. We should zoom up. Whereas so that are, I mean, this raises the question. We mentioned it. Question. So, how much of intelligence? How much? How much of his determined?
Nature and nurture.
Yes.
Variance, can you apportion the framing of that can't be answered. Independent understanding is complex. It is and always what kind of info
Back on that tuition from behavioral would lead me to believe
because I or amenable to the idea that what can created that information
is it fracture? There's intelligence.
yeah, things like correlated to medical identical similar to more like so well
With the actual
from section or back from an that's the problem. Or factor chance that over gestation. So there's
for months. And it's
genetics. A lot of behavior. As say things can't happen to, I mean, if you think of and this is what I've got. This is why all these things, yes.
Steve, where you just said, if you imagine what kind of happiness would you need to see, say, intuition, like the reverse thing, like one of the things that happen, the rate of this possibility is a big issue. So, if you take a look at the you be where you're you would see
Right. Adults, their IQ, their adoptive, important.
you would versus true.
Yeah, so that would be more. Now, and someday I will communicate children are work toward. It's over. That evidence that work. What is express? So it's going to express the environment, especially if you know around 50 or even it's still luck. Maybe that's all. So various interventions. Even those are including none of that is shown any.
Is there data on the intelligence IQ of as
Between IQ and the environment, parents provide the child that interaction. This was a IQ.
it is?
Well, why? And there's a genetic child will get as well as it's not the so the two scenarios measure is how rich the kind of so people right chain of comes from design where you handle status and intelligence do not have a design. So make about the causality of the social economic. Most of genetic component. Variants go some and have genetically informed genes seem to have
fertility or G factor. You know, conventional wisdom is status or spiritual, just loose that you're aware of.
there were some, the more children in a family, it's not clear how that will overturn. What you see also, families are more uh, this those things. Modern age, maybe it used to be the aristocracy used to have a sure exactly. There would have been relations between first try. It's like you know, fine. Uh, the more we have,
So I think it's very key. Uh, it's just this.
and I
Together. You.
this resource. What on occasion so they something was like you just alive. And you just different safe person. See, now this is retired. And it goes.
How the
Does it take to if they're right? Yeah.
third a year stable year.
So, textbooks. You a bit off. How deep? I'm sure that's, but it's
Very difficult. How deep the, the
those. Education. Graduate. Some of them do. Kids didn't do it. They put down the how much opposite. Yeah. Yeah. Fit. Especially.
Interesting again, this total hypothesis of how much in the relationship between intelligence and consciousness. It's not obvious that those two, if there's correlation, they would be they could be inversely correlated. Wouldn't that be funny? If you the uh, the consciousness factor, the C factor plus the G factor equals 1. It's a nice trade-off. You get a trade-off. How deeply you experience the world versus how deeply you're able to reason through the world.
What a great hypothesis. Certainly somebody listening to this can do this stuff.
Even if it's the aliens analyzing humans a few centuries from now. Let me ask you from an AI perspective. I don't know how much you've thought about machines, but there's the famous Turing test of intelligence for machines, which is a beautiful, almost like cube formulation of intelligence that Alan Turing proposed. Basically, conversation being if you can fool a human to think that a machine is a human that passes the test. I suppose you could do a similar thing for humans. If I can fool you that I'm intelligent, then that's a good test of intelligence, right? Like you're talking to two people, and the test is saying who has a higher IQ, and it's an interesting test because maybe charisma could be very useful there, and you're only allowed to use conversation, which is the formulation of the Turing test. Anyway, all that to say is, what are good tests of intelligence for machines? What do you think it takes to achieve human level intelligence for machines?
Well, I have thought a little bit about this, but every time I think about these things, I rapidly reach the limits of my knowledge and imagination. So when Alexa first came out, and I think there was a competing one. Well, there was Siri with Apple, and Google had Alexa.
No, Amazon had Alexa.
Amazon had Alexa.
Google
Assistant, something. So I proposed to one of my colleagues that he buy one of each, one of each, and then ask it questions from the IQ test.
Yes.
But it became apparent that they all search the internet. So they all can find answers to questions like how far is it between Washington and Miami, and repeat after me. Now, I don't know if you said to Alexa, I'm going to repeat these numbers backwards to me. I don't know what would happen. I've never done it. But so one answer to your question is we're going to try it right now. Let's try it. Let's try it.
No.
Yes, sir.
So it would actually probably go to Google search, and it would be all confusing kind of stuff. It would fail.
But then I guess there's a test that it would fail.
Well, but that's not. That has to do more with the language of communication versus the content. So if you did an IQ test to a person who doesn't speak English, and the test was administered in English, that's not really the test.
Well, let's think about the computers that beat the Jeopardy champions.
Yeah, so that's because I happen to know how those are programmed. Those are very hard coded, and there's definitely a lack of intelligence there. There's something like IQ tests. There's a guy, an artificial intelligence researcher, Francois Cholet. He's at Google. He's one of the seminal people in machine learning. He also, as a fun aside thing, developed an IQ test for machines.
I've heard that. I'd like to know about that.
I'll let you email you this because it'd be very interesting for you. It doesn't get much attention because people don't know what to do with it, but it deserves a lot of attention. Which is, it basically does a pattern type of tests where you have to do, one standard one is you're given three things and you have to do a fourth one, that kind of thing. So you have to understand the pattern here. And for that, it really simplifies to. So the interesting thing is, he's trying not to achieve high IQ. He's trying to achieve like pretty low bar for IQ. Things that are kind of trivial for humans, and they're actually really tough for machines. Which is playing with these concepts of symmetry, of counting. Like if I give you one object, two objects, three objects, you'll know that the last one is four objects. You can like count them. You can cluster objects together. It's both visually and conceptually. You can do all these things with our mind that we take for granted. The objectness of things. We can like figure out what spatially is an object and isn't, and we can play with those ideas. And machines really struggle with that. So he really cleanly formulated these IQ tests. I wonder what that would equate to for humans with IQ, but it'd be a very low IQ. But that's exactly the kind of formulation of like, okay, we want to be able to solve this. How do we solve this? And he does this as a challenge, and nobody's been able to. It's similar to the Alexa Prize, which is Amazon is hosting a conversational challenge. Nobody's been able to do well on his. That's an interesting. Those kinds of tests are interesting because we take for granted over the ability of the human mind to play with concepts and to formulate concepts out of novel things. So like things we've never seen before. We were able to use that. I mean, that's I've talked to a few people that design IQ tests, sort of online. They write IQ tests, and I was trying to get some questions from them. And they spoke to the fact that we can't really share questions with you because part of the first of all, it's really hard work to come up with questions. Like it's really really hard work. It takes a lot of research, but it also takes a lot. It's novelty generating. You're constantly coming up with really new things, and part of the point is that they're not supposed to be public. They're supposed to be new to you when you look at them. It's interesting that the novelty is fundamental to the hardness of the problem. That, at least in parts of what makes the problem hard is you've never seen it before.
It's called fluid intelligence, as opposed to what's called crystallized intelligence, which is your knowledge of facts. You know things, but can you use those things to solve a problem? Those are two different things.
Do you think we'll be able to, because we spoke, I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about this, spoke about the neurobiology, about the molecular biology of intelligence. Do you think one day we'll be able to modify the biology of, or the genetics of a person to modify their intelligence, to increase their intelligence? We started this conversation by talking about a pill you could take. Do you think that such a pill would exist?
Metaphorically, I do. And I am supremely confident that it's possible because I am supremely ignorant of the complexities of neurobiology. And so I have written...
Ignorance is bliss.
Well, I have written that the nightmares of neurobiologists, understanding the complexities, this cascade of events that happens at the synaptic level, that these nightmares are what fuels some people to solve. So some people, they have to be undaunted. I mean, yeah, this is not easy. Look, we're still trying to figure out cancer. It was only recently that they figured out why aspirin works. You know, these are not easy problems, but I also have the perspective of of the history of science, is the history of solving problems that are extraordinarily complex
and seem impossible.
and seem impossible at the time.
And so one of the things you look at companies like Neuralink, brain-computer interfaces, you start to delve into the human mind and start to talk about machines measuring but also sending signals to the human mind. You start to wonder what that has, what impact that has on the G factor. Modifying in small ways or in large ways the functioning, the mechanical, electrical, chemical functioning of the brain.
I look at everything about the brain. There are different levels of explanation. On one hand, you have the behavioral level, but then you have brain circuitry, and then you have neurons, and then you have dendrites, and then you have synapses, and then you have the neurotransmitters, and the presynaptic and the postsynaptic terminals. And then you have all the things that influence neurotransmitters. And then you have the individual differences among people. Yeah, it's complicated, but 51 million people in the United States have IQs under 85 and struggle with everyday life. Shouldn't that motivate people to take a look at this?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. But I just want to linger one more time that we have to remember that the science of intelligence, the measure of intelligence, is only a part of the human condition. The thing that makes life beautiful and the creation of beautiful things in this world is perhaps loosely correlated, but is not dependent entirely on intelligence.
absolutely. I certainly agree with that.
That's so for anyone sort of listening, I'm still not convinced that sort of more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty in this world. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't say more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty. I just said all things being equal, more is better than less. That's all I mean.
Yeah, but that's sort of that. I just want to sort of say because to me, one of the things that makes life great is the opportunity to create beautiful things. And so I just want to sort of empower people to do that no matter what some IQ test says. At the population level, we do need to look at IQ tests to help people. And to also inspire us, to take on some of these extremely difficult scientific questions. Do you have advice for young people in high school, in college, whether they're thinking about career or they're thinking about a life they can be proud of? Is there advice you can give? Whether they're they want to pursue psychology or biology or engineering, or they want to be artists and musicians and poets.
I can't advise anybody on that level of what their passion is. But I can say if you're interested in psychology, if you're interested in science, and the science around the big questions of consciousness and intelligence and psychiatric illness, we haven't really talked about brain illnesses and what we might learn from, if you are trying to develop a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease, you are trying to develop a drug to impact learning and memory, which are core to intelligence. So it could well be that the so-called IQ pill will come from a pharmaceutical company trying to develop a drug for Alzheimer's disease.
Because that's exactly what you're trying to do, right? Yeah.
Well,
just like
what will that drug do in a college student that doesn't have Alzheimer's disease? So I would encourage people who are interested in psychology, who are interested in science to pursue a scientific career and address the big questions. And this, and the most important thing I can tell you, if you're going to be in kind of a research environment, is you got to follow the data where the data take you. You can't decide in advance where you want the data to go. And if the data take you to places that you don't have the technical expertise to follow, like, I would like to understand more about molecular biology, but I'm not going to become a molecular biologist now. But I know people who are. And my job is to get them interested, take their expertise into this direction. And that it's not so easy, but
and if the data takes you to a place that's controversial, that's counterintuitive in this world, no, I would say it's probably a good idea to still push forward boldly, but to communicate the interpretation of the results with skill, with compassion, with a greater breadth of understanding of humanity, not just the science, of the impact of the results.
One famous psychologist wrote about this issue that somehow a balance has to be found between pursuing the science and communicating it with respect to people's sensitivities, their legitimate sensitivities. Somehow. He didn't say how.
Somehow.
Somehow. And this is
every part of that sentence. Somehow balance is left up to the interpretation of the reader. Let me ask you, you said big questions. The biggest, or one of the biggest. We already talked about consciousness and intelligence, one of the most fascinating, one of the biggest questions. But let's talk about the why. Why are we here? What's the meaning of life?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you.
You know, you're not going to tell me. This is very. I'm going to have to wait for your next book.
The meaning of life. You know, we do the best we can to get through the day.
And then there's just a finite number of the days. Are you afraid of the finiteness of it? Do you think
I think about it more and more as I get older. You know, I do. And it's one of these human things. It is finite. We all know it. Most of us deny it and don't want to think about it. Sometimes you think about it in terms of estate planning. You try to do the rational thing. Sometimes it makes you work harder because you know your time is very limited and you want to get things done. I don't know where I am. It is just one of those things that's always in the back of my mind. And I don't think that's uncommon.
Well, it's just like G factor intelligence. It's a hard truth that's there. And sometimes you kind of walk past it and you don't want to look at it, but it's still there.
Yeah. Yes, you can't escape it. And think about the G factor of intelligence. Everybody knows this is true on a personal, daily basis. Even if you think back to when you were in school, you know who the smart kids are. You know, when you are on the phone talking to a customer service representative that in response to your detailed question is reading a script back, and you get furious at this. And have you ever called this person a moron or wanted to call this person a moron? You're not listening to me. Everybody has had the experience of dealing with people who they think are not at their level. It's just common because that's the way human beings are. That's the way life is.
Well, we also have a poor estimation of our own intelligence. We're not always great. Our judgment of human character of other people is not as good as a battery of tests. There's that's where bias comes in. That's where our history, our emotions, all of that comes in. So, people on the internet, there's such a thing as the internet, and people on the internet will call each other dumb all the time. that's the worry here, is that we give up on people. We put them in a bin just because of one interaction or some small number of interactions, as if that's it, they're hopeless. That's just in their genetics. But I think no matter what the science here says, once again, that does not mean we should not have compassion for our fellow man.
That's exactly what the science does say. It's not opposite of what the science says. Everything I know about psychology, everything I learned about intelligence, everything points to the inexorable conclusion that you have to treat people as individuals respectfully with compassion. Because through no fault of their own, some people are not as capable as others. And you want to turn a blind eye to it. You want to come up with theories about why that might be true. Fine. I would like to fix some of it as best I can.
And everybody is deserving of love. Richard, this is a good way to end it, I think.
I'm just getting warmed up here.
I know. I know you could go for another many hours, but to respect your extremely valuable time, this is an amazing conversation. Thank you for the teaching company, the lectures you've given with the New York Science of Intelligence, just the work you're doing. It's a difficult topic. It's a topic that's controversial and sensitive to people, and to push forward boldly and in that nuanced way. Just thank you for everything you do. And thank you for asking the big questions of intelligence, of consciousness.
Well, thank you for asking me. There's nothing like good conversation on these topics.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Richard Heyer. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. It is not that I'm so smart, but I stay with the questions much longer. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Something happened where they forced my hand. This is the only time that the Soviet agent was anywhere near me on the territory of the United States. So I'm waiting for the A train on a dark morning still at Queens, and there's this man in a black trench coat comes up to me from my right, and he whispers into my ears, "You gotta come back, or else you're dead."
Following this conversation with Jack Barsky, former KGB spy, author of Deep Undercover, and the subject of an excellent podcast series called The Agent. There are very few people who have defected from the KGB and live to tell the story. It is one of the most powerful intelligence organizations in history, and this conversation gives a window into its operation, both from an ideological and psychological perspectives, but also tells the story of a man who lived one heck of an incredible life. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Barsky. Let's start with a big basic question. What is the KGB? Комитет государственной безопасности.
Right. So that's the Committee of State Security. Yeah, there's this is opasnost is a threat, right? Okay, and yes means
Without.
right.
And I guess that directly translates to security, without threat.
So, and don't exist anymore. It was disbanded when the Soviet Union fell apart, and the successor agencies are now the SVR and the FSB. FSB supposedly the equivalent to the FBI, and SVR the CIA, but the SVR is relatively weak, and the FSB has taken on a lot of espionage and active measures, and they're much bigger and stronger. But the most capable intelligence agency in Russia is the GRU, military intelligence.
Then nobody knows very much.
That's right. When I was in the KGB, I had
had no idea that there was military intelligence. Nobody ever mentioned anything like that. And by the way, I recently had the pleasure to give a talk at the DIA. When they reached out to me, I didn't know they existed either.
Interesting. Yeah, that's always the question. If you want to be an intelligence agency, should the world know anything about you? Because in some sense, you want to create the legend in order to attract great history. That is fascinating, but that doesn't mean his thing carries the flag of KGB. KGB being probably one of, not the most
Hello,
infamous,
and welcome to the Pirate
famous,
History
infamous,
Podcast.
powerful
My name is Matt.
organization.
Thank you for listening.
In history.
Before we get started this week, I'd like to address something that I said last week. It's in regards to when I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time was that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on a piece of eight, which represented the pillars of Hercules, being the two dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe, represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by many historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. A listener who goes by the name of Funkman pointed out that this isn't necessarily the general consensus among scholars on the subject. There are a few other theories on where the dollar sign originated. Another one that I like is that it was a simple symbol 8 with a line drawn through it to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the symbol / dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was a much more simple and less symbolic answer than that. There was a shorthand at the time used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small S, which eventually was merged into just a P and S, and then eventually just an S with a line drawn through it. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I'd just like to go ahead and correct that. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything that I say, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can email me at thepiratehistorypodcast@gmail.com. I really take all your questions and comments seriously, and I'd like to address any issues any of you might have. And once again, let me thank Funkmon for bringing this to my attention. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Whole Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, in Germany, Switzerland, what's called the Low Countries, mainly England, and we're going to be talking about the political upheaval that this caused, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people living in these countries. Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high seas adventure and swashbuckling piracy, and so far we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are not like to talk about around the dinner table. So why are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of essentially every person and every society that's ever existed on Earth. But for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contentious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had national boundaries that could protect you. You knew that if you were in, say, parts of what would become Germany, you could be safe. But if you were to just move over into parts of France, you could be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe where you was, but you could be merely a couple days sailing away, even less, from an area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely wanted your head because of the religion you followed. Beyond that, there were many actual wars and conflicts that weren't called wars during this time that were based entirely around the issue of religion. And so many of these Catholic and Protestant sailors and soldiers had a deep-seated hatred for people on the other side. Many people that we're going to be talking about in a very short amount of time, people like Sir Francis Drake and Captain Henry Morgan, and even on to people like Benjamin Franklin. Well, they were people who saw themselves not as pirates, but as people on a religious and political war against the other side. So, for the people who were
And it sort of
engaging
happened, but
in
in my case,
piracy
it happened
in the
because
Caribbean,
I fathered a child who
religion was a highly important
didn't want to
factor.
leave, but they wanted
And
to be
here
back.
is where
So,
all that
Love
conflict
always
started.
screws up.
oh,
I'd like to
uh,
introduce
you're-
that conflict with a
you're
quote
employing
from Winston Churchill.
Confidence, yes.
you're absolutely
This
right.
comes from his multi-volume work, A
So,
History
but
of the
they
English-Speaking
thought, you know,
Peoples.
that,
This is from
I had
Volume
an
2
anchor
of
at
that
home
work,
because I had a
subtitled
wife and a
The
son
New
at
One.
home, which
Quote, we have now reached the
you know,
dawn
you've
of what is
got to
called
worry
the
about
16th
them,
century, which means all the years in the 100 years that begins with 15.
because
The name is
that
inevitable in
he
English,
was,
but
would
confusing.
go after
It covers a period in
family.
time in which extraordinary changes
Ruthlessly.
affected the whole of Europe.
Including
Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative force at this moment. For 200 years or more, the Renaissance had been stirring the thought and spirit of Italy, and now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith.
that they would
The
not
popes had, in the meanwhile, become
legal,
oral
ethical,
lords with the lusts and pomps of other potentates, yet they claimed to carry with them the spiritual power as well. The revenues of the church were swelled by the sale of indulgences to remit purgatory both for the living and the dead. The offices of bishop and cardinal were bought and sold, and the common people taxed to the limit of their credulity. These and other abuses in the organization of the church were widely recognized and much resented, but as yet they were
shortwave
uncorrected.
radio reception, decryption, encryption, and that kind of stuff.
What an excellent quote.
Those were just doing their
It
job.
really gives just a perfect introduction
And
to
the
everything that
others,
we've
the ones
been
that
talking about.
trained
And
me,
it sums up
that
almost every point
prepared me
that
for
I'm going
life
to
in
try
the
to touch.
United States.
However, there is
They were
one
nice
key
people.
thing that I think it lacks.
They were
It
elegant
doesn't
people.
go into any detail about the key
I don't
role
think
that the church played
that
in
they
Europe
would not
during the Middle Ages,
um,
which I think is kind of
fit
important to
into the
understand
stereotype
today's
of the
story to its
ruthless
fullest.
gun
The Catholic Church
carrying
was, during the time of the Roman Empire,
Is it
sort of
possible
a tripod called the
that
Empire.
you would not be
There
aware
was, of course, the Roman Church. There
It's
was
very
the
modular.
Roman imperial
It's
bureaucracy,
possible that
and
you're
then there
not
were the
aware of parts of
legions.
the KGB that
But when the fall of Rome came, really those other two pillars,
I
besides
didn't
the
know. I
church,
would find
fell
out
away. The church was
afterwards,
left
after I
all throughout Europe,
retired,
trying to
and
tend to the
started
spiritual
doing some
needs
research.
of its flock,
I had no clue.
without
Uh,
any
you're
support
kind
at
of
all.
operating in a bubble.
So it had to
we
work
very
from
much so.
scratch to
I mean,
build that
this
support.
is what the
It did so
KGB
by
did.
allying itself with
Really
various
well
tribes who were vying for control of the European
and
continent.
that
There were some
based on,
very big
you
alliances,
know,
such
the
as the one
communist
between
movement
the
while it
Franks
was still
and the Catholic
underground.
Church that
You know,
wound up
the
creating
cells
what we
were
know
very
today as the
small.
Holy Roman Empire.
And so that
It even
maybe
managed to
there would
hold
be
on
members in
quite
one
strongly in
cell
some
that
places,
moved
but
one
in
another.
Gaul,
And then they had a
the former
liaison
province
to
of
another
Hispania,
cell. So
which would have been the
the
Iberian
bottom
Peninsula,
line is, if
even
you
in
got
Britannia, which
one
was
of those
the farthest
folks
flung
were
part of the empire
they
to the
could
north,
maybe
and that
betray
was
4 people.
subsequently
Something like that.
invaded by
And
pagan
KGB
barbarians, the
continued with
Anglo-Saxon
that tradition.
invasions, which threatened to wipe out the
I have
Catholic Church
reason to
there
believe
entirely,
that
but they managed to hold on
my
and
head
ally themselves with people who were likely to come out on top.
sort
And
of
somehow,
directed me and
all
made
these
decisions.
people now, of course, the Catholic Church had a lot to offer.
Never met me
They had
personally.
really the only
There's no reason
schools that were left
Right,
in
but-
Europe. If you were going to get any
So,
sort of form of health care anywhere in Europe, it was going to be a church facility.
Was
They
big
also had a
advantage,
massive
over other
communications
intelligence
network
services
between
because,
dioceses that
you look at what
if
the
any of
CIA
these
does,
strongmen
everybody
who
laughs.
intended to be king would
There's a
actually
lot of
rule,
leaks
they
coming
were
out
going
of
to need to
American
make use
intelligence.
of that
I don't think
communications
there's as
network.
many leaks coming out of
Perhaps even the most
Mossad.
important point
Strong
was
words, Jack.
the Roman Church
That's a- that
and on
is a
their
question I
side,
want to ask.
the Roman
more
God.
systematically. Is there something
Many
unique
of these
about the
barbarians were,
KGB
before this,
compared
pagans,
to the other
following
intelligence
perhaps the
agencies?
Norse religion.
Let's talk
They would have made
the
sacrifices to
British
Odin,
intelligence, MI6,
but their enemies, the people they were
CIA.
fighting, were
Is there
frequently
unique
people making
cultures,
sacrifices to the same two gods.
spirits, souls?
So if they could
organizations
ingratiate
that maybe
themselves
somehow
with the
connected to
church,
structures
then they
of
would have the
government,
ear
maybe
of the god of
the
Rome,
values of the people,
the god who would help to build
I
the most
believe
powerful
we
empire
were
in
all
the
pretty
world
much
that these Germanic peoples had never been able to conquer.
believers in communism and the future of
And
the
it seemed
world.
to work out
in
because
KGB.
people
Yes.
who had allied
I
themselves
think
with the church
that
usually
unified
wound
us
up on top.
to a
And
large degree, even
in many
English.
cases, these
But
kingdoms
even
that they began
it
were the
wasn't
foundations for
something
many
like,
of Europe's modern countries even today.
the parents believe this
The church
thing,
was central.
but we
in their
know
work.
the truth. You really believe
However,
the story.
The church had to
Absolutely
ingrain
did, and
itself
you need
into
to
the
look at
civilization
time frame.
of Europe.
Uh,
They had to make
the
themselves
Soviet Union,
indispensable
after World
to
War
the
II,
European way of life.
made
And they did
quite a
so.
bit of progress
fantastically.
in
The church was there
influencing the
at
third
every
world.
major
I
life
still
event
remember,
you had.
uh,
When
when
you
I
were
was in
born,
middle school,
the church was there to
we had a
baptize you.
map.
When you were
A
married,
map of the
the church was there to bury you. When your children were born, they were there to baptize your children. And when you died, the church was there to bury you.
And then blue
Not only was the church central to the lives of the people here, they were central to the aristocracy as well. See, people in Spain and the Holy Roman Empire didn't speak the same language. However, they were able to communicate by using Latin. They used Latin, the language of Rome, because that was what was taught in church schools. So really, they had recreated those three pillars of the Roman Empire. The church still existed, but they had recreated government, and through the armies of those different nations, they had recreated the legion, which they could call upon at any time if they needed to defend themselves or go fight the Muslims in a crusade. That's not to say that there wasn't conflict. There definitely was. Even at the outset of the Holy Roman Empire, their first major alliance, the leader of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne, was in constant conflict with Rome, vying for control. The Holy Roman Empire has had a great tradition of conflict with Rome. One of their later Holy Roman emperors, Frederick Barbarossa, he even went so far as to elevate a personally chosen pope of his own in defiance of Roman law. He didn't like the way that the Roman pope was doing business, which was exactly what the Roman Church had become, business. We could go so far as to consider all the nations of Europe subsidiary companies. To their parent company, the Catholic Church, and the Pope was its seat. And the Church had thusly become extremely wealthy. They owned massive tracts of land from which they collected rent. They collected forced tithes from every citizen of Europe. Now, you might picture them passing the hat and giving whatever they could. However, a tithe was a forced tax. You had to give a certain amount of money. And if you weren't able to give a certain amount of money, it wasn't just your soul that was impaired. The secular authorities would get involved. Your life could very well be impaired. Due to how well the church was doing, the church and its popes had developed really expensive tastes. Throughout the Middle Ages, popes were growing wealthier and wealthier, and they even started fighting to keep the papacy a familial dynastic tradition. They had palaces that these families owned. They had extraordinarily large quantities of gold. Popes had mistresses, and they even threw parties that would make even the most decadent Roman emperor blush. Despite the fact that they were making huge amounts of money, they needed to raise revenue somehow. And they decided to do that through the sale of indulgences. I imagine most of you know all about this. However, for the uninitiated, an indulgence was a papal decree that allowed your soul to move past purgatory. Purgatory was a place where,
pursuit of happiness.
when you died, according to the church, your soul was bound either for hell or hell, either to burn or live in paradise. However, to get to hell, you had to commit a pretty grievous sin, what was known as a mortal sin, something defiantly against God. For the rest of us who hadn't committed a mortal sin, we were going to go to heaven. But first, we had to have our earthly sins purged. And that was done in that place called purgatory. My favorite description of purgatory, I think, is probably the one in the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. He envisions purgatory as a mountain spiraling up towards heaven. After death, your soul went to that mountain of purgatory, and while it ascended that mountain to get to heaven, it underwent several trials, 7 of them in fact, that were intended to purge away the 7 deadly sins, so that when you got to the top and were able to enter heaven, your soul would be clean enough to bask in the glory of God. So purgatory wasn't a particularly nice place. It wasn't as bad as hell, but it wasn't a place that you necessarily wanted to be. So the church had these indulgences that the Pope would grant to you that would allow your soul to skip over that unpleasant step in purgatory. At certain times, the church was known to sell these indulgences for money. This was the Rome, a Rome of lavish luxury and extreme decadence, a Rome that was seen by many to be swindling its parishioners by lying to them about being able to get them into heaven for money. This was the Rome that at the end of a very long journey was first encountered by Martin Luther. Martin Luther was one of tens of thousands of people that would make a pilgrimage to Rome every year. Many of them members of the clergy in an effort to find themselves closer to God. Martin Luther was taking this journey on the
something
advice of a
about
higher
being
up
an
in his order
honest
who had suggested he
revolutionary
do so,
that wants to do
because
good
Martin Luther was
for
a
their
very
country,
troubled young monk.
and you start to
He
believe that you
always
know
found
better than
himself
everyone else.
somewhat distant from the presence of
And you
God that he
very
hoped to
well
feel.
might
In
first.
fact, Martin Luther
But
had a
then
very troubled youth in general.
somehow that grows
His father was a
into,
member of a growing middle class
distortion
in Germany, who,
where you
by all accounts, was not a
keep
very
believing
kind
you
man.
know what's right.
However, he
And
did
all the
send
people who
his son
disagree
Martin
with you,
off to the university,
you stop
a
seeing
fairly
them as
respected
having
university,
authority.
where he was supposed to
Instead,
train to become a
you
lawyer.
see them
And
as
for a while, he did so, and a lot of those skills that he learned there
evil
would not serve him well
manipulators
later on in
of
life.
the truth that are actually trying
After
to
a run-in
hurt
with the
you
plague,
their own
in
greed
which
for their
many
own
of his
power,
friends died,
you
and
will
then
protect
a
the people
near-death
you
experience
deal
on a
with.
lonesome
Case of
road
Stalin,
during a very violent
I
thunderstorm,
mean, I don't
Martin
know.
Luther decided to dedicate
It
himself to
seems
God.
like he really believes
However,
that
after
communism
becoming a monk
would
and going through all of those
bring
ordeals,
about
he
a
never
much
felt
better
himself
world.
truly in the
I mean, there
presence
is
of
a
God.
sense
He never felt God's love fill him. The
that
church taught him
you have to
that to
track
feel
a few
God's
eggs to
love,
make an
there were two
omelet.
ways about it.
Right.
One
This
was
idea
doing
that
good works, which were good works according to the church,
sacrifice
things
is
that the
necessary
church
to bring
dictated
about
you should do.
a very
The other
good.
was through
And
suffering.
then the other
and
aspect
penance.
is
And Martin Luther did plenty of good works, but
sort
also undertook
ruling by
suffering and
terror,
penance on a level that
creating
was
terrorism
it was
justified
dangerous. He would wear those
political
horsehair
mechanism
shirts with
to
the
achieve a
hair on
better
the
world.
inside that would
So
become
it
extremely
wasn't,
uncomfortable
I mean,
all the time.
perhaps he had
He
to
would
do that
flagellate
to
himself
sleep at
until
night
he
with
had
the
nearly bled to
atrocities
death.
he's committing.
More than
I
once,
think he
his brothers
believed
had to pull him in
people
from the cold when he was
Yeah.
outside,
By
nearly
the way, the
nude,
terror
freezing
didn't
to
start
death,
with Stalin. It
trying
started right
with
after
all of
the
his might
Bolsheviks
to
took
feel
over.
the presence of God
When
through suffering. And
Lenin,
yet, Martin Luther never
told
did feel the
Mr.
presence of God,
Kaczynski,
not
Comrade
in his heart.
Kaczynski, to build the Chicago.
So it was suggested that he take
and
his
then
pilgrimage to Rome, and he did. It took about 2 months to get
this
from
is what
his
he called it,
monastery
the
to
Red
Rome.
Terror.
But upon arriving in Rome, well,
So,
this was the height
so
of the
at
Italian
the
Renaissance.
birth of the Soviet Union,
When
there was
he
already
arrived in
terror.
Rome, literally,
And it was
Michelangelo
deliberate.
was painting the roof
And
of the
it,
Sistine Chapel.
it also was,
Raphael was painting the
it
Pope's
wasn't just
apartments and
focused on
decorating them
the
in
enemies,
lavish
it was
ways.
focused on whoever.
There were some of the greatest
Like, there
artists
was no
and
rule of
thinkers
law, there
and
was no,
architects of all
there-
time living
there
and
was-
working
there was
in
no-
Italy,
no
especially in
court
Rome,
cases,
at
you
this
know,
time.
people
Martin
were
Luther
just
got
pulled
there.
out of
Not only was
their
Rome
apartments,
culturally significant to Europe in a way that Martin Luther was only beginning to grasp, this was the
This
center
was done
of church
by
power. This was the center of God's
revolutionaries
house.
who were
This was where God was closest to earth and spoke directly to the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, to which Martin Luther had dedicated himself.
The populace
At first, Martin Luther was in awe of all of the majesty and grandeur around him, as I imagine anybody would be arriving in Italy at about the time of the height of the Italian
But you're
Renaissance.
also too afraid
But soon,
to question your
that
belief.
veneer
Like,
and that awe,
you're not directly afraid, but it feels like a
one of Martin Luther's
I don't know
first
what that is.
destinations,
It's almost like
as
a
a man who
subconscious
saw
fear.
suffering as the
Like,
best way
don't,
to get closer
there's
to
a dark
God,
room,
was a crypt
the
in
locked
which the
door,
remains of
look at
thousands
it.
of martyrs were
Don't check
kept.
it. And
However,
there's something
when he
about the United
arrived at this
States that
crypt,
says,
he learned that he would have to pay a fee
especially modern
to
culture,
enter
they go
and
to
see
that
the
door
remains of these
to
martyrs,
sort of
which he
usher
did,
everything down.
and that earned
The
him
power of
an
freedom of speech
indulgence,
and freedom of the press, but you can
a
get
token that would let him lessen his
almost
time in
become too
purgatory.
critical and too cynical.
And that was just the beginning. At a sermon that an understandably timid Martin Luther was giving in Rome in front of many very august members of the clergy, he overheard one of them say, "Just get on with it." This was Martin Luther's experience time after time at nearly every site he visited on his pilgrimage to Rome. And so he returned to Germany, even more disillusioned than he had gone to Rome. He began to feel that there was something wrong with him. In his writings, he would frequently ask, "What's wrong with me? Why can't I feel God's love?" And so in 1511, not having shown any improvement after Rome, he was sent to Wittenberg, a town in Germany that had just built a new university and had a couple of small churches attached to the castle. There was also a leader in Martin Luther's order there who was someone who had a handle on him. After getting to know him a bit, he decided to make Martin Luther a professor of Bible studies at the theological university there. At first, Martin Luther protested. He gave a number of reasons why he couldn't do it. One of them being that the amount of work added to his schedule would kill him. To which this leader replied, "That's okay. God has much use for clever men." He always knew just what to say there. And so Martin Luther became a teacher, forced to leave his world of meditation and suffering and penance and interact with them. He had to look these students in the eye and tell them with authority what the Word of God said. To do this, he studied not only the Latin Bible, but he went back further to study the Greek texts and the Hebrew texts. And it was while studying these texts that he began to see
And when
discrepancies in what the Bible originally taught
the Allies won the
and
war,
what the church was
it was
preaching
decided that
in
Galen
the year
was too
1500.
important with his
He
knowledge
realized, digging through these
of
ancient
this
texts, that
organization.
to him, what the church was teaching was wrong. The way to get to God wasn't by penance or doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hands and allowing God's love.
That gave us,
But
when
in the
I
years
say
that
us, you know,
passed
the
between the
German
time that he went to Rome
party
and the time that he started teaching,
propaganda victory.
the old pope had died,
I wanted to.
and they had chosen a new
It
pope,
is
a man named
the
Leo
emotional
the
aspect of this was as
If I
follows.
were to picture
When
a
we,
movie about Martin
we
Luther,
were in
I would picture someone who was young and fresh-faced
juniors
and
in high
innocent
school.
and ever curious. And
And
if I were to picture Leo the
in those days,
I would picture a man who
when
was
you
cold-eyed
were only allowed to go to high school if you were in the top 10% of students. Okay, so
and at the same
this
time
was going to be
enjoyed
the
his earthly
next
lights
set
to
of
a
ruling
sumptuous
elites in the
extent.
country.
I would also imagine that every time he were on screen,
Required to visit
there would be dark, ominous music accompanying his arrival.
if you
Something that lets you know that
what
an
we,
evil presence
as
is
a
involved.
17-year-old,
You know, I'm not saying that that's how the relationship between Martin Luther and Leo X actually was, but that's definitely how it's been reported and seen throughout the ages ever since this time. You see, as Pope, Leo was not exactly careful with
made
money.
out of
He
human
went on
skin
these
because,
extravagant boar hunts. He
they-
threw these huge dinner
that skin
parties
had
at which
tattoos on
it was
it, and
reported
from
at the
had
time
some
by
heads
people
like
who it should be
size
said
like
were
this.
not pro the papacy. They reported that there would be young naked boys jumping out of hides
That was the
to
that was the
entertain
Nazis.
all of the guests at
and
the
then
Pope's dinner.
communists.
It was said even, and this is not necessarily proven to be true,
In
that
hindsight, if the
he
communists
vetoed
had
a
come to
decree
power,
by
it would
Bishop
have
of
been
the
just the other way
that
around.
said that there should be a limit on the number of young warriors that the clergy could keep for their cause. Now, this all may be propaganda against him. There's no definitive
Soviet
proof of it,
perspective,
but this was something that was believed at the time.
communist regime
More to the point, something that
banded
can be
together
proven is that within 2
with
years of having been
great
raised in the papacy,
patriotic war.
the
And that was
coffers
the
of
second
the
one,
church
the Big
were
Brother,
empty.
the Soviet
And this was
Union.
due not just to his lavish
When
parties
I
and
was
war
approached
hunts,
by the
but to the
KGB,
rebuilding of
that was
St. Peter's
like,
Basilica.
I felt so
You see,
honored.
all of the great architects and painters and sculptors in Rome and in Italy were there working on St. Peter's Basilica, and they did not come cheap.
Can you describe
So in the year
you were born
1517, in order to raise some
4
more money
years
to complete the work on
what
St.
is it?
Peter's
Yeah,
Basilica,
4 years.
10 days?
Leo the
Yeah,
X
sort of. Very good.
began a campaign
After
for new
World War II.
indulgences. These
conditions
indulgences
surrendered
were far more inclusive than any
So,
indulgences
what is
ever had
East Germany?
before.
What is
They
West
were also
Germany?
made
What is East
much
and
more
West
available
Germany?
than any
What
other
is that? What's the
indulgences.
difference?
Before, you would have to prove that you'd done good
What is
works
World War
to get
II
your
again?
indulgence. Now, all you had to do was pay a little money and you could get these
Or,
indulgences.
we don't have to go to,
And they covered all sorts of
World
sins,
War I,
sins that
the
even people
result
who
of which
believed in
actually
indulgences
exceeded World
thought
War II
were
in
just
some respects.
ridiculous. It was even said by people who opposed these
But
indulgences,
let's
it
start
should be
with World
noted
War II.
that
So,
these indulgences would allow someone to
when
be
Hitler
forgiven
came to
for
power,
raping the Virgin
he
Mary.
and his
However,
leadership
these
decided
indulgences of
that,
the 1517 campaign
the Germans
raised
needed
in
more what they
today's
call
dollars
Leben.
millions and millions of
That means room
dollars.
to live.
There was a
So,
man,
and they
a
would,
bishop known as
you know, they
Johann
would start
Tetzel, who was
expanding
put in charge of the
uh,
campaign of these
to
indulgences.
France.
He's seen
they
today
Belgium,
by
the
historians
Netherlands,
as a
they
master marketer, somebody who came up with even
Austria,
clever little jingles to
and,
sell these
got a
indulgences.
piece
One of
of,
them was heard to say,
Czechoslovakia.
"When the coin in his coffer
And
rings,
then they
and the
decided
soul
to
heavenward wings."
march into the Soviet Union.
And that was all it
After-
took.
after they took
Just a little bit of coin, and your soul, which would be going to purgatory after death, would be able to skip over that nasty little step and go right in,
We're friends.
no matter
Yes.
what you
There,
did.
It was a non-aggressive pact. but
Beyond
it's been,
that,
built
one of
aside
the
by Rabbi
big
Rothschild
problems that
and
many
Molotov.
people had with this
I think
1517
both
indulgence
parties knew that
campaign
eventually
was
this would
that
fall apart,
before,
but at the
you
time,
had to earn an
uh,
indulgence during
it
your life.
the Soviet
But
Union
now, if you wanted
a
to
little
buy an
more
indulgence for somebody who had died, say
had a
your
little more
mother
time
had passed
prepare
away,
what
you didn't
they
want her to suffer in
thought might
purgatory, you could just give the
down the
church
road.
just a little bit of money, and all of a
And the
sudden she would go
Germans
straight to heaven.
had,
These
you know,
indulgences were widely
the
at all
time
times.
and
No more
the-
so
the
than in
ability
Germany, which had
pretty
become
much
the
conquer
prime
all of
market for
Western
sell
Europe.
these indulgences.
Do you think Stalin
Martin
really
Luther himself
knew
had noted
that's
that
gonna
many
fall
of his
apart?
congregation,
Why would
including his
somebody like
students,
Stalin
had
trust
stopped
somebody
coming
like
to his
this?
services and
But
stopped
why
coming
did
to
you
class
wonder
because
so
they were
bad
told that
not
all
to
they had to do to reach heaven was to pay the
read
church
the
a little bit of
intelligence that was
coin.
coming his way?
This,
Oh, yeah, that's
Troops are amassing
understandably,
on the border of
enraged
the
Martin.
Soviet Union.
Didn't trust his
The story of what's to come is really a turning
Here's one
point in the
example,
history of Western civilization.
there
Because
was
of
a
the
German
importance of it,
communist,
the crux of that story, the thing that really set this fire off,
went underground,
is usually
took
told
over,
in
and he
very
went to
melodramatic
Japan
ways.
as a journalist.
It's told as if it's an epic epic tale Almost something you would see in an adventure movie. If this were a scene in that movie about Martin Luther I was talking about earlier, this scene would have to begin with very dark, brutal, and epic music. October 31st, 1517. All hell was over. In the small town of Wittenberg, a young monk by the name of Martin Luther has learned that the church is interfering with his flock. They are being lied to, told that from a small amount of coin they can earn an indulgence, which is putting their immortal souls in danger of eternal damnation. In a rage, Martin Luther flies to his study where he grabs ink, pen, and paper and begins to scrawl out a list of every detestable crime of the Catholic Church and their vile Pope, Leo X. Late into the night he works. By candlelight, he finishes his 95 theses, detailing everything that the church has done to its people.
Negative information about.
He grabs his hammer and nail and he rushes to the church in Wittenberg. Standing before the door, he lays the 95 theses apart, puts his nail in place, raises his hammer, and brings it down. Those inside the church can hear it as the thunder of God. Again he raises his hammer, he brings it down, and again. And like Jesus being nailed to the cross, Martin Luther knows that this event will change the history of the Christian church forever. But, of course, that's not exactly how it happened. If you like that story, and that's how you'd like to continue to think of it, and I wouldn't blame you if you did, it's pretty awesome, I'd go ahead and just skip forward a couple of minutes because I'm about to burst your bubble. Martin Luther was an academic and educated. Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer, and even more so, he was a monk, so not exactly a rash person. He did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had a chance to stop and think about things, he went about them carefully. And if you were somebody who was trying to get your message across, would you just scrawl out a list of the 95 theses and put them on the church door where the very first priest who saw it in the morning could walk by, see it, scoff, tear it down, and take it to the requisite authorities? Well, that's not what Martin Luther would do either. What he actually nailed to the church door was the notice of a debate to discuss the 95 theses, which he had printed up at a local printing press and passed out to people all throughout the town square, his parishioners, and especially his students. He had too many copies printed up to be just gotten rid of that easily, so that people had to pay attention and had to discuss it. Now, that doesn't make quite as good a story, but it makes a lot more sense when you're actually trying to get your message out there, which Martin Luther did, in a way that I don't think even he saw coming. You see, when Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses, he was still a Catholic priest. His intention wasn't to start a revolution or start a new religion. He even defended the office of the papacy and the power of the church in his theses. Several of the first arguments he makes are actually about how the Pope is in fact the conduit of God on earth. But his writings caught on in a way I don't think he or any of the clergy saw coming. Originally, he just wanted to have a discussion about things that the Catholic Church was doing, problems that they had that he thought needed to be addressed. But I think that the people who read the 95 Theses saw them and it spoke to a part of them that was tired of the control of the Catholic Church over their lives. So they took what Luther had said and really kind of ran with it. At first it was the students. Young people and students are frequently people in history and our modern world that will take a new idea that speaks to them and run with it. They would pass around copies of the 95 Theses as well as other writings by Luther and read them and discuss them in ways that people who were parts of the aristocracy and the respectable members of society probably wouldn't yet. And this spread throughout all of his region of Saxony and then further out into Germany and then into the Netherlands and all throughout that northern central region of Europe very quickly. It didn't take long before a copy of the 95 Theses appeared on the desk of Leo X. As you can imagine, the Pope was all too happy. His very first action was to label the writings of Martin Luther heresies. And they sent a bishop to interrogate Martin Luther about what he was doing out there. During the interrogation, Martin Luther was uncooperative. In his writings later, he was outright dismissive of the bishop who was sent to him. These actions by the church really galvanized not just Martin Luther, but also his supporters, the young people, and they brought new supporters to his side who saw this as an action that the Catholic Church had no right to undertake. With Martin Luther being so unresponsive to the bishop that they sent to interrogate him, the next action they took was to label Martin Luther himself a heretic, which is a pretty big deal. When you're labeled a heretic, you're told to come back to Rome so that they can discuss your crimes, which, for somebody who was a heretic on the level of Martin Luther, well, that wouldn't have ended well. There was another priest about 100 years before, Jan Hus, who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems within the Catholic Church, and when labeled a heretic and told to come to Rome to discuss his crimes, he did so. He subsequently burned at the stake. Martin Luther knew that it was a bad idea for him to go there. However, in most places, that wouldn't have been up to him. If the church and the Pope requested your presence, then you'd better go, and if you didn't of your own volition, then the local authorities would collect you, arrest you, and send you down to Rome. However, in the time of Wittenberg, things were a little bit different. There was a noble who's known today as Friedrich the Wise. He enjoyed the publicity that Martin Luther's writings were bringing to his small town, as well as the university. Friedrich was the one who founded the university, and he saw this as not only good advertisement and good press, but also something that would make the town of Wittenberg remembered forever, which, frankly, it kind of has been. He decided to protect Martin Luther and not order his men to collect and arrest him. This was, of course, very good news for Martin Luther, who was able to more and more copies of his 95 Theses, as well as new pamphlets that were becoming less and less the writings of a good Catholic priest, and more the writings of someone who was in open protest against the church. Some of these writings would get subsequently dirtier and dirtier. Anything the Pope enlightened was almost illegal. There are woodcuts from some of Martin Luther's publications painting the Pope as a pig. There is a woodcut, which I'm very fond of, that has on the left side a picture of Christ washing a beggar's feet. Above it, labeled Christus. And next to it, the Pope near the tent, having his feet kissed. Above it, labeled Antichristus. This had gone beyond simply some complaints about the church to really open rebellion. If this was a rebellion, Martin Luther had a lot on his side. Aside from just the people that supported him, as well as the local nobility, he had things that many people that had come before him didn't have. Most notably, the printing press. He was able to publish not just copies of his 95 Theses, but pamphlets that amounted to just propaganda against the church, frequently, and distribute them all over Europe. This made it impossible for the church to quash any of his writings, no matter how many of them they collected and burned. In addition to that, there was a force that was beginning to grow in European society that was new to the European experience. They were, really for the first time, beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant class, people who had plenty of money and a fair amount of power without being connected to either the nobility or the church, which led them to be really some of the first democratic reformers in Europe. They were looking for a measure of self-rule that none of their ancestors had really had before. And perhaps most importantly, Luther had something inside him, an internal resolve that compelled him to keep fighting no matter the odds that faced him. Despite all that, the Catholic Church was still the most powerful organization in the Western world. Luther knew just how unstable his footing was, so he took steps, necessary steps, to ensure that he would be able to continue fighting the power of the Catholic Church. He wrote a pamphlet to the Christian nobility of the German people. This pamphlet argued, quote, "German money, in defiance of nature, flies over the Alps." This argument held a lot of weight to the German nobility. The Holy Roman Empire was a Catholic empire, and their emperor, Charles V, was a Catholic man. However, ever since the time of the Roman Empire, there had been a tension between the Romans and the German people. Even at the height of the Roman Empire, there was a heresy, long before the heresy of Martin Luther, known as the Arian heresy, in which German Christians disagreed with the way the Roman Church believed in God. And this cultural schism had never really gone away. Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, when the German peoples were allied strongly with the Roman Church, there was tension between them. So it made sense to the German nobility and the Holy Roman Empire that their money should belong to the German people and not the Pope in Rome. Now, it seems to me that a friend in a high place like Frederick the Wise, he may have helped Martin Luther craft his argument to the German nobility. He would know better than a monk what arguments would work best to motivate the German nobility to protect this burgeoning Lutheran movement. And it seemed to work. Many other nobles took heart from this and really joined arms with Frederick the Wise and the Lutheran cause. However, the man that they really had to convince was Charles V, a young 19-year-old, newly raised Holy Roman Empire who was staunchly Catholic. But in 1520, Charles V visited Frederick the Wise, who convinced him to hear Luther's case, which was just in time, because in Rome, the Pope had issued an order of excommunication for Martin Luther. Excommunication was the most powerful weapon the Pope had in his arsenal to fight heresy like Martin Luther. And he sent Bishop Mill with the bull of excommunication, stopping at every town he passed to read the excommunication of Martin Luther, to let anybody who might have any sympathy for the Lutheran cause know that this was going to be nipped in the bud. However, the further north he got, across the Alps and into the Holy Roman Empire and into the region known as Germany, the less and less sympathy the bishop found. He would find that every time he would pass around copies of the bull of excommunication, they would be torn or burned or even thrown into the river. Martin Luther's movement was growing, and it was growing even beyond Lutheranism. This had turned from a religious argument into a social argument. It had gone beyond whether or not the Romans just had religious control over the people of Germany, to whether or not the Romans had any right to the political control over the people of Germany. And that middle class we talked about earlier, along with the peasantry, began to revolt. Some of these revolts were more peaceful. Some of them were more violent. Some of them were outright rebellion against their rulers. However, Martin Luther fanned the flames of rebellion. You see, after his many other publications, he published perhaps his best-selling work of all time, which makes him possibly the best-selling author at the time. He published a Bible in German, a language that the common people could read. You see, Bibles had always been published in Latin. And Martin Luther, who had read the texts in Greek and Hebrew, was able to translate the Bible in a language that the Bible was actually written in. So these people were able to read a Bible in their own language without the filter of the Catholic Church. And what they found out, finally able to read the Bible for themselves, was that what the Catholic Church was teaching them was not exactly the teachings of the Holy Bible. This enraged the people, along with many other cultural forces pushing them to overthrow the world order. Germany was in chaos. Germany was in chaos. The Netherlands were in chaos. The Low Countries were in chaos. Switzerland was in chaos. Essentially, the way that Europe had worked for the past 1,000 years was turned on its head, all due to the publication of a Bible. The Bible that people can actually read. However, Martin Luther wasn't the first man to publish a Bible in the language that the common people could read. There were a couple of other people before him that had done this. However, they didn't publish the Bible in German. They published the Bible in English. In the 14th century, there was a monk in England. His name was John Wycliffe. He had a lot of similarities to Luther. First of all, he was a monk. He was also a philosopher, much like Luther, and he also taught at a seminary. This was something that brought Luther to his realization, and I think also had a large influence on Luther. He had other similarities to Luther, philosophical similarities. He believed, much like Luther, that the focus of religious teaching should not be on good works, but on a personal relationship with God, and that people should be allowed to have a personal interpretation of the Bible, not an interpretation that has been filtered through a Catholic media. He was also, in many ways, against some of the things that make the very Catholic Church the Catholic Church. Things like the sacrament, the existence of sainthood, or the very existence of the papacy at all. He was, in many ways, much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started out. And in 1380, he started perhaps the most radical thing that he had done yet, a translation of the Bible into English. Unlike Luther, however, he translated the Bible directly into Latin. Now, this may have been out of respect for the Bible, but it may have been because he didn't have access to the original Greek text. He also decided to translate the Bible directly, word for word, from the Latin, which created a lot of strange translations that I imagine even native English speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For example, quote, "I forsooth am the Lord thy God, a strong jealous," end quote. Or perhaps, quote, "Lord, go from me, for I am a man sinner." Now, these are, of course, lines from the Bible that you may be familiar with, but not familiar with, largely because they weren't written in a way that people were necessarily able to read every time easily. Wycliffe had built a movement around his beliefs that actually gained a lot of strength in Europe. However, the Pope quashed that movement as hard as possible, and within just a few years after Wycliffe's death, nearly every copy they could get their hands on had been burned, and his followers all arrested. However, even today, 170 copies of this Bible still exist, and this was in a time before the printing press. All of these copies were written by hand in monasteries by English monks. So there must have been a large desire to have a copy of this manuscript. For so many to still exist, that's almost unheard of. But he wasn't the last English monk to translate the Bible. Others took his translation, tried to make it a little more readable, and they continued publishing them and passing them around, much like Martin Luther passed around his 95 Theses. It was a clandestine activity that people who believed the power of the Catholic Church was too strong and too influential in the nation of England, well, they were trying to undermine it quietly and as powerfully as possible. And this continued even up until the time of Henry VIII. Henry VIII collected every copy of the Wycliffe Bible he could get his hands on, as well as any subsequent translation, and had them burned in a massive bonfire right outside St. Paul's Cathedral that lasted 3 days solid. And this was only one of many burnings of these heretical Bibles. And then came another one, a man named William Tyndale. There's a quote from William Tyndale to another monk that I'm very fond of. I'd like to share it. "Ere many years I will cause a boy to tread a plow to know more of the scriptures than thou dost." This was saying that he wanted the people in his country to know the actual scriptures and the word of God and not have it fed to them by a third. And unlike John Wycliffe, Tyndale translated the Bible in the Hebrew and the Greek, not the Latin. Now, Tyndale's Bible isn't exactly the King James Version of the Bible, but it very nearly is. About 85% of Tyndale's Bible is directly the King James Version. They made some changes and got some stuff out of the Bible that the king didn't really think needed to be in there for the common people to see. It's very, very close to what's in the King James Bible. However, Tyndale was not able to do his work of translation and essentially sedition in England, because the king in England at the time, Henry VIII, was a Catholic and a defender of the Catholic faith. That wasn't going to last. It wasn't until after Tyndale's death, unfortunately. But Henry VIII, of course, eventually recanted his Catholic. You see, his first wife had not given him a son. This was something that any monarch, especially a king, found vitally important, to have a strong heir that he knew could succeed him on the throne. There were, of course, many other factors and many other tensions building between Henry VIII and the Catholic Church, but this one really set it off, because Henry VIII, as we all probably know, believed that it was his wife's fault that we couldn't have a son. He had, of course, a daughter. However, unable to divorce her, he cut ties with the Catholic Church and married another woman. This woman was not a Catholic, because neither was Henry VIII. Neither was Henry's second daughter that that marriage produced. But of course, Henry eventually married another woman, with whom he had a son. Finally, Henry VIII had a son, an heir, that he knew would succeed. However, Henry VIII was a pragmatic, so he set rules of succession that were anything untoward happened to his son, his daughter would take the throne. His eldest daughter, as it happens, who was the product of a Catholic marriage, herself a Catholic woman. For a newly Anglican country, this potentially spelled disaster. But Henry had another daughter, the product of an Anglican marriage, who was, by all accounts, bright, even brilliant, who was ambitious, who was extremely resilient, and who would make a
you
great
were in the
focus
top
and
10%
figurehead
of the
for the
graduates,
growing Protestant movement
you
in
would
England.
most likely pick to
We'll talk
stay
about her
and
next
get a
week,
doctorate, right?
about her
And the
turbulent
rest of them
ascension
were
to power,
assigned. You know, where
about the internal
had no
struggles that
choice.
she overcame to become one of the most powerful monarchs in
that
Europe,
guy was
and her daring
an
campaign
idiot.
to defy both the Pope
He
and
didn't
the
know the
Spanish
basics.
Empire to rival their
You
claim
interviewed him a little bit.
on the monopoly
Oh, sure. You know, I started
a feat for which she
This guy's
employs
bullshit.
gentlemen
Yeah, he's a
adventurers
stranger.
with names like Sir Walter Raleigh
I knew that
and Sir Francis
at
Drake.
that point I knew he was.
But that'll do it for this week, everybody.
Wrong, but,
Thank you for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode. And I hope that it didn't offend anybody's religious sensibilities by talking about what is still, for a lot of people, very controversial and emotional
People
topic.
know that there's a
It was my
Stasi organization.
even while discussing a lot of negative things, to try and be as
A large number of
balanced and
people
honest
do
as
this kind of
possible.
work.
So hopefully you'll tune in next week. Our theme music this week was, as always, the old captain and fantastic band Kirby. If you've been enjoying the podcast so far, I really think you might enjoy it. So why not go on over and check them out at Kirby.com.au. That's BRILLOG.com.au. After you're done there, why not go on over to ArtHistoryPodcast.com. Leave a comment or a question. And then you can go on over to Twitter and follow us at Black Flagcast or on Facebook. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes, the reason I did so because I had no information to the contrary. I never anybody personally or
We were all hypnotized by the sound
was
of his tales from the old country told for a night and it found
in jail.
the stories of battles at sea from a voice that could shake down the trees and the face of an angel all battered by crowd tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on the legend tonight.
Process, from the government. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. And then he asked this question. He says, "Can you imagine?"
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
Anyway,
For the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in England. Some of these events will occur in Europe, in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain and France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land route to get to Asia. But more of them will take place moving west. In North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies that will one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south, in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. This campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing the Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born.
So there you are.
Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry Tudor, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a tutor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now, this shouldn't have been of concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of the Yorkish Rebellion, another civil war, another war of the roses. However, both sides were appeased because a Lancaster would be on the throne, but he was so much of the temperament of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII, King of England. Not too bad for your first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her work as a diplomatic marriage had been served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against their common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on a continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. While once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent, those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days. And his wife, well, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many other partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, Henry had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. And it was something of a mystery to him. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had desired before, Anne Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in Henry's court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancée of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name for it. But still, Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. And divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city, and at the time, he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to him. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the Pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did, in secret at first. first, but within only a few weeks she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him that this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named Princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare before this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son. And he decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest on the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother, and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Edward, Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through a courtier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her place to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story, written in Latin, that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There's not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly. And it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old. Her brother, the King of England. Her father passed away, having left her a small inheritance and third in line of succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on a moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted mightily. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek while he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for a stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again, in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun barking. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when that pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her head for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. Her resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burn at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England. It would, of course, have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been a smart move, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy crimp in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip, to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary, Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering what Elizabeth has come through and the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. That will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was reported saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." End quote. And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, the Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth would inherit. The state that England was in was somewhat dire. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentlemen adventurers. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review, either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brillig. The song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really help keep the podcast afloat. It helps us cover the cost of research materials as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, and find out things like over there. Or go on over to Twitter and follow us at Pirate Podcast. Every little bit helps get the podcast noticed.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first like this one, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Photography, making microdots. You know what a microdot is?
And welcome
Well,
to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt.
You use
Thank you for listening.
you take a
Last week,
photograph
we discussed the early
and
days of Queen Elizabeth's
use
rule.
a microscope.
We talked about the challenges she faced as well as the tactics that she used to overcome them, including a new class of mariners, men who were young, ambitious, eager to make their fortunes in the name, known as the gentlemen adventurers. And we talked about some of the earliest voyages to the Caribbean. Voyages under a man named John Hawkins, and one voyage under another captain named John Love. At least one, maybe two of these voyages had on board
So what we
a
do
young,
nowadays
highly
is
talented baron
coded
named Francis Drake.
in PDFs and stuff like
Today we're going to be talking about the third voyage of John Hawkins. This was a much larger voyage than any of the three previous had been, that also had on board Francis Drake. This voyage would change relations between England and Spain forever, and it would shape the worldview and the future career of Sir Francis Drake. This is episode number 7, Film Rocket. Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake were all members of those West Country born in or around the town of Plymouth, who were fiercely Protestant, extraordinarily loyal to the Queen, and yet acted many times of their own accord in matters of both trade and piracy. But I didn't get much background about any of this, and I'd like to about Francis Drake. Now, we don't know a whole lot about him. He was not born in England, so there were very few records kept about him or his family. What there is, mostly, is tax records and food rest records, but we can piece together a little bit about his early life. We can assume that Francis Drake was born in February or March 1500. We know that his father, Edmund, was a farmer, a shepherd, and a flock catcher. Now, this was pretty typical of any farmers in England, especially in the West Country at the time. Most of them raised sheep and would then manufacture cloth, which was England's prime export. There is a record that after the English Reformation under Henry VIII, his father became a priest in the English Church. However, that doesn't exactly make it past this. There are records that show that Francis Drake's father was a violent man. Now, not necessarily against his family or against Francis, but there are some arrest records about him. We do know that he was arrested for assaulting and robbing him with another accomplice, and then, after being released just a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse and his purse. After these two incidents, his father was forced to leave home. The shame was just great. However, this probably didn't have a huge effect on Francis. He had already left home to get his education. When he was still very young, Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of other boys from the community, went to study at the home of William Hawkins. That was the father of John Hawkins, who was about the same age as Francis, and it's reported that they became quick friends. It's also acknowledged that they were, quote, close kinsmen. In those days, it was pretty typical for boys who were what you might call middle class to receive an education at the household of a relative or a close friend. And many of this clan and people in that West Country region did so at the Hawkins household. That's where they learned to do things like read and write. That's where they learned basic arithmetic and a fair amount of what you consider gentlemanly manners. That included how to behave at a dinner, how to talk to one's elders, and how to talk to one's betters. Everybody from merchants to nobility to even royalty. And at the Hawkins household, they learned about the doctrine of the English Church. They read the Bible, which was something that hadn't really been done by most young men before. And they were taught about the reported excesses of the Catholic Church. In exchange for their education, boys all across Europe would work for the families in question. If the family they were working for were, say, copper smelters, they would learn the craft of copper smelting. In the case of the Hawkins family, they were merchants and mariners, and these boys worked off the debt of their education on board a ship. They traveled all around Europe, from France to Spain to the Low Countries, even occasionally into the Mediterranean. They watched and learned as their elders bought and sold goods, when they negotiated terms, and sometimes when the ship would come to a small, unsuspected ship, they would watch as their elders overtook that ship and would negotiate a transfer of goods at the point of sold. Now, we don't have any proof that Francis Drake was on board any of these trading voyages, but probably we do know that John Hawkins was on board many of these trading voyages, and so it can be assumed that Francis was alongside. Our first records of Francis Drake on board a ship won't happen until he was about 17 or 18 years old. But then we do know that he was sailing on ships owned by the Hawkins. Now, these voyages were voyages that went primarily into French waters, and had a single goal: the sapping, plunder, and sometimes outright theft of these French ships. Now, this wasn't exactly a respectable location at the time, even in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of life and something that the government, all the way from the local officials all the way up to the Queen, would turn a blind eye to. Francis did pretty well as a pirate. In fact, we know that by the age of probably 20, maybe 21, he was actively investing in other more legitimate voyages of the Hawkins family. I'd like to take a step back and for a minute take a look at the process of investing in novel voyages. I've made mention of it, but I don't really know much of that. Any voyage at sea is, of course, going to be something that's very expensive. You needed, of course, a seaworthy ship. You needed a captain and other officers. You needed a crew, as well as provisions to keep that crew alive. You would need to take care of the maintenance of the ship while it was in port. You would need things like the rope, tar, lumber, other things that would actually keep the ship held together. Sails. You would also need on board many armaments to defend the ship in case anything happened. Now, this included not only things like powder and shot for the cannons, but also some of those rifles that existed, as well as a fair number of bows, arrows, and cold steel. Now, this was a large investment for any single person to make. There were, of course, people in England that were rich enough to finance their own expeditions. However, if something did happen to the ship despite all those armaments on board, it would be a huge loss to almost a single person that invested. So, the practice of other people investing in these voyages to mitigate any losses, that of course meant that there was a smaller return for a single investment. However, when one person invested in a number of voyages, then they can make the same amount of money, while the possibility of losing one voyage either to piracy or inclement weather, they would mitigate their losses. That's why merchant guilds and trading companies, kind of like the Muscovy Company who we talked about last week, that's why they were cropping up all over Europe. Investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage. It wasn't just the merchants, though. Nobility, all the way up to royalty, were invested in these voyages. If you remember, Columbus was unable to get his voyage before he had met the King and Queen of Spain. This brought in a lot of other investors for Columbus that actually managed to get the voyage paid. This was typical in England as well. Whenever Elizabeth went back to voyage, many other investors at the court decided that this was probably a safe bet, and if nothing else, it looked very good to the Queen to be invested in something that she cared about. You could usually expect some members of the Navy in Elizabeth's court to be investing in many voyages, but they managed to convince Elizabeth herself, and other members of the Privy Council were likely to invest as well, even for voyages that weren't publicly known to have the backing of the crown, such as John Hawkins' voyage. They couldn't exactly put out a press release saying that these voyages meant to undermine Spanish trade in the Caribbean were backed by the crown. However, they were backed financially by the Queen and many of her highest councilors. This was the only plan to both the Portuguese and the Spanish, and it was something of a gamble. But she was betting on Philip of Spain's need to keep himself out of the war. He was still engaged in war. He was still at heightened tensions with France, and most importantly, probably, he was still in North Africa, in open war against the Muslims. In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had essentially come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary Queen of Scots in her custody, which had somewhat helped tensions between France and England subside, at least anything coming close to active warfare. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off the port of Antwerp. This was essentially a game of diplomatic chess, and right now, Elizabeth was counting. Her adversary was Philip. It was probably Guzman de Silva, the Spanish ambassador. He was the man that really contested every move of the Queen. He confronted her openly on the second voyage of John Hawkins and her role in it. Elizabeth claimed that John Hawkins was nothing but a prosperous merchant who had her blessing, but not her backing. However, all that De Silva really had to do was look into the harbor to see that John Hawkins was outfitting the Queen's own ship for his next voyage, to know that she wasn't exactly being truthful. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted De Silva, as well as King Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's moves against England. She would tell De Silva that the seas were free, and that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean could only help the Spanish citizens. Guzman de Silva wrote again and again to King Philip, and King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give any ammunition that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more dismissive treatment. When he came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage, the Queen told him that his protests were essentially pointless because he had already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune in gold, wax, ivory, and pearls. These attacks of his second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Love's voyage did so poorly. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, he was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Hawkins. Merely having his name attached to the voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, and probably actually the Queen's lover. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and they became somewhat devoted to each other, probably falling in love. He was in the Tower of London before the plot that rebellion to undermine Queen Mary and Elizabeth's throne. He was, from the time of Elizabeth's succession, really her most trusted advisor, and he was probably the one man whose loyalty was never in question. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, even known to come into his bedchamber sometimes very late at night. Dudley was given some of the highest honors at court and some of the most responsibility of any man in Elizabeth's court. She even named him regent if anything would happen to her, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth fell ill. The next man that you would see on the list of investors for this voyage was really Dudley's main competition for influence at court and the Queen's favor. He was the highest advisor that was on her privy council. His name was William Cecil. He was the guy that really saw the day-to-day bureaucratic line of England. He was a notoriously honest man, the man that Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truths that nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley. Now, Dudley and Cecil were bitter enemies. They couldn't be more different. Really, their personalities were somewhat symbolic of Elizabeth's England. Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young and handsome, and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you'd have a picture of Dudley. He would wear very fancy shoes and brightly colored stockings and those strange fluffy shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and a big flamboyant hat, probably with a feather sticking out of it and a sword at his head. Cecil, on the other hand, was a Puritan. He would have worn almost all black. A very plain black coat, plain pants, plain boots, probably a hat, and instead of a sword on his head, he probably had a folio under his head. And these were the two most powerful men in Elizabeth's court, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, maybe not openly, but the competition was something she saw as positive. These men started to gather supporters who would travel around the capital armed, and they would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or Dudley. And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would even be spilt. Cecil said that he didn't approve of these violent interactions. He was a man who thought that was inappropriate. However, he probably backed it from behind the scenes. It's similar to how he said he didn't approve of these maritime adventures all over the world or those who invested in them. However, in John Hawkins' third voyage, he invested some of his own money after seeing some of the returns that his friends and colleagues had. And then came essentially everybody else in the London elite. Other lords, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Pembroke, the Lord Admiral of the Navy, William Winter, who we spoke about last week, and his brother George Winter, who was another major figure, John Hawkins' older brother, William. Then came essentially all of the merchant families in London, any major guilds or leaders in the commercial sector, not just from London, but from all over England, especially from Plymouth, John Hawkins. Everyone who was in England wanted to share in this voyage, and they all bought in. John Hawkins was extremely wealthy. He had all the money and provisions and armaments he could need, and a crew was somewhat harder to come by. Voyages to the African coast had a reputation, and men who sailed on those voyages frequently didn't come back. And even those who did, they made no money. They didn't get equal shares by any means. They got paid a stipend, and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners in England, so they had to resort to pressing. They would get men drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just attack them in an alleyway, knock them over, and then these poor men would wake up on that ship on their way to the Americas. The press gangs were efficient, and after only a few days, they had the men they needed to flush out their ships, and they were ready to set sail. And on October 2nd, 1567, they did so. There were 6 ships total. The 2 that belonged to the Queen were the 700-ton Jesus of Lubbock, which was the flagship captained by John Hawkins himself, and the 300-ton Maine. The other 4 ships belonged to Hawkins brothers, William and John. First of all, the athlete William and John. Then there was the Swallow, the Angel, and the Judith. Now we know Francis Drake was aboard the Judith. However, reports are conflicting as to what his rank on the Judith was. Later in life, Francis Drake would say that he was captain from the moment they set sail. There were also testimonies from some of his men that said he was the captain from the very beginning. These testimonies, however, were taken by the Spanish Inquisition, and they were looking at the time for as much evidence to implicate Francis Drake in as many crimes as possible as they could find. So these testimonies aren't exactly trustworthy. But he was, at the time, at least on board. It's also important to mention that this was more than just a merchant voyage. This was a national undertaking, and these ships were heavily armed. The Jesus of Lubbock had the Queen's own colors alongside the flag of St. George flying atop the ships. They were bristling with cannon, and the men aboard them were, in many cases, highly trained soldiers of the Queen's own army. And John Hawkins had in his possession a commission from Queen Elizabeth II that ordered him not to offend England's allies, mainly Portugal and Spain. However, John Hawkins had no intention of following these orders, and Ambassador de Silva knew this. Just a few days after setting sail, the fleet was scattered by a terrible storm. Nearly all the ships lost sight of each other, and the Jesus of Lubbock took severe damage. It was so bad that just a few days after setting out, John Hawkins seriously considered turning back and going back to London. When almost as soon as the storm ended, the Angel managed to find the Jesus of Lubbock. They decided that the best course of action would be to go ahead and continue their voyage to go to the Canaries, which every ship in the fleet knew was their first destination. The Minion, the William and John, and the Swallow had found each other as well, and they were heading to the Canaries. However, Drake's ship, the Judith, was nowhere to be found, and it was presumed sunk. It took a few days, but when John Hawkins had nearly made it to port in the Canaries, he caught up with Francis Drake, who was almost certainly its captain by now, and sailed straight through the storm with no loss of life and almost no damage to the ship. This had to be kind of impressive to John Hawkins, who was an old friend but a highly accomplished ship's captain, and he was limping. Drake fired off a salute to his admiral, and they discussed what to do. Drake had been to this same port on the voyage of John Lubbock just a few years before, and they had been very badly received. He didn't want to sail into port on his own, and that was probably a smart move, because when these three ships made landfall, a militia was marched out to the docks and put in place to guard these English ships. The harbor master came out to inspect the ships and saw that all three of them were bristling with firepower, and that the men on board were heavily armed and obviously well trained. But he also saw that the Jesus was badly damaged and gave the English permission to repair them, as long as they agreed to stay on board, not go ashore, and not cause any trouble. Luther, who has just escaped almost certain death from a terrible storm almost immediately after leaving home, and on your first landfall, you're not allowed to set foot on land, where you can see taverns serving ale and fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. Well, sailors don't take to those words too well. Intentions were very high. Two men found themselves in what could be considered a violent disagreement. One of them was named Edward Dunn. He was the captain of all the soldiers. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of all of the soldiers. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore and fight a duel. Now, Dudley went to shore first in his own boat, and John Hawkins stopped the second man and followed him. Hawkins stopped the duel from taking place, which would have broken his promise to keep his men in line. However, Dudley was outraged. Harsh words were almost certainly exchanged, things began to get a little bit violent, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with the hilt, drawing blood. Now that's a mutiny. It's mutiny to strike any senior officer. John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to forgive, except that he was the admiral of a fleet commissioned by the Queen. He said that this was as bad as striking the Queen herself.
You had to know.
Hawkins ordered Dudley
There's a very
chains. He drew his harquebus, he pointed it directly at Dudley, and told him to say his prayers and prepare to die. Dudley pleaded for his life. He begged for forgiveness. The other Englishmen begged in his favor. Even a foreign priest came down to see what was happening and to beg for John Hawkins to spare his life, which finally he did. He helped Dudley to his feet and removed the irons himself.
Yeah, that
There
was a
were no
very
more
big culture shock
incidents.
to me
Well,
to understand.
Hawkins had received word that the rest of his fleet was waiting not too far
Fundamentally
away,
different way of
and
life.
as soon as
But
the Jesus
the
was
interesting
repaired,
thing
they
is,
set sail to meet them.
human nature.
When Hawkins and Drake arrived in port where the other
There's
three
something
ships
about the
were
Russian
waiting,
system that
a celebration
reveals
ensued.
human nature more
The governor
intensely
was kind
because
enough
of
to
the
bring them
underground
food,
nature of it.
wine, and
You just
even
get to
a large number
deal
of
with
fresh
greed and
oranges.
trust and all those kinds of
However,
things.
in their
the United
revelry
States, there
and
is much
in their
more
drink,
power
many of the
to
Englishmen
laws,
began to
rules,
disrespect
that
this
follow.
warm welcome that the
You
Spanish
have
had given.
to break the rules
They went
nonstop.
ashore and they burned effigies of the saints. They shot their cannon at the local church. They overturned the cross, and they even set fire to the door of a local church.
I have a friend.
Now, these men were English Protestants, and they fell into that same sect of society that William Cecil. They were Puritans, and they were highly religious. They held prayers on board 3 times a day, and every ship in the fleet had a priest on board.
Yeah, that.
They saw their actions in the Spanish war as defensive and justified in the eyes of
bribery,
God.
all those kinds of things.
They saw the Catholic veneration of the Pope, the
Corruption,
saints, and the Virgin Mary as ungodly and sinful and the worship of false idols. And they weren't alone in Europe. They were members of what was really a growing and divisive movement. There were other groups of Puritans doing similar things, such as the Anabaptists, or you even see similar stuff today when, say, Muslim extremists in the Middle East will destroy what they consider false idols. Groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS have a long history of defacing some of the world's most treasured historical landmarks because they consider them something that distracts from God. So make no mistake, the men on board this English voyage of John Hawkins were extremists and zealots, the kind of men who would disrespect a warm welcome by setting fire to it and shooting your church with cannons. The question is, though, is that what Queen Elizabeth would have wanted? Now, we know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish trade, and we know that she wanted to send a message of defiance to Philip, and she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing military presence that was something to be feared. But does a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really project her power? Or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation of brigands and pirates? You know, she may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job a whole lot harder when dealing with Spain and
What was
Portugal.
your name? Germany.
So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins' fleet was chased them. They decided to move on with their journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing villages, similar to John Hawkins' second. They started capturing slaves on the coast. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer prizes. Soon, they came upon a French fort, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time that history starts to get a little bit involved. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that 1 or 2 of the French ships were added to the English fleet. We don't know whether or not these ships were taken
So
by
how did you
force.
enter the United States?
Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but 2 of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen they found at this port agreed to accompany the English on their voyage. After all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves deciding to turn pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed it on the English. See, it's recorded that at this time a French ship called the Don de Dieu, or the Gift of God, joined the fleet commanded by a French captain named Paul Blondel. However, it's also said that a few days later, the English fleet came upon a group of Portuguese ships and took them by force. Now, a ship in that fleet called the Rothschild, the Grace of God, was reportedly given to Francis Drake as his first captaincy. However, there are pretty convincing accounts that Drake was already a captain, according to some records, and the name of that Portuguese ship, the Grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the Gift of God. So, was Drake's first captaincy on that Portuguese ship that they took by force, or was he already a captain and did a French ship joined their fleet captained by a French captain? And then it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture African slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in Africa, making alliance with certain African kings and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had struck a deal in which they would split any captives taken between them. In addition to that, it's said that the fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later was much larger than the one that set up in England. So I tried to synthesize these different accounts from all of the testimonies at the time, as well as other court documents and primary sources, as well as the later accounts of Drake himself, and the different accounts from historians that came later. There are many different stories, but it all seems to point to something. It sounds like when Hawkins was making alliances with the different kings, he sent Drake along with some other ships on ahead to pursue his own mission. From Drake's own men and his own accounts, it sounds like he actually befriended some of the French pirates on the coast of Africa. Now, this is not out of the question, because if you recall, on his voyage with John Lovell, they allied themselves to some French pirates. It's even possible, although there's no proof, that Drake would ahead to meet these French pirates on the African coast. You see, most of the French pirates of the time were rebels against the crown and Protestants themselves, people that these Protestant Englishmen would have had something of a kindred spirit. So it makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with some French pirates, they might attack some Portuguese Catholic ships, and then later say that they weren't the pirates, it was the fault of either those dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen. You see, the reason this becomes very confusing is because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Portuguese Gracia de Deus, the grace of God. They're going on a revised account that came later, many years later, from some of Drake's men. It said, quote, Francis Drake was made master and captain of the Caravel after he took that supposedly Portuguese ship. However, these historians are dismissing earlier accounts from some of the same sailors who said that Drake was captain of this. However, a prominent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry Kelsey, believes that his first captaincy was in fact on the Jute at the outset of the war. So it seemes to me that Drake was probably made some sort of, maybe you call him the vice admiral of the fleet, using his own talents at piracy, which we know he has had a long career of already, to join up with some notorious French pirates and add their ships to the fleet, which they would use to harass any Catholics on the African coast, as well as add the total number of African slaves that they had taken, while both being able to have a certain amount of plausible deniability of the authorities at large. There's no account of Drake being given a solo command this early. However, later in the voyage, there will be official records that he has been given his own solo command. So, while this all seems very plausible to me, don't quote me on your history. However, after the exploits of Drake and the exploits of Hawkins, the fleet met back up a little bit larger than it was when it left England. They had about 500 or 600 slaves, and at this point, Francis Drake is undisputably Captain Francis Drake. The fleet crossed the Atlantic and made for Britain. Their first landfall was at Dominica. However, there was no European settlement at Dominica, so they got some fresh timber, restocked their water, and moved on.
That didn't make any sense.
To once again quote Susan Rodgers from the
Canadians
Pirate Fleet.
take a flight from
Quote,
Mexico City.
at his next port of call, the island of Margarita, the English found the town abandoned and sacked, quote, and the manor all spoiled and burned, with the walls of the house scrawled in charcoal with the phrase in the French language, vengeance for La Florida. Neither Hawkins nor the Spanish had known that the Florida Indians had virtually destroyed the remaining Spanish outposts by early 1568. Ever the crowd pleaser, Hawkins vowed to apprehend the French corsairs, after which their Spanish hosts were so grateful that 9 days of friendly trading, running for gold, and feasting followed. After their brisk trade, the English left Margarita and headed to their next destination. That was a place called Oberata, and they found Oberata as well abandoned and set by the French. Once again, Hawkins sent men out to entice the colonists back to town, and they set up what could be described as a truly important on the beach. He learned from the colonists that the French had also attacked Ponce de Leon and the Spanish capital. And he began to trade with them, occasionally even trading slaves and keeping the rest of them on shore.
We are going in the southern direction.
Now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of speculation. If we assume that what I said earlier, that in fact several French pirates had joined the English fleet that had similar goals to the Englishmen, then we can assume that the French traveled across the Atlantic. Hawkins and especially Drake knew what a tough time they were going to have selling not only their goods but their slaves. The voyage of John Lovell had a huge problem getting rid of these slaves in Spanish territories because the Spanish government had forbidden anyone to buy them. In fact, any trade with the Luteranos was completely out of the question. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade as they had been ordered to do, well, they had to find a way to sell the slaves, to convince the Spanish colonists in the Caribbean to buy them. Wouldn't it be kind of a masterstroke, some really super villain level machinations, if these Englishmen allied with the French pirates who Drake had met on his previous voyage with John Lovell, and then sent the French pirates ahead to sack the Spanish settlements at which the English were going to land shortly thereafter. And then John Hawkins would sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that they needed, the shelter they needed, as well as the protection of the many English soldiers from these French corsairs. And then once they felt safe and happy and realized that they were going to rebuild their settlement, he just had the goods and the slaves that they would need to help in that building. This would allow Hawkins to not only complete his original campaign, in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending England's allies, as well as make himself a personal fortune and repay his investors handsomely. This wouldn't break Elizabeth's rules, and yet it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historians who make this same conclusion, so there may be some very good evidence out there that completely refutes it and is to prove to be total nonsense. But I really like this story. The idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their fleets together to work in tandem to make money off of the Spanish and disrupt this pirate trade which they both despised. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins had a brisk trade in other goods, but his slaves were a few were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying as much as he wanted. So he ordered his ships to be careened on the beach, that is, clean of all the barnacles and other nastiness that ships go like on the sea, and wrote a letter to Ponce de Leon. He also wrote a letter to the local bishop offering to bribe him if he would convince them to buy his slaves. However, it took a long time and no answer was forthcoming, but eventually Ponce de Leon did write Hawkins a letter that said, quote, "Before my eyes I saw the governor, my predecessor, carried away into Spain for giving license to the country to traffic with you at your last being here, an example for me that I fall not into the like or worse."
There is some incompetence.
So the Spanish colonists who were living with and being protected by Hawkins for a while decided that after hearing this news from Ponce de Leon, they should flee again and run back into the wilderness in the interior of the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis Drake, got his first recorded solo command. He was sent to John Hawkins' next destination at Rio de la Hacha while Hawkins finished careening the ships. To quote one of the sailors on board that voyage that Francis Drake was now in charge of, quote, "The Spaniards shot 3 pieces at us from the shore. We requited with 2 of ours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot of the town, where we rode for 5 days, in despite of the Spanish and their shot. In the mean space there came a caravan of advice from the Santo Domingo, whom, with the angel and the Judith, we chased and drove to the shore. We fetched him from thence in spite of 200 Spanish arquebuses shot, and anchored again before the town. Till our general's coming, he anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of 1 man, whose name was Thomas Surgeon." There was a lot of lack of John Hawkins had sent Francis Drake ahead with 2 other ships to test the waters at the port of Rio de la Hacha, which had probably been warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with these Englishmen. And when Drake got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated back into the ocean to wait for John Hawkins and the rest of the fleet to arrive. At which point, Hawkins landed the many trained English soldiers on shore, and they took the town by force. The English well and truly sacked this Spanish town. They killed any defenders who decided not to surrender. They raided the Spanish treasury there. They quite literally raided and pillaged the entire town. And when Rio de la Concha was finally completely at the mercy of the English, they decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Spanish. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hawkins and John Lovell had attempted to use in the previous voyages, but it was really at that point more of a ruse. Now, on this voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their slaves. After unloading much of his cargo, they left Rio de la Concha and headed to Cartagena. Cartagena was to be their last port of call. It was a much richer port than anywhere they had seen, and desperately in need of slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make all their profit here. However, Cartagena had gotten the same notice from Ponce de Leon, and they found it a much better defended port than any they had visited previously. So once again, Hawkins resorted to commerce by force. He fired off his cannons several times into the town. However, Cartagena was able to respond in kind, and they were unable to land and unable to sell any of their slaves in the town. And it was getting close to time to leave. The weather was going to go dangerous very shortly. Hurricane season was on the way, and they realized that they could not wait any longer in the Caribbean. So they decided to cut their losses and pay for the home, which really there were hardly any losses at all. They had made a tidy profit on this. Nobody was going home poor. They raced north to catch the trade winds that would take them back to England. However, when they reached the Strait of Florida, the men said later that they could smell a hurricane coming. These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they had seen storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs were out. John Hawkins, who was aboard the Jesus of Lubbock, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to bear the sea. For in her stern, on either side of the stern, her planks did open and shut with every sea. The seas being without number, and the leaks so big as the thickness of a man's arm, the living fish should swim upon her ballast as in the sea. The storm winds battered the ships aimlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water pumps constantly and filled every hole only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hawkins thought about taking the order to their ship. This was much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of their voyage, and most of the men did not believe that they were going to make it out alive. But the winds did, finally, die down. However, their fortunes did not improve. William and John was lost, nowhere to be seen, and presumed sunk. Each of the ships needed repairs desperately, but the Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship to be lost on its way. They sailed around, searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back to England. However, it became apparent that not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, they were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm had blown. None of their sailors, or their pilots, or their captains knew these waters, and they drifted endlessly on light breezes for days. But then, on the horizon appeared two Spanish ships. Captain Strait was sent out after them. His ship was sleeker and faster, and he captured them immediately. He found food and water and wine, things that the men on board his fleet needed desperately. He also found a Spanish captain and pilot who knew where they were and where they were going. They had drifted all the way into the Gulf of Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. The Spanish ships were headed to the port of Veracruz, which was the closest major port where they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return home. So John Hawkins gave the order to sail for Veracruz. 3 miles from the harbor, John Hawkins ordered the English colors upon his fleet struck down. He wasn't sailing to some out-of-the-way Spanish outpost in the Bahamas. He was sailing to the Spanish Main, Terra Firma. This was a very important city. and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an explosive. The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins and the English soldiers, it appears that they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength from which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the accounts of the Spanish, it is said that they sent out a fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed into their harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish main. They were allowed to stop on an island just off the coast.
And then somebody picks it up and does
It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something from a position that controlled the harbor, because they learned that only 3 days out was the Spanish flota. That is an extremely important fleet, and this flota had on board a newly appointed viceroy, a man who meant to prove himself against these English corsairs. When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worsening, hurricane season was well and truly upon them, and the flota had to make it back to Europe before the navigation became an hassle, as did the English fleet. Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So they began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor as every day passed. Both men needed to reach an agreement as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages. There were going to be 10 men from the English given to the Spanish, and 10 men from the Spanish given to the English. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated men. And the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their betters. But the exchange occurred, and the English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return back to Europe. The Spanish did not trust the English definitely did not trust the Spanish. Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showed, as shifting the weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to the islands where our men were, passing to and fro of colonies of all the men that required for their necessary business, and many other ill likelihood which caused us to have a vehement suspicion." The English were ready for this treachery. They had heavily armed men posted at battle stations. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one carried a firearm. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired. On the morning of September 23rd, they were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploded. The Jesus and the Minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon them. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to lead the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the Angel was sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake on the Judith to take many of his men and some of the riches that they had incurred on his voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon the ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake was nowhere to be seen. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us in our great misery." End quote. Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in the hands of the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. And on the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis Drake. Next week, we're going to continue our journey with Francis Drake and look at the opening moves of the conflict against Spain. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed down.
To push back, I don't think you're.
That will all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
At that time, before that, after it was a proud American.
Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. We left off last time, near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up betraying and attacking them. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage for him. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured, and before long, all of them were hungry. Some of them even starved. The winds weren't in their favor, and the voyage took longer than it should have. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of the men ate so much that they became ill. Even a few of them died. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims, camps that they had liberated, a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in a Spanish port. This must have stung after having been attacked by the Spanish and what they saw as a dire betrayal. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to England. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and the English crew was brought on board to take John Hawkins' ship. There, he met his brother, the elder Hawkins, named William, who told him that he had sent Francis Drake on to meet with the Queen and give a report of what had happened at the Caribbean. John Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean as a betrayal. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told where to meet up with him later. He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely, and he did so. Back in London, John Hawkins had three goals. One was to see the name of Francis Drake dragged through the mud. Two was to petition the Queen for letters of marque or reprisal against the Spanish, which he was going to go on the offensive against. And third was to petition the Spanish themselves for the release of the English sailors they had in captivity. This led to John Hawkins being drawn into a world of political intrigue that he didn't really want to get dragged into. However, Elizabeth and the crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in Western history. However, we're going to wait on this. For now, we're going to stay with Captain Francis Drake. His focus has shifted from harassing the Spanish and trying to disrupt their trade to seeking revenge against them, something amounting to almost all-out war, an event that has been called by historians Drake's War.
In many cases, tortured.
This is episode number 8, The Treasure House of the 20th Century. After his meeting with Rabbi, Francis Drake disappears from history for
Never the
more.
middle class and upper
It's
class.
possible that he was briefly
always
imprisoned
the
on the
lower
testimony of
classes.
John Hawkins for having abandoned the voyage.
That this
If
history
he was
stretches
not
back
imprisoned, then it still might have
This is
proved a
yet
smart
another
move to get out of
manifestation
England for a while until the heat died down. There is
There's a
some
lot of
evidence
interest in
that
play.
Francis Drake
China
went on a
watches
couple of
closely.
legitimate and
Russia,
pretty small trading voyages
America
to
watches
Africa or
closely.
back to the Caribbean.
And there's
The next official record that we have of Francis Drake appears when he got married. Now this raises some questions because the voyage of John Hawkins was seen and reported as a financial failure. However, for the young Francis Drake to have raised enough money to support a young wife and future family, he must have had some money put away from somewhere. And she was going to need a little bit of cash to live on, something to nest in, because Francis Drake was soon to go on his next voyage to the Caribbean. 3 ships left Plymouth on November 25th, 1569. All 3 were owned by Edward Hawkins' brother William, and one of them was actually Captain Redmond. The 3 ships sailed to Africa, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slavery on this voyage, just some English goods for African goods. Then the ship of William Hawkins sailed back to England, while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon, sailed west across the Atlantic back to the Caribbean. This voyage wasn't tremendously eventful. Drake didn't keep any official record of it, and the Spanish records at the time record no English abuse in the Caribbean. At least, none that mention specifically Francis Drake or any ship belonging to the Hawkins brothers. There were records of attacks by Luteranos Corsarios, but it's thought that these were probably French Huguenot pirates. The Spanish would have made mention of it if it were Francis Drake. This may have been just another simple trading voyage, or it may have been for Francis Drake a reconnaissance voyage, a voyage where he intended to learn as much as he could from his coming plans. He harbored forms of ill will against the Spanish, sometimes outright rage or hatred for what they had done to him in the voyage of John Hawkins, and he intended to see that they paid. If this wasn't intended to be the voyage of reconnaissance, for Drake to learn as much as possible, well, that information was dropped in his lap. The Spanish had organized a defense against pirates in the region, both French and English pirates. The Spanish had begun a system of naval convoys that would accompany any Spanish merchant ships traveling around the Caribbean. These were heavily gunned ships that would deter any pirates in the region hoping to take these Spanish merchant vessels. If Francis Drake had intended piracy against some Spanish ships on this voyage, he would quickly realize that he had no hope of success against this convoy system. At first, the French pirates in the region had the same problem, but quickly they learned to adapt and evolve to the situation. While even the best of these French pirate ships couldn't hope to go toe-to-toe with these Spanish warships, they were just hopelessly outgunned. They decided to use a different way. They just attacked using rowboats. They have what was called the mothership, but they usually towed or sometimes manned 2 or 3 smaller vessels. Vessels that weren't suited for long-range sea travel, but in the Caribbean Sea, they were small, they were fast, and they had shallow drafts, so along the coast they could get into certain inlets and rivers that a larger vessel would be unable to. Most of these ships had a single sail, but they also came equipped with oars so that they could move very quickly in a slightly wind. They usually had a single cannon on the fore. Now, of course, the small vessel with a single cannon couldn't hope to stand up against the Spanish warship. But this wasn't intended for long, drawn-out sea battle. It took time for a ship at sea to move into position to fire on another ship, and these small rowboats could move quickly, get alongside a ship and board her. They were bristling with men, armed with muskets, swords, pikes, and axes. They could sneak in alongside a larger vessel and board her before any of their crew realized what was happening.
Chaotic.
If they did so at night when most of the crew was sleeping, they could subdue the ship within minutes. At that point, they could loot the ship of any valuables they thought worth taking, get back on their smaller vessel, and sail away before any of the Spanish ships could respond. Even if these Spanish warships gave chase, they were nowhere near as fast as these smaller craft.
What do you think about
They had the element of
from your
surprise and
experience?
stealth. Sometimes, if they were lucky,
You're
they were able to loot the ship and be away before any of the other ships in the convoy knew that anything was happening. This was proving extremely successful for the French
Do you
pirates.
think about the KGB
And once
experience
Francis
he
Drake
had?
saw just how
Maybe
successful
some
they were,
ideas.
he wanted
What
in.
aspect of that?
It's even possible that on this
From your own
reconnaissance voyage,
experience,
Francis Drake
how
took
much
part
that
in
does
some of these
that
French
define
pirates.
you?
There's no
Who you
record
are,
of
how
it,
you
but we
think
do
about
know
the
that
world,
he did
how you
know quite a few
analyze,
French pirates
the
operating in the
geopolitics
region,
of the world,
so
how
he
you
might have seen
analyze human nature.
firsthand just how
I
successful
gotta
these
tell you
smaller
one
men
thing,
were
he had a
at taking
different
larger
training than I
prizes.
did. Mine was
But we
one-on-one.
do know that after this voyage, he rushed back to Plymouth
School, so
and
to
commissioned
speak.
2 of these smaller ships to be constructed. They were disassembled and put aboard his ship, the Swan.
Fundamentally,
Then he sailed back to the New World in 1571.
agent. That there's a very simple
It was around this
there's only
time
one
that the
thing
Spanish
you need to
published a
know.
list of the most
He knows
notorious
German
English
pretty well.
pirates.
So
Most
he
of these
was-
pirates
was he
are the people that
deployed?
we've talked about so far.
In East
The
Germany,
Winter Brothers
not in
Hopkins,
West Germany,
George
not
and
in
William
Switzerland,
Winter,
not in Austria.
were,
That's where
while
this is
naval
the best,
officials
right?
in England seen as notorious pirates in Spain. The Hawkins
learning
brothers, of
here.
course, were on
Right.
there as
So,
well.
this
When
is your
John Hawkins came
classification of
next,
where they set
Francis
the
Drake and his
precedent.
brothers
People
filled out the rest of the
classify
list
that
along
stuff.
with a few other
Yeah.
pirates.
What is the
However,
first
this
in the world, what is the
1571
football
voyage
team in the
began a
world?
plan that would see Francis Drake's name
Big
begin
guys
to
get
rise.
sent to the
He
best
would move
athletes
past
get
his
sent to.
brothers, past William and John
Be on this
Hawkins,
movie.
even past the Winter Brothers, to become the most
Yeah,
notorious
the
pirate
best
in
agent.
Spain's most
One
wanted
would think
vessel.
so. Now, this is
One
not
of Drake's first
for
actions
but
upon returning to Britain was to
I
join
also have it
those
from
who were operating on the
from
northern
horse's
coast
mouth.
of Monaco, what was called then.
Only
This kind of
kind
blends
of
credence to the theory that Drake
Oleg
was operating with pirates
you
on
know
his
who
previous
Oleg
voyage, but now we have
still alive. He was at one
the
point
French were not
the head
alone.
of
They were in
counterintelligence
contact
for the
with a
first
large
directorate.
group of escaped slaves known collectively
And
as the
Putin wasn't the first directorate, and
Today,
he
they're
reported
called
to
the
the
Cimarrones, but
And
the
Oleg
original English
told
documents
me
refer to them
my
as
face
Cimarrones.
that Oleg was
I'm
not
going to
an
use that
impressive
terminology.
uh,
If that's
agent
somehow
training.
a slur or
agent.
derogatory, I'm unaware
Not
of it,
impressive
but I
at all.
don't mean to offend
No,
anybody.
she's
I'm just
biased.
going off the pronunciations of the original
Concentration.
historical English documents. So
Well, yeah,
my apologies
you know,
ahead of
he
time
could
if my
still make it
ignorance
up because he had this big ruckus when he
The
was in Parliament.
Cimarrones
And
were
told
a thorn
the
in
war
the side of the
criminals
Spanish.
about
They
the war in
were
Serbia.
building communities all
Not
throughout
only
the
could he
Spanish
make
New
it up,
World
I
that
would trust
launched
his
attacks on the
analysis.
Spanish, raiding and
I mean,
harassing,
I have to,
also
when
offering
people
safe haven to any
have
escaped
been
slaves.
working very
They were
hard
in
even before
contact
this
with many
book,
of the
trying to
natives of the
understand
area
objective
who
analysis
also
of
didn't like the
all
Spanish
the
in their
parties
land,
involved.
so they
You
were
have to
able to
really
work
keep an
together.
open mind here to
The
see
Bishop
clearly,
of
to
Panama around
understand
this time
if you are to
complained
try
of the
to
Cimarrones. Quote,
help in some way.
the human tongue cannot relate the
Make a
ignominies
better
which
world.
both the French and the
In
Cimarrones
this
have
case,
this year
stop
inflicted
this
here
war,
on all sorts
Yeah.
of persons.
It-
And how
have
1,000 Negroes
all
who
the
arrive
countries
annually,
involved flourish,
300 or
without
more
people
escape into the
remove the
wilds.
corruption and the greed
And
and the destructive aspects.
these
of
were men and
government.
women who had been
People
brought
for all
forcibly
that,
into
you
the
have to
Spanish
put all the
colonies,
biases
and then
aside,
allowed to
all
roam,
the
well, not
political
freely,
bickering, all
obviously,
the,
with property, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies.
I don't know,
Learn the day-to-day activities
all
of the
the
Spanish,
biased
both their
analysis.
merchant activities and their military
There's
activities. They
there's a
knew
lot of
the ins and
propaganda
outs of the Spanish New
that
World
says
better than
that,
anybody
that
else. And so
was a
they proved
good
a
agent.
powerful ally
How
to the
else
French
would he rise
pirates.
to the ranks?
And these
Right.
French
Because
pirates were
he-
the first to
He
introduce
was a good
Francis Drake.
politician,
to
and
Cuba.
he made a lot
Now,
of good
despite
connections. And
his first few
With-
voyages
with the
into the Caribbean,
I-
being
allow me to
on
say
board
something,
vessels
you
that
just,
were accompanying
you know,
slaving
what that
vessels
lesson-
such as the Jesus of
and
Lubbock,
the
Francis
lesson
Drake didn't look down
I
on his
should have
escaped slaves.
figured out
In
myself
fact,
because
in many
I
ways, he
keep
really
on
respected
telling people that
they had
in the
escaped the
intelligence
clutches
world,
of the Spanish and
you
built
never
something
know
truly impressive,
the truth
and they were
100%. When
undeniably
you said,
powerful
Oleg could make that up,
allies.
of course he could.
This must have been something
But
of a
you get to a
strain.
point where
The English,
you force
historically
you
speaking
make a
hated the
decision or
French,
have an opinion,
and the
then
French
you
hated the
use
English.
your
They were
best
ancient enemies.
educated guess.
These
So,
escaped slaves
I'm going
must
to
have had
take
reason
the
to
certainty of the
mistrust
statement that I
and
made back,
any white people that
because
came in
it's
contact
quite
with.
possible that
However,
you're right.
they were meeting to
What I've
ally
noticed
together
about Vladimir
for a
Putin,
common
and
cause.
this is true about, for example,
They
Donald
had
Trump,
two basic things in common.
divisive figures.
First of all,
that
All of the
some-
members
for
of
some
these three
reason,
groups
people's
were
opinion
rebels who
on
were
the
operating
details
outside of the law in their
very
respective
sticky.
kingdoms and
Once
monarchs.
you decide
Now, while the
that
Cameroons had no monarch, they were, as
black
slaves,
hole,
they had
people are not
previously
able to
belonged
think
to
like
Spanish
one
overlords,
act at
and they
a
were
time.
definitely
You don't have to,
operating outside of
like,
the Spanish law
it
of
doesn't
removal.
somehow justify this.
These
somehow
French pirates
doesn't,
were Huguenot rebels who were in
remove
civil
all the
war
evil things
against
that
the
are done.
French
You can
crown.
analyze clearly
And
each
while
of the actions.
Francis Drake was a
And to
hugely
me,
patriotic
it is
man who loved Queen Elizabeth, this was not an official naval royal voyage.
Now you're
This was
saying
a personal vendetta
to
that
be
he
a
was seeing
KGB
followed
agent,
through.
there's a
And
lot of skills
secondly,
involved.
most importantly to this meeting,
And
all
perhaps
three of these groups
raw,
desperately hated the Spanish. The
technical
three groups joined
skills
forces.
spycraft
Drake had his
is
two brand new
not
vessels,
related
which were manned by
skill
both
of race
his
and
English
strategy.
and several French pilots.
And you're
The
saying
Cameroons
some
said that
position
a
is
man who
good
was
at
to
what's
guide
Lying
them,
and
a man who
influencing
knew the area extremely well,
something
Pedro
that
Mendes.
is
He was going to be secretly
significant
of the
talent
representative
ability
of
that
Spanish
agents
settlers.
have that helps you
His plan was to run a
as a
small galley
politician.
up the Rio
continuing to
Cargase.
kind of thread
The Rio Cargase was an extremely
the
important
role
river,
of KGB in
but still is
defining
today. It's the basis for the modern Panama
the
Canal.
heart, soul,
It translates
mind,
into
and
English
Latin
as
of
the
food.
Cargo River, and
Then
it
we
was
return
the
to your
connection
first battle.
between the Caribbean Sea
Soviet
to the
KGB
north
agent that
and the
will
Gulf of
force
Panama
that
to
framework
the
of
south.
ideological
Where it met the
subversion
Gulf of
on a
Panama
national
was a small
scale
town
as
called
practiced by the
Panama.
Soviet Union.
This
So
is today Panama
the
City,
four
the capital of the nation.
steps are
This town of Panama
demobilization,
was where
destabilization,
all of the
crisis,
goods
and
from the former Inca
did a
Empire,
lot of
that
other
is modern day Colombia,
systematic
Ecuador,
describing
and
this
Peru,
kind of stuff.
they were all
So,
shipped.
Can you speak to some
These
of
were
these
goods such
ideas
as
about the
furs and
systematic,
spices and
large-scale
pearls and dyes,
ideological
and
subversion
these were
goes
then
into
shipped
KGB?
overland,
Is there
usually by
that
water,
kind of
over mountains and
ideas?
jungles
Yes.
and swamps,
But,
to get to a town in the north
I-
called Nombre de Dios.
I think I already sort of
Now,
mentioned
twice
that.
a
I think
year,
it has almost
they were not shipping
And I have-
furs, spices,
yeah.
and dyes.
Can you
At particular
elaborate?
times,
good argument.
twice a year,
Let's put it
they would
this
ship
way.
all of the minted
First
gold
of
and
all,
silver
we
from
know
Spanish
that,
South America
the KGB
to the town of
was
Panama
active measures.
to go by mule train over land
So,
to Nombre de
you can
Dios.
call it,
However, this time
fake
of year,
news.
when Drake and his companions were on their voyage,
Fake
was not
news
that time of year. This was the dry
in
season.
countries that are
That was the time of
adversaries.
year when any vessels in the
And
Rio
the Russians
Cargase were
have been
forced to
doing this,
wait.
lately
They had to
by
wait for the rainy
meddling
season
in
before
our
they could
elections
continue their voyage and drop off
focusing
or
on the
pick
left
up
and
their
the right
goods at any of the
trade.
warehouses along the river.
Become
Now,
more
these were
left
all
and more
larger
right.
river vessels,
And
larger
and
vessels
Vasily
than
Petrov
Francis Drake's small
uh,
galley, which could
has
move
a
really long
one of his
this
books,
time.
he has a whole chapter
While these
about
ships waited half the
active
state,
measures.
Drake and the men would
And
row
what
up
he has to
alongside,
say about
board the ship,
department,
and
that's
steal
what
everything they
department
could
was.
carry.
Was
Really,
the one
anything they
department
could
that was
carry.
the least desirable.
Much more than they could hope to carry on their small vessel.
Because
They
they
destroyed,
desk
threw
jobs
away, or
for
burned
people
anything that they
who
didn't
had
think was
come
worth.
up with,
This wasn't
fake
just
stories
to enrich Drake and the
that,
other pirates. It was to
countries
destroy
really
Spanish
didn't
goods for a
quite
large
know
quantity.
much
It's
about
estimated
the
that during this time, on this
Now,
raiding
there were
voyage,
some
Drake and
successes.
the other pirates
Like
stole
one
more
of
than
the
50,000
two
pesos worth of
famous
goods.
successes
This
that
voyage took
that I'm
only a
aware
few
of
days.
is
They
that,
stole a whole lot of
the
Spanish goods,
art
but they
that
also
the
managed to
virus
chart the course
was
of the river
concocted
and
in the
learn the
CIA
ins and outs of
lab.
the area around them. But then,
a lot of
after
people
this voyage,
around the world
Drake
believe
was
that.
back.
And
His
the
mother
other
ship,
one
it
was
was
that
anchored at the Cabo Cativo,
Ed Cahoon
near that
was
northern
a
town of
secret
Nombre de
cross-dresser.
Dios. Now, of course, because of
That
Drake
was-
had left
that
most
is
of his
still
crew
known
on
by a lot of
board
Americans
land
who over a
to
certain age
spy
that
on the town of
this
Nombre
was
de
true.
Dios, learn
But,
the ins and outs of the
Petrov
village
actually
and
traces
its
it back
business.
to
After dropping
a
off
story that
his
was
share of
placed in a
goods back at his mother's ship,
Yeah.
Drake was out just a couple of days
close
later
to
on his
mainstream,
galley, looking for
French
new Spanish
magazine,
prices.
and it was
It was
taken
in
up
late
by
February that he attacked the
more,
Spanish trading fleet. The Spanish
larger
records a group of men armed to the teeth,
newspapers.
led by two men
So
wearing
they
war
had some successes, but
one black
this
and
kind
one
of
red, and they were said to be highly menacing.
massive,
While
well,
the English
thought-out
attempted to take the vessel,
campaign
they injured a
stabilized
number of men
the
and
United
women that
States.
were reported to have killed 4 people on board. The only
capable
name
of
we
doing
had
that
was a nobleman named Diego Azevedo, who is said to have taken boat and arrow through the grounds. The Spanish fought back, and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish cut their anchor cable and ran, they almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned ship and waded ashore where they ran away in the The English, of course, looted their ship, and then when another ship happened along, they took that ship and began to loot it as well.
Also right.
When they were
2 years
gone,
this and 1 year
Drake
that
left
and all
the
that.
Spanish a
Yeah,
message.
so actually just
This message was translated
yes,
into Spanish and
yeah.
handed down through
There's
posterity.
15,
It really
20 years
shows
are needed
the
for
audacity of Francis
decriminalization.
Drake better than anything up to this
Where
point.
you're
It reads, quote, Captain
basically
and others of this
infiltrating
ship,
a country
we are
from the
surprised
outside.
that you ran from us in that fashion, but later refused to come to talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag of truce. We only wished to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk with us without making more damage, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fault. And to any who courteously may come to talk with us, we will do no harm under our flag. And whoever does not come will bear the blame. Do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. With the help of God, it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had you come to talk with us. For in the frigate, you had not the value of 4 silver reals. Done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause to the contrary. If there be cause, we will be devils rather than men. End quote. Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Cargates, where they headed back on the river and attacked a warehouse. The warehouse was in a small town called Adventure de Cruces, which literally translates to Crossroads Warehouse, and they stole goods an estimated 100,000 pesos. On their voyage back to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the river Cargates, they took 3 Spanish vessels, looted them, and sank them. These English and French pirates were becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along Terra Firma. They were uncatchable. They would attack these Spanish ships, run away, and then hide, anchoring in many of the small bays or inlets that were too shallow for the Spanish ships to search. It was said during this time that Francis Drake owned the coast between the Rio Cargates and Cartagena. The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, but they weren't having any luck. Part of the problem was that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care all that much. Drake and the French made a smart move. They weren't bothering the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen and the farmers. They were attacking ships that belonged to the Spanish overlords and merchant seamen, men that the locals didn't really care much about. So these Spanish locals weren't trying all that hard to find Drake and French. However, the English realized that they needed a base of operations. Their fleet was growing. The English had a number of ships, mostly because they had more space to hold all of the goods that they were taken from the Spanish. They couldn't all fit aboard Drake's mothership, and they needed a defensible place that they could put these ships to anchor. They decided to launch a bay at the mouth of another river in South America, Rio de Pinos, which was about 15 miles west of Nombre de Dios. This was a favorite hiding place of the English and French, but they decided to make it an official base of operations. The bay's natural properties made it defensible, and then the English even built some defenses on top of that. They built a small wall around the area, and that wall even opened up into the sea with a large log across the opening to keep any unwanted ships from entering. It was well fortified with all of the guns and many of the arms that the English and French had taken from Spanish ships. They also had their contact with the local Maroons and some of the local natives who they could trade with for any of the goods they might have been supplied to space. But even if they lost contact with the Cameroons and the natives and the trade dried up, the English could last in their new base of operation almost indefinitely. The bay was filled with fish, and the area around the bay, notably populated by many, many birds, for which this new English settlement took its name. It was called Fort Pheasant, and it was from his new base that Drake began an unrelenting, month-long campaign against the Spanish. He launched raid after raid, taking Spanish ships, looting them, destroying their guns, and burning the vessels. At one point, he even took a Spanish correspondence. That was a ship filled with letters from the Spanish New World bound for Spain. They searched it for any intelligence they might be able to find on Spanish movements in the area. They did find some, but then the rest of the letters on board, mostly just letters to people. They dumped those into the sea,
Well, this
Then
is push back
they
against
stole the
your
correspondence ship.
Yeah, that's
This
not
is kind of indicative of Drake's goals on this mission. He was spending most of his time raiding. During all of this raiding, he was mapping out the rivers of the Spanish Main. He was mapping out the coastline of the Spanish Main. He was gathering intelligence on all of the villages in the region, as well as, most importantly, Panama City and Nombre de Dios. He was learning Spanish military and naval secrets and testing their defenses. He had built a base not just for himself, but for any of the English pirates that would come after him, or any of their French allies. This base was to serve as the jumping off point for any operations against the Spanish army. And news of his base was spread, and they were even building a small fleet to defend his base. This voyage was a voyage of preparation and reconnaissance. Francis Drake was almost ready. However, in June, it was time for Francis Drake to return to England. Before he was allowed to dock at Plymouth, Francis Drake was forced to wait. This voyage had not been authorized by the Queen, and Francis Drake needed assurance from the Crown that the Crown could not be held accountable for his actions. He also needed to limit his use of his profits. Drake had stolen an estimated 250,000 pesos worth of goods. In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds. Converted into modern American dollars, that would be about $23.2 million. And he was just getting started. But the situation in England was worse. Francis Drake learned that, in part due to his actions, although there were many other factors, England Spain was a pawn. It was unclear what war was happening. Francis Drake realized that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American theater of war against the Spanish. And he acted unofficially as an English general in the Spanish War. Drake ultimately sent 2 ships back to Fort Pheasant to continue his campaign. The 2 captains aboard these ships were named James Rouse and John Garrett, and he intended to meet them at their shore break that day. While he wasn't here, Drake acquired a new ship, the Pasco, 40 tons, from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had somewhat buried the hatchet. Both the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this new voyage. Drake was going to command the ship Pasco, while his brother John was going to command the Swan. They built vessels. Those are very small vessels. They were to be constructed at Fort Pheasant and carried aboard the Swan. These were going to be 3 better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships. On board these 2 vessels of Francis Drake were 73 men. All but one of these men were under the age of 30. This was going to be an extraordinarily young boy. Then, after his small break and a bit of preparation, Francis Drake set sail again on May 25th, 1572, from Plymouth back to the Spanish Main. It was a quick voyage. They arrived on July 4th. After a short stop in the Antilles and Dominica, they returned. However, they found nothing. All they saw was a wisp of smoke coming. They went ashore to investigate and found a smoldering campfire. No people to be seen, and an iron plaque affixed to a tree. It read, quote, Captain Drake, if you fortune to come to this port, make haste away, for the Spaniards which have with you here the last year have betrayed this place and taken away all the English. I departed from hence this present 7th of July, 1572. Your very loving friend, John Garrett. That was a mere 5 days before Drake landed. Drake decided to ignore the warning. He was going to wait, and he needed a place to construct the ship he had brought with him. It was only 3 days later, and sails appeared on the horizon. Drake ordered his men to their ships and to their battle stations to defend Fort Pheasant. But they were able to relax. They saw that these ships flew the flag of St. George. They were friendly English vessels who knew about Fort Pheasant. When they landed, it turned out to be Captain James Rouse. He was one of the men that Drake had sent ahead of him to Fort Pheasant. Captain Rouse had been around for much of this story. When the hurricane had hit the voyage of John Hawkins, he was the captain of the William and Joe. He had been the man who took the correspondence ship on Drake's last voyage. and it appeared that things were not as dire for the English as they thought. His friends, Captain Rounce and Captain Garrett, were both alive. Captain Rounce had just recently taken a Spanish lesson. On board were a number of slaves that Captain Rounce had taken with him. These slaves had a lot of information about current Spanish movements back on terra firma, as well as the Spanish treasure fleet.
My natural
And the
inclination
gold.
is that person is a cool
It
person.
seems that Drake had changed his views on slavery since his voyages with John Hawkins. He may never have approved, but we don't really know about his feelings back in those days. However, now he ordered these slaves freed and cared for. It could have been an emotional change for them. Perhaps he identified more with these slaves who were poor, downtrodden, wretched souls than he did with the Spanish overlords and the English overlords. That doesn't seem too likely, though. It could have been a religious change of heart for Drake. After all, the voyages that he had gone on that were slaving voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins had each ended in a disaster. It's possible that this may have displeased the Lord, since after he had stopped slaving and begun his personal war with the Spanish Catholics, well, God very much appeared Protestant. Or maybe it was just practical and political. He was, after all, allied with the King of Rome. And holding escaped slaves or keeping them in bondage is not likely something that the King of Rome would appreciate. Regardless, Drake is quoting that he did it, quote, use these Negroes. Now, in Elizabethan English, this might mean that he meant to treat them, or it might mean that he means to make use of their knowledge. Either way, they were freed, cared for, and questioned about their knowledge of Spanish activities. The captains, Captain Drake and Captain Rounce, began planning their next voyage. First, they took an inventory of the arms that they had with them. It was actually a pretty impressive array. They had 6 targets, 6 fire pikes, 12 pikes, 24 muskets and calaveers, 16 bows, and 6 targets, 2 drums and 2 trumpets. For a relatively small expedition, that's an impressive blend of both infantry weapons, firearms, and explosives. The targets are really shields, that's what they were called at the time, and fire pikes, while they sound super cool, are really just pikes that can double as torches at night. But the drums and trumpets, those are terrible. This wasn't just any normal raid. Francis Drake was marching toward Drake and Rounce with their 3 ships and their 4 pinnaces were sailed to Nombre de Dios. Nombre de Dios was a small town. It had virtually no defenses. For most of the year, it had no military presence at all, and no fort overlooking the bay. There were only 100 or so homes and a warehouse. Drake, however, called this place Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world. The plan was to row across the bay at night and wait until dawn. The men in their small boats stayed close to the shore and in the shadows. Francis Drake knew that the plan was somewhat complicated. He knew that if he forced the men to wait to come back all the way until dawn, they might lose their night. Luckily for him, at about 3 in the morning, the clouds parted, and a bright, full moon filled the night with light. Drake saw this as a sign of God at the time of coming. When the clouds parted and there was more light to see by, Drake realized that it was a small wine ship. And the wine ship had actually seen Drake and his men. The wine ship was sending a boat ashore to warn the people about the pirates in the air. However, Drake was able to intercept them and send their boat off to an island offshore where they were no longer going to be any trouble. So Drake and his men debarked and advanced into town. The very first thing they did was take control of a single gun battery that defended the town without incident. There was only 1 guard manning the guns, and when he saw the English approaching, he ran away to sound the alarm. So Drake split his men into 3 teams. His brother took 1 group, and another man named John Oxenham took the other. They were to circle both left and right, while Francis Drake was to take the largest group directly through the center of town. The man who had been manning the guns had run through town, screaming. He had reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to keep time. They marched toward the
We
sea
might
square.
wind up in a world where
His trumpet sounded,
nobody knows any
announcing the
more what's
coming
up
of
and
Francis Drake like he was a general or an
If I
emperor.
was to have a
The women and
conversation
children
with
of Nombre de Dios fled before them.
and
The men
before
rallied
a lot of
before the
years
doors of the church and the local treasure
there
house,
something
holding the
you asked
square against Drake and his men. The church bell
about
continued to sound.
the time
The
indicated,
drums continued to beat,
the time
and the trumpets continued to
We
blow.
are
Drake's men
all of us,
held their fire
men and
pikes
women,
alight,
are
lighting their way. And then
creations of
the Spanish militia fired. One round hit a trumpeter and killed him instantly. Another hit Francis Drake in the leg. The rest hit the ground in front of them
I
harmlessly.
would ask, without
Francis
giving
Drake
away
smiled
anything,
and ordered his men
just
forward.
being high level. Your biggest
The English
success
fired
is
their
your
muskets and their bows.
As a
Then,
politician,
simultaneously, John Drake, Francis's brother, and John Oxenham arrived at the square from either side and opened fire on the militia trying to hold the town square.
He was an
The few Spaniards who were left alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and musket shot broke ranks and they fled.
these Germans
Drake
were
had taken Nombre de Dios with the loss of one
the
trump.
offices and they
Now that they had the town,
got fired.
things become a little bit more. There are two different factions in which the
It
Louis,
was pretty
Nombre de
threatening. It looked like
Dios,
they were
the treasure house of the world,
storm
is
the
told.
office and get,
The first goes as
documents
follows.
and stuff like that.
After taking the town
And,
square, Drake questions a Spaniard he had captured to find the governor's house. When they arrive at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle.
was told
And at the
that,
top of the stairs,
if they
quote,
come any closer,
a fair
weapons would
Genet
be
ready saddled either for the
they
governor
disappeared and
himself
they came back
or
and,
some other of his household to carry it after him.
I don't know,
By means of
somebody
this
in
light,
that office
we saw a
told
huge heap of
Berlin,
silver in that nether room,
what are we gonna
being
do?
a pile of bars of silver
We love
of,
to use
as
force.
near as we could guess,
And the
70
answer came back
foot
that
in length
Gorbachev said
and
that's
10 foot of breadth and 12 foot in
And
height,
so,
piled up
this is
against
where
the wall.
Putin, all
Each
of a
bar
sudden,
was
you know,
between
he was at one
35
point,
and 40 pounds in
member
weight.
of the greatest,
At
the
the
most
sight
powerful
hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house near the water's side more gold and jewels than all of our four pinnaces could carry, which we would presently set some in hand to break open.
Yeah.
As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news and the name of Francis Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from the wound in his leg. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from the loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house, but they decided that they loved their captain more than Spanish gold, and to save his life, they carried him back to the ship. The Spanish gold didn't wait. Now, there are a couple of problems with this
I don't
account.
know if he's religious. He
First,
carries the cross,
Nombre de
but-
Dios did not have a governor's house or a governor.
Somehow, but that
Secondly, imagine
the
any
destiny
pirate
of the Russian
or any
nation
sailor,
would be great.
or really any person at all,
that is sort of
abandoning
that's
the riches of
whether
the
it
King of
is
Spain's
determined
treasure
by
house
God
in
or
favor
some
of one
higher
captain.
power, that is
Well,
very
that
important.
kind of stretches the imagination.
that nationalist
And what's perhaps most important and worth noting is that that story wasn't told until 50 years
it
later.
could help with
The
nation
reality
flourish.
is
So
that
by
the
itself, not
storehouse at the
necessarily
treasure house of the
Oh,
world
that's how we
was
manifest
empty.
itself as a question.
Either the African slaves that they had questioned back at Fort Pheasant had been incorrect, or they had lied to the Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which is a likely possibility. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they had found the treasure house empty.
What
Later,
is the
they
equation
concocted this story to make it a much more heroic tale. But the reality is they were forced to leave empty-handed in the rain.
And
They did,
it's-
of course,
it's a good way to face
take the
the
wine
question,
ship in
because that question gets you
The fleet
concerned.
sailed to
But
Bastimentos Island. It was
because
called
there's another
the
part
Island
of
of
that
Victory
equation,
because it had
which is
large
not
fields
just
of
land
pineapple
versus
and bananas and guava vine. And the soldiers needed to regroup.
the knowledge.
Captain Rounce decided to leave the fleet. He saw in Drake an indecisive and ineffective leader. He also may have feared the Spanish reprisals for Drake's actions, which was probably a smart thing to fear. The Spanish were, understandably, outraged and terrified. They realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of the place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't housed there at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold and silver.
this is
So the Spanish governor in the region sent orders to every town and every harbor to double their defenses, not only on land, but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new empire, so he sent for his allies in the Cameroons. One of the escaped slaves that he had befriended was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes that's described as one of the slaves that Captain Rounce had freed. Other times, Diego is thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and befriended member of that group. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and Captain Drake. The Cameroons knew the Isthmus of Panama. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every village. This was their home. They also watched twice a year when all Spanish gold and silver crossed their home on the backs of a train of mules. So they hatched a plan that when that train came again to transport Philip of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his Plymouth lads and a company of escaped and hunted slaves, were going to steal. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, it was still 5 months away. Drake sent some of his men back to Fort Pleasant. A few other men he set to watch the town of Nombre de Dios from a small outpost that he set up there. Then Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign of his previous voyage, taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his men to take. But, much like on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship ran aground. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers waiting for him, and they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important that it had that many well-armed Spanish troops. This time his campaign lasted 2 months, raiding around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Cartagena, not allowing any ships in or out until his demands were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home, at his base at Fort Pheasant, things weren't going so well. There was a Spanish attack that had seen his younger brother John killed. Shortly after that, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 28 men. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's older brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered a surgeon of the group to do an autopsy. He didn't know how dangerous yellow fever was then, what was killing all of these men. And of course, the surgeon was infected as well. He died shortly thereafter. So the only man that had any medical knowledge at all died off. This was a tremendous blow to the English. But Drake rallied his men. His true strongest trait was that he was able to inspire those around him, even when times were at their darkest. It was around this time that the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in the Spanish records. Before that, he had always been footnote in the voyages of John Hawkins. But now, it was his name that the Spanish were recording as the most notorious pirate in the New World. He was an evil Utilano, a danger to their empire, and they called him El Draco, the Dragon. And then, with his forces depleted but their spirits high, a group of chemical messengers arrived at Fort Pheasant. The Spanish treasure fleet had arrived at hand. A group of about 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroons entered the jungles of Panama. The English were heavily burdened. They all carried weapons and all had armor. The Cameroons really did the yeoman's work of this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths that they scattered the way ahead, and they helped carry the English when things became too hard on them. The jungle was not a place that the English were very comfortable. It was filled with anacondas, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, heat. They did, at one point, have the pleasure of visiting a Cameroon village where they found a well-built, well-dressed, and prosperous community. This was far from the assumptions that the English had of what these Cameroons lived like. But then, one day as they neared the city of Panama, the man guiding the voyage, a man named Pedro, leader of the Cameroons,
I could say
gestured
where they
toward
would
a
pass
tree
by,
for
like
Drake to
on their
climb.
way from where they
In the
lived
tree,
to
he found a
the
small
United Nations,
stand,
for instance.
a place where he could rest.
So,
And he
and,
looked
and mine
north,
was,
where he
my
could see the
signal
Caribbean Sea.
spot
Turning his
for me
head,
was
looking south,
on a
you
support
could
beam
see
for the
the
elevated
Pacific
A
Ocean.
train.
Drake later said
And it
that
was
he, quote, besought Almighty God
morning in
His
December
goodness
that I
to give
walked
him
by
light
there
and
and
leave to sail
looked at
once
it and
again
never
on an
expected
English
anything.
ship
There
in
was
that
this red
sea.
dot. It was about the size of my fist with a
But then the
red
night
paint.
the ambush arrived.
And,
They waited in a house
and
of
since you have
mangrove
done it
along
already,
the road.
I think I can
Late
curse
into
at
the night, they
moment
waited in
because
silence.
the only way
Then
I can
they heard
really
footsteps on the
indicate
road.
how I felt is
One English
shit.
soldier stood ready
because that
to
was the
attack,
danger signal.
but he
It
saw
was
only
like
a lone
you
horseman.
must,
The
you are
Spanish
in
scout
severe
rode
danger.
back, alerting the
You
Spanish.
need to get
The
out of the
English
country as soon as
ambush
possible.
was formed.
There was
They had
a
to be on their feet.
protocol
So
that
they
I was
took
supposed
a
to
small
follow. I wasn't
Spanish
even
village.
supposed to go home.
They
I
attacked,
just
but they
needed to
killed
was
as
supposed to
many
get my
people as
reserve
possible.
documents that I
The
had
only people killed were very few
in a
who,
park
in the defense of their homes, admittedly
Bronx,
attacked the English
and make a
first.
beeline to
And
the Canadian
Drake
border.
issued a message that
I went
everyone in
ready.
town was to
So I
remain
like
violent.
ignored this thing. I
He
mean,
actually
didn't
went
completely
from door
ignore
to
it, but I
door,
went on
assuring
to work.
every woman in every home that they were
A-train.
not going to be
Went
raped
to
when the
work.
English were there.
And then
And
I
while
went to
these
my
reports
cubicle
might
and
sound
stared at the
ridiculous,
computer screen
they
all day
actually
because I
come
couldn't
from
think.
the Spanish
I couldn't think
themselves.
clearly about what to do,
They
what
said
to do,
that
what
Drake
to
and
do.
his men were
The reason
respectful
for this
and courteous, at
indecisiveness
least
was
as
that
far as invaders go.
but
But this was just the ruse. They had no desire to attack Spanish villages in the area. They just attacked the village, stole a few valuables in hopes that the Spanish would believe that they had looted the town, taken what they could, and let go. They had to wait for the Spanish to lower their guard again, and to all agree amongst themselves that the English had left the area. The months that followed were even less pleasant.
Look at me with these
They
big
were
eyes,
hot,
lovingly look
awful,
at me,
and they hated the jungle. However, they
when
met
I
a
started
very
my
welcome and
entry
very respected
into the
Huguenot
human
pirate.
race,
He was a French
because
corsair who was
I
greatly
just fell in
feared,
love with this girl.
named Guillaume de Testu.
That's when
They
love
decided to
came
join
back,
forces
and
with
it was
this French
completely
pirate.
unexpected.
The two captains, Drake and Testu,
And
knew
there's a
of
lot
each
of
other.
fathers
They
who
had heard
understand,
of each other's exploits, but they had never
particularly
met.
fathers of girls who
However, in
understand
the time that
what
they were
happened.
together, apparently they grew
And
really
I
close.
still
They
thought I
already
need to go
respected
back
each other, but really they
because
began to
there
admire
was,
each other as
there was
men of
probably
honor and
some
conviction.
danger. But I hadn't
Once
figured
again,
out how to take
there
care of
was a
it.
combined force of English,
But,
French,
you know,
and
maybe
Cameroon who were going to
you
march
need
into
to
the
have a good
jungle
life and
and
grow up
steal
and
Spanish
have a
goods.
chance. And
This time,
our
they
mother
waited
had a,
closer to
she
the
was from
Already
South America.
Guinness,
She had a
where
fourth-grade
when the
education.
train arrived, it wouldn't
That
be as
would
fresh as
have
it was close to
worked very
Panama
well.
City. The men would
So
be
I
weary from their
played for
trek
time.
through the jungle,
I
and their guard would be lowered
obviously,
as they were reaching their
I
destination.
could be sick.
It
I
took a
could,
full
you know,
2 months
I
of
could be in a
waiting,
hospital.
but
There
finally,
wasn't precedent
the
where I was
Spanish
sick,
sent
where
their
I
mule
could
team
communicate for
across the Isthmus of
3
Panama,
weeks.
and then
So
the pirates
I
attacked.
just
The assault was not
did
one to
nothing.
be remembered. It was quick.
There
The
wasn't a
Spanish
Monday, on a
soldiers
Thursday
were all
was my regular
barefoot, hungry, tired, and
shortwave
weary.
transmission.
They were ready to be
I
done.
just,
The
and
first
they
casualty of the
explained a
battle
little,
was the French pirate himself.
a
They
few
tasted.
sentences.
He was shot
We have
in
reason
the
to
belly
believe that
in the very first
in your
volley
case,
of Spanish
you
rifle
need
fire.
to
But the Spanish
execute
quickly
the emergency
broke ranks
procedure,
and ran.
come home
Once again,
right away.
we see in Francis Drake, a man who was
I still had
determined
some
and
time
yet
because the
was
radio
primarily
could be broken or the
much in the same way that he
with
left
that, I
John
still could
Hawkins
be in a hospital,
behind,
right?
he
So,
left his companion,
to
Testu,
give myself
behind,
some more time.
bleeding to death.
And
And
then
again, Francis Drake defended his actions, saying that Le Testu had
something
told him
happened
to take the gold and silver
where
and leave him there,
it's
so that
like
he
my
could
hand.
defend the English and the
Soviet
French,
agent was anywhere
stopping
near
the
me
Spanish in their
on
tracks,
territory of the
which
United
is
States.
likely a bunch of
So,
propaganda and
waiting
nonsense.
for the A train
However, the English, the French, and the Spanish
dark
had made a way
morning
with
still,
all the gold
uh,
and the silver
Queens
on the
and
backs of the mules bound for the Spanish treasure.
man's a short man in
The
a
total
trench
treasure
coat
equaled somewhere in
comes
the
up to me
realm
from my
of
right,
200,000.
and he whispers into my ears,
This was about
"You gotta come back.
23.25 million.
Or else you're dead." I can't imitate
This,
the Russian
in
accent
addition
with a
to
Russian
any
accent,
other
so-
prizes taken in the past
Now-
few months on the Spanish New
and it
World,
was a pretty
was one of
strong
the
accent.
greatest prizes
The
ever
"you're
won
dead"
by any
phrase
pirate in the Caribbean.
Can't have
They split what they had taken on this
Yeah,
one day
an American would have
between
said,
the English, the
or
Cameroon,
else you're
and the
busted,
French people.
or else you get arrested,
It was
or else
time,
you're dead.
after months
Very
of
strong.
waiting,
So
for
now
Drake and his Plymouth lads to sail
And I
back.
take it seriously to some degree because I
There
knew
was
that
a bit of drama getting to their ship. There were
they had a history
several
of,
Spanish ships waiting in the
assassinating,
harbor.
or at least
However,
trying to assassinate
as
the
Drake was
so,
waiting, thinking that perhaps they had been found out,
obviously
the Spanish ships left the harbor, and Drake was able to build a few fairly quick rafts where he could get his gold and his men
bad phrasing.
out to his ships, which
And
were
but at this
now
point,
Drake didn't take all of
I
the
knew
gold and
that they
silver
knew
that
that
he
we
had
both
won.
knew, right?
He was only
So there
able
was
to
no
carry
guessing.
so much of it,
He found
so
me,
he took
talked to me,
the most
I
valuable
know.
jewels and
So
the
now I
gold,
had to act.
and then the
So,
silver
the next
he
radiogram
buried
I was,
strategically, thinking that he would be able to come back and fight. However, it was well known, passed down from man to man, that Drake was never able to come back and reclaim all of this silver.
that was
And this passed down from sailor to sailor, generation to generation, would go on to form the basis of all of our myths, both the pirates in the golden age of piracy, and any stories told today of buried treasure. And it was said that Drake did even make maps of where he buried his treasure.
And the only
And
thing that
X
was
always
different
marked
with
this one.
this operation,
Drake's voyage
scheduled
back to
for the
England
dark.
was relatively painless.
Oh,
It
and
was
so,
a very
but
quick voyage, it only
it was
took him
still no
about
problem
23
because
days.
it
And on
wasn't
August
hard.
9th, 1573, Francis Drake returned to
100
England.
yards in.
The legend goes that when Francis Drake sailed into the harbor, word spread across the island.
So I go to
Most of the men and
Staten
women in
Island,
town were
I
at St.
read the
Andrew's Church
signal
filling the
that,
pews,
said,
but they began to whisper,
I put the
and
container
the
in
whisper
the drop.
turned into a murmur.
That was the protocol.
And then
There's
people
a,
began to
there's a signal,
rise from their
that
seats,
the
and one by
person,
one started to leave. Slowly
hands
at
over for
first,
something.
but faster and faster,
That is
until there was a
not
torrent of
far
people
from
leaving the
itself.
church, until
That means
finally
I
they
would go
left
in
their pastor
pick it
all
up. The
alone,
reason I
preaching
actually
to an empty room.
uh,
All of the people in town had left to go to the
pick up
docks
this
to welcome
container
home
because there was
Francis
money
Drake,
in it.
their new
So I didn't have to
national
make a
hero.
decision yet. Okay?
Things in
I
England
couldn't store
were
away the
getting
passport.
worse.
It was
The
like I
war
was
with
still
Spain
trying
was
to figure
taking
out
its
what to
toll.
do, what to do,
However,
what to do.
England had several
So I get to
victories
the
to
spot,
hang
I
its
get to the tree,
Next week,
we're
we're not yet going to go into this conflict with Spain. We're going to
even
stay
during the
with
day,
Francis
this
Drake.
part was not, was not
After
almost
returning to England as a national hero, he spends a
and,
little time basking in the glory.
I don't see the container.
He
It
is
was
called
supposed to be
by Queen Elizabeth
a
into a private meeting.
pretty sizable.
This is something that's relatively unheard of. She
And
even
I
sent
do a
her
double
royal
take,
guards
and I
out
look
of the
again,
room
and I
because
look
no
around,
one
I look around,
besides
I look
Queen
around,
Elizabeth
see
herself
if they misplaced
and the
it.
newly knighted
Can't
Sir
find it.
Francis Drake were to hear what she had to say.
Only one of those operations.
Whatever she said to him in that room, we'll never know.
And
Francis Drake was sworn to secrecy.
just doesn't
However,
make a lot of sense.
shortly thereafter, he
So
set
as I'm
sail
walking
on
away
a
from
voyage of
this,
his
like,
life.
sort of
A voyage that would make him a household name in England to this very day, a national hero to the English and Spain's most wanted criminal, and the reason that school children all across the world, even today, know the name of Sir Francis Drake.
That decision
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our
was
website?
made for me. Now you know that I'm a Christian now, and I think that
Over
was
there, you
like,
can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art related to our topics.
there was
We also have on every episode a list of the sources used.
it was it.
In
And
fact, you can
so
learn
what I
more
did,
about any of the topics that we cover. Those
to-
source lists also have links that
well,
go to
first
the
of all,
ebooks.com page for that
I
page.
divided
Pick up a
the
copy of
dimension
anything
and
you'd
helped
like
me
to
to find a good
If you do use the
explanation. I
ebooks
said
as
to
kind
my last letter,
a couple
the
of
secret writing.
We also have an 8-book
I,
search bar
uh,
for those things.
I
If you'd like to
communicated to
support the
them.
show,
I
there are
said
several ways you can do so.
I wish I could come, but I can't
There's a
because I
PayPal donate
have
as well as a link to our
contracted
Patreon.
HIV/AIDS.
Let's go into
That
patreon.com/piratehistory.
was the best lie ever.
There's also an ebooks and Amazon
Nobody
search
wanted to
bar.
have
So
AIDS in their
if you
country.
need to search
Those
for
days it
anything,
wasn't that simple, right?
or
And I
Amazon.com,
knew
you
we
can
had
go to the website
conversations
kind enough
when I was back in Moscow.
In addition
How
to any
they
of that, you
were
can also
snickering
leave a
about
review
what's
on
going on in the
iTunes,
United
Stitcher,
States, you
or
know,
Podbean, all
that
of which will
Ukraine
go to
culture in New Zealand, that I think
Doing this really helps
killing each other.
And the Ukraine culture took you
Once again,
took
and
over
most importantly,
Yes. No, and I was convincing enough. I
Hello.
traced it back to
welcome to
a
the
girlfriend
Pirate History
I had
Podcast.
once that I had
My name is Matt.
actually reported on that,
Thank you for
know,
listening.
I interacted with
Last
this
week,
lady.
we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the Mexican mule trade. These events were known collectively as Drake swore, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation, as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back some of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board a ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on it and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also very powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were of poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley that did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish Adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and well, Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all 3 of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun a plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called A Petty Royal Navy. Now this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London. And most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now this plan is not well documented, it's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you now. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and then there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of Prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, cochineal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shipping work greatly. And gotten up as a force said into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in terrage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other seamen that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship, that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after the secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it to pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships that they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prices. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set his African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcomed in port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what's so important. The captain of the ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to soar. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and putting it in his own possessions. Now, this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now, Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment, but Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain there. Now, this was little more than a band-aid for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Doughty. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumpy. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend they've not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted this trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds, Doughty, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Doughty the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now, at first, Doughty refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Doughty was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Doughty come meet with him, and he really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Doughty went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, stay there, Thomas Doughty, for I must send you to another place, end quote. Doughty was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now, he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and that crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pilots. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Doughty and the other noblemen that were part of his little group, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crewman, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Doughty complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, something to eat that falls from my table, end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman Doughty, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Doughty had stopped plotting. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed outside of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me, and to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him on hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backs down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him, Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge of. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil, I think." End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crewman, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now, this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat, their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his historic voyage 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Easter Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergreen covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, "Now that the Easter Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of a half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses, who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. To preserve the body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny." End quote. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men held a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done, God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that all my men, Lord Treasurer, should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer, and he was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to the men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales, end quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with the ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out with when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period of the voyage. However, due to some of the egos on board and the clashing ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Doughty that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet at what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way for them to cross the continent of South America. They were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate and rest. For some, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue with the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period of history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members in England, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Downey was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts with him. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happens, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Downey. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not at least in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1592. And the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appearing in written form again. And this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, where we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of myth. So beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan, but almost immediately we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event, quote, Within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. But then, from contemporary accounts, journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account, quote, we came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the Saint's Day, and the other Penguin Island, end quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. End quote. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the island aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, was that they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later, when it became a matter of politics, for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to fray. And then you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but a cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, and a fog. They had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a terrible omen. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The 3 ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they recorded later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships, they stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small bay. The Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, well, its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Marigold, as well as men who were on a small pinnace in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, well, they turned up in England, claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if there were some questions arise, it's possible that these sailors were on the Marigold, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to and took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual deserter. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records of it. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for the voyage up till now, and realized that if it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind, he would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Mocha. Now there they managed to collect food and water, they got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of this island that they found themselves. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island, the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed
And
there.
not being hesitant about saying,
De Silva attempted to warn Drake that it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them.
How much money do they have?
But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world.
Is it possible
His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of the stories. It was small, and it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any love for the Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso, and there was a single ship in the harbor. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed into harbor, well, it must have been weather-beaten, covered in barnacles, and looked just terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber, struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye. He screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then, it was recorded later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest, gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, but then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen upon returning home. A series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of La Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship had finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay and let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content on this voyage. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move, and quickly, to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold were still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their headless comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. This territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves in it. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy bronze cannon. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small pinnace that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland, and the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Riego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore. They were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate it, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering, with a man sleeping next to it, and 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping, never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when he did. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, where he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages, women, and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Arica. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than the Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Arica that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, this ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture this ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at them, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, readying to leave to head to Panama. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Panama, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold they could carry? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to debark. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ships tack about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after them. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails, and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had 2 priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to be hailing them. Second was to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known to them. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion, nicknamed affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shipfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and minted coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake her, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold, and they set out to chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on board. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had aboard, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all of the cargo on board the Golden Hind. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to make. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the
You guys
Cacafuego.
get so
He had learned,
trashed, you don't
taking
even
that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to
He's still
catching.
on point.
And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon.
Yes.
He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. The Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which, doing so, would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down while not appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then, from the stern, they dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego.
I don't think there is a.
And at first he asked for the captain's name and the name of the vessel, and a man on board gave a false Spanish name, but the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip.
I don't know how that works.
And there was a pause.
It's
But then a reply came, "Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England." So the Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his, and he replied, "English, I order you strike your sails." And Drake replied to him, "Come and do it yourself." Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, "What seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, 'Strike sail!' and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to render. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, 'Have patience, for such is the usage of war,' and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin in the poop." End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, "a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos." End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure on the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. To let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with 2 members of his group, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Griego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Griego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south. So the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both The Spaniards and the 2 members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization, into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall, and in a lot of ways it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the 2 groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing a song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Kyo, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." End quote. The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be a king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They've built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was, in fact, a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north, It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova Albion to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was, in fact, a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European, who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Babu. And though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his hold. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else in it. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. It wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily lilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman records that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course, Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its queen, Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning the burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the abebooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, AbeBooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an AbeBooks search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an AbeBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either AbeBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
Because you only have one.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for
Everybody's
listening.
just gearing up to try to be as funny as
When Francis Drake returned from his circumnavigation of the globe to England, he found that the situation in Europe was dire. Both the voyages of John Hawkins and Drake's War were really English campaigns in the American theater of war, what was really an international European war. The war was largely undeclared. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare, but in two fronts. It was something that could truly be called a war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in a decades-long civil war. But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These were two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the Protestant forces of the Huguenots and the Dutch and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies on land, they faced them at sea, where they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great warships and a massive armada to take on a great naval power. You need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking in moral fiber, possessed a will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11, The Sea Times. To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about the sea beggars before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea goers, and they're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name of the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't really have as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe.
Which side were you on?
Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're a relatively new time on the block. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, and they built forts and encampments. In order to man and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start inhabiting places full-time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to us. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under him and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that was a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but they had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of Europe, where feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries were called the states. Well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain what were called privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that didn't benefit the people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries weren't always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe at the time. Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a dicey proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on after that. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading hub in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin that wool into some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine wine, riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole world politics. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent. for most of their history up until the time of the 16th century. That was when a line of dukes from the region known as Burgundy began to amass power. Between shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright buying land, these Burgundian dukes began to unify the provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. And that was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. And that same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became a powerful force in Europe. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man that Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was through that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control. Now beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs, those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well.
Yeah, there's so many.
So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single man. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we've talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet this young new Queen Elizabeth. It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1533 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will come into play later. He was born the son of a minor noble house, and despite their blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children in that family, and his mother made clothes for all of them with her own two hands and cooked every meal for all. This was not the lap of luxury he was born in. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin and courtly manners, but primarily in how to read. His read was the Bible, along with some other theological works, mostly that taught them the tenets of Protestantism. In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to Francis Drake's. They were both educated young men who weren't members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life changed. One of his cousins died, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as a province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France, but not under the control of the French crown. That he left William as his sole heir. This made William of Nassau, at 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the King of France and the King of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody who happened to be a Protestant become one of the more powerful nobles in their lands. But instead of refusing his claim, they elected to have him sent to court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings that he was going to need to know. He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low Countries. She also happened to be a sister to Charles V, that current Holy Roman Emperor. His life at court was antithesis to everything he had known so far. While he had been raised a Protestant, Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. Well, his home had been an austere place. The court was opulent. He traded his homespun black wool for colorful silks and linens, and the solemn hymns that he learned at home for the most popular and robust music of the day. William excelled in his studies, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as manners, but as far as the church was concerned and politics. He became a favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in the young. He was known to, when the emperor would visit the Low Countries, one of his provinces, have long talks with William of Orange, alone in private, and whenever they would have diplomatic meetings with other lords, he would frequently bring William with him to learn and discuss with himself. William became a spectacular musician and artist. He really took to his new life very well. But through all of that, he never forgot his roots. He never forgot his hardworking mother who he loved for the rest of his life. And he always remembered the populist
Yeah, I
needs.
always love people in their 70s who are
When
like,
Charles V
getting
abdicated
back to
his
dating
throne in
something.
1555, William was there. He had really grown to be something of a second father to William of Orange, and
The same with
when
jiu-jitsu,
Charles
you see
V
people
climbed
get
down off his throne, he leaned on the shoulder
white
of
belt,
William
white
of
belt
Orange.
that's like 70.
And William continued to play an important role in politics. He was there in France when Charles's son, Philip, met King Henry of France to sign that peace treaty as a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries. He was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid footing. This was something that was typical at the time. These hostages were honored guests of the other court, and frequently William would go on outings with the French king, along with some of the other Spanish nobility around. One of their favorite activities was to go on long, extravagant hunts. On these hunts, Henry would speak freely. Everybody there, they were friends. They were all good Catholic gentlemen nobility. Now, William learned that King Henry of France and Philip II of Spain, well, they had plans to oust all of the Protestants from Europe. Now that the war between Spain and France was over, the French were able to concentrate on their civil war with the Huguenot rebels. Philip, on the other hand, had plans to burn every Protestant out of the Low Countries. Henry would talk about this at length, and William listened to him, listened to all his boastings, but he said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from a Protestant household. His mother and father were members of Lutheran nobility. His own lands in the Low Countries were filled with untold numbers of Protestant peasants. And then, in addition to everything that Henry had to say, William got troubling news from back home in the Low Countries. When Philip had left the Low Countries, after signing the peace accords, and after having all those Spanish troops on Low Countries soil who fight the French, he had left around 3,000 Spanish troops on their soil, something that he had promised not to do. More and more Spanish officials were being appointed in high positions of power as well, something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Countries. He was either duke or prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, those 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil, well, they make a powerful argument. Every day the situation in his home and in his land was growing more and more dire. But William's position itself was
Physical dilemmas.
he was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the king's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't say anything back, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William went to work. While he had been a hostage, a new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Margarita de Porto. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William's son. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, Bishop Antoine de Granvelle. This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Low Countries. Granvelle was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Protestant element there. So really, he was perfect for Philip's purposes.
I mean, they look.
William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies among them, and even began a network of communication, correspondence, that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives. The first and most important to them was to petition Marguerite de Parma, Granvelle, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off of Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries. Naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, they decided to press for Granvelle's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Marguerite that if Granvelle were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granvelle stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granvelle were removed, taken away from power, then they promised that there would be no acts of insubordination and the taxes would flow through them. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, the realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granvelle from office. And finally, they did. Granvelle was sent away to, I believe the excuse was, visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to the Netherlands again. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Marguerite to her court, humiliating and waiting to learn all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good match. In return, Marguerite granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office in 3 provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of these affairs. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the Inquisition was still in place. Granvelle, the man who called the Inquisition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the Inquisition, they were still there doing their jobs. Austin Granvelle had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries.
which is also really nice.
Everywhere,
That's what I
poor
want
Protestants
to
were
like.
arrested and
It's so
tortured.
nice.
Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope.
Yeah, Tracy just
I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dunkle Bolt by Hermine de Lyon.
That's the kind of people that you
It's
could have in your life.
not
as
exactly the
friends
most reputable
and
source.
as coworkers,
It's from the 70s, and
lovers,
in a lot of ways
wives.
it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most
They're real.
colorful writing about this period that I've found, and I'm really in love with this
You have a good
passage, so
tribe.
I'm going to read it
It's
to you.
very important to have a good
Quote,
tribe of people.
Everywhere there was
If there's
loss.
anything that I'm
For
very,
some
very
years, the
good
harvest had been a great
it's the
disappointment.
people that
The
I'm
winters
around.
were severe and
I
long.
have very good
There was
friends.
underemployment,
One of which
poverty,
is
and even starvation.
It's
The heretics
so
became more
valuable
daring,
to
even in the
have
face of the
quality
prosecuting
people
magistrates.
because
The
it
poor
makes
attended the
you
secret
want to do
Protestant
better,
meetings and watched the
because you
heretics dying
admire
like
the
martyrs
hard
and
work
heroes.
these people
Everywhere
do,
there was
like
fear.
Haynes or
Fear of
Goggins
the king, of
any
the
of that.
Inquisition, of
And
another
people that
severe
are
winter without food.
generous and
There were
people
whispering groups
curious,
of people on street
people that are
corners and in the
honest.
inns talking of
They
resistance.
inspire you to do the same.
At last there was hope in action. Groups of people chanted psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted in despair. The attitude in that country was changing. And while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita de Parma, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact for the compromise of nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called the request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madame, they are only beggars." The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Bradero, he overheard this, supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel Renaissance people. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," that went on to be something of a let-them-eat-cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating, after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called, and they raised a cheer. They called out in unison, "Long live the beggars." And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the Dutch. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord. And beyond that, most of these men were Protestants. People who believed that they followed the true word of God while the Catholics didn't. There were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions at the temple. He drove the money changers out. It was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco of Christ driving the money changers out. This was something of a response to this large amount of people believed they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the Netherlands. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing Protestant innocents. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William the Silent, even so did Margarita, so did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita the farmer received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of the saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Münster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, when that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Bildungsstrom, or the Iconoclastic Faith, and it began in a town called Stamboul. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest of what was then the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclastic fury, it spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a wave. People would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to repair to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily it caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy the church. If you're going to use our metaphor of this being similar to the French Revolution, the "they are but beggars" being similar to "let them eat cake," well then this attack, it acted sort of like a Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, were inspired. And the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well-respected members of the church, they were attacked and destroyed. And the non-violent attacks earlier were becoming more and more violent. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic in the Low Countries. This Bildungsstrom moved finally to Amsterdam, and further north and east along the coast. It hit Holland almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic who was in exile in the Low Countries, he described an attack on one of these churches. Quote, "These fresh followers of this new preaching flew down the graven and defaced the painted images. not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the carved work of the brass and stone, brake the altars, spoiled the clothes and poultices, wrested the irons, conveyed away or brake the chalices and the vestments, pulled up the brass of the gravestones. The blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon it. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the Holy Scriptures and the ancient fathers. As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the building struggle, this was almost a fun affair. It had an element of carnival to it. There were people who were around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months, and naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita de Palma or Philip II could allow this to go on. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic figure. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alva established what he called the Council of Troubles, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Law. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic figure. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. William the Silent knew that it was time to leave the Low Countries. He began making preparations even before the Duke of Alva arrived. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called the Count Egmont, to accompany him. But Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He'd had nothing to do with this iconoclastic fury. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's wars against France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alva. They were brothers in that sense. But William the Silent did not believe that this would be able to protect his friend. According to legend, when William left on his journey, Egmont's last words to him were, quote, "Farewell, Prince without a hand," to which William replied, "Farewell, Count without a head."
I do want to try to have these.
And as it turned out, they would both be proven correct.
And I have all the right connections.
Now, William wasn't alone in his exile. There was a flood of noble refugees from the Low Countries. Not only William the Silent, but also two of his brothers left, along with many others. And it wasn't just nobility. The common people were leaving in droves. Many people who had had their lands taken away or their families destroyed left and tried to find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land that would succor them. And this was difficult because they were nearly all Protestants, and there were very few places in Europe that would take in Protestants. The only two that were really available were England and parts of France or parts of Germany. The nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire would officially not take Protestant refugees, but there were many Protestant sympathizers that would sneak in. William and his brothers fled back to their familial lands in Germany, but this tide of people who were escaping elsewhere in Europe, they began making contacts. Many of these people already knew each other and had lines of communication open. Between the Huguenot bands in France, the many Dutch exiles in England, and those like William of Orange that were living in the sympathetic parts of Germany, they began to organize a military resistance. The French Huguenot force that allied itself decided to attack from the southwest, from France itself. William's brother, Louis of Nassau, he was going to attack from the northeast, into Holland. And William the Silent was going to attack right in the center, heading straight for him. The French Huguenot force never even made it to the Low Countries. They were intercepted by a force of their French king before they were able to make a turn back. Alba, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial Huguenot invasion, was able to deal with Louis very easily. His army was small and meant to be more of an irritant, taking back valuable lands while Alba was engaged elsewhere, but Louis was defeated quickly. So William, who had 21,000 troops, faced off against the Duke of Alba. However, the Duke of Alba decided not to fight William. He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented battle to him time and again, a total of 29 times over 3 months. But every time he would present battle to the Duke of Alba, Alba would not take. He would keep his defenses up and not allow William to make any attacks on his position. Any time that William would try to take a city or any other valuable resources, Alba would block his path, but he would never enter battle. This wasn't cowardice, this was strategy. You see, these 21,000 troops of William II, the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Germany. And eventually, all of his money dried up. And when mercenaries aren't getting paid, they're not fighting for a cause. The army dissipated. Soon, William assigned his force to flee as well. The planned glorious military reconquest of the Low Countries was a complete failure. The Huguenot forces were invested in France and could no longer be of any help. William, he was completely broke. He had spent all of his money on what essentially was entirely useless. He realized that he had to turn to other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch-American historian, Dingman Versteeg, quote, "All were men without a country, outlawed by the blind instruments of a foreign potentate, who had endeavored by all possible means to make his royal will law in a country of constitutional liberties. Revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Sea Beggars, that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose like never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events." Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alba, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival of the Low Countries at all, the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were a seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alba and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter, they had their ranks swell with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from neat forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates-turned-patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began a convoy, primarily in a town in Holland called Emden. There was an inn in Emden called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, a pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for himself. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel nobleman.
So these important parameters.
I imagine these representatives were well dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the beggar's inn.
People claim the jury
These
test passed
noblemen's
several,
representatives would
decades ago. I remember someone
confer
claiming that with
with
a
these
kind of
pirate
very bog
captains.
standard normal
When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would
pretended it was
ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a trade or attack a city. And this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else. But frequently, they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had powers in all the ports, manned guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the Stadholder, the military leader in that region, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had that unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the region called Waterland of the danger of possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregating about Emden and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." End quote. It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of a Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage would be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port call. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out in storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alba was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke of Alba. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they had done so, the pirates have attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with a greater loss still on the part of the corsairs. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written up this effort to claim. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order." Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct,
philosophy
passport
behind it, which
for
is
all
the
of the
idea
gold
of
to be taken
can
overland to the
a
town of
machine
Dover.
mimic
From there, it
the
would be given
behaviours
an escort to
of
Andover.
a human?
This was all exactly what she
And I
was
would say
supposed to
wider
do.
than just
She was
language
still
and text.
technically allied to the King of Spain, and
then
this
there
was his
actions
goal.
and everything else,
So she
creativity,
didn't
all
have
these
any
things,
intention at the time of
if it can
betraying
sort of
this,
match and
and
see
as
human
many of her
cognitive
reports suggested,
capabilities,
taking the
then
gold from
I think we have a true
She signed this
so
document
from that
on
perspective, you're
December
right. I think he did
7th.
formulate the
It
right
was then, the
kind
very
of,
next
setup.
day, on December the
I
3rd,
think there'll be
that a letter arrived in London.
in the AI
It went
systems
into the
future
hands of
back to
William
the
Hawkins,
conversation.
the older brother of John Hawkins,
Thinking about the
who was the
Turing
man
test,
that had written the letter.
and
The
also
letter
thinking
came
about
from the
by
Caribbean,
that time they would know which year they
informing
were
William
finally
Hawkins,
able
who
to
informed
sort
the
of
Queen
cross the
that a
threshold
hurricane
of
had dashed her
intelligence.
fleet in the Caribbean,
I think
and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judith and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet.
Pretty young age, actually. So,
The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval
starting to
officers.
play chess when I was around 4
And
years old,
currently,
and then
all of the gold
was actually
intended to pay the
winning
troops
from
who
a chess
were
competition
occupying England's
that I
closest
managed to win
ally
my first chess
was
computer
traveling
when I was about 8
overland
years old. It was a
within
ZX
her
Spectrum,
borders.
which was hugely popular in the UK at the time.
Elizabeth learned that that
It's a
gold
major
did not
machine
actually
because
belong
I
to
think
King
it
of Spain.
trained a whole generation
It was
of
a
programmers in the
loan
UK
from a
because
wealthy
it was so
Italian
accessible.
merchant
You know,
at
literally switched it
10%
on, and there was the
interest.
basic prompt.
Elizabeth,
Just get going.
after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish,
My parents didn't
sent
really
her
know
top
anything
advisor,
about
William
computers,
Cecil,
but because it was
to
my money for
discuss the
chess
terms of
competition,
that
I
loan
could
with the
say
Italian
I
merchant.
wanted to buy it.
She gave him
And
a
then,
better
you know, I
offer
just went to
on those terms of
bookstores,
interest,
got
and
some
considering how dangerous the
and,
situation was in the Low
typing in,
Countries, the
you know,
Italian
the
merchant
programming
saw
code
that
and then,
loaning the
of course,
money to Queen Elizabeth was a much
you start doing
safer
that, you
bet.
start adjusting it, and then making
So
your
while
own games.
en route to
And
the
that's
city
when
of
I fell in
Dover,
love with
all of the
computers
gold that
and
had
realised that they were
formerly
a
belonged
very
to the King of
magical
Spain
device.
was transported directly
In a
to
way, I
Foreign
would
London,
have been
where it
able
was
to
put
explain
under
this at the time,
heavy
but I
guard.
felt that there was
All of
almost
this
a
happened
magical
so
extension of your
quickly
mind.
that King
I always
Philip did
had
not
this
learn of it
feeling
until
and kind of
after
had
it
this
was
about
already in
computers
town.
that you can set
Again,
them
a
up
letter from the Spanish
some tasks
ambassador
for you.
to King
You
Philip.
go to sleep,
Quote,
come back the
the
next
Queen
day,
has
and
taken
stop.
possession of the boxes of
You
money
know, that
brought by
feels
Lupe de
natural.
Sierra's ship
So
and
all machines do
64
that to some
boxes from the
extent. They
cutters
all
in
enhance
Plymouth.
our
She is going to do the
capabilities.
same with
Obviously,
the other
can't
two
make us
cutters in
allow us
Plymouth,
to move
notwithstanding
faster than
her
we can
promise
run.
and letters,
But
besides
this
the
was a
passport
machine
she
to
gave.
extend the mind.
The Duke of
And,
Alba has
and then,
ordered
of course,
all
AI
English ships and
is the
property to
ultimate
be
expression
seized.
of what
They tried to
machine
raise
may
the
be able
mob
to do
against the
for
foreigners,
us.
but
So,
the aldermen and
very
constables
naturally for
acted
me,
well
that
with
thought
possession of the
extended
streets,
into
so
AI
that matter was
quite
ended in the seizure of property. The sloops that
That
these
was
pirates
first
have taken are full with the
Yeah,
Spanish
it's
ships,
just
all very
special
valuable.
No, it was just a basic.
They,
I think it was just basic.
have also
the
seized the
Spectrum,
property
I
of
don't know what specific
Portuguese.
form it was, and then
The
later on I
heretic
got a
knaves of the
Commodore
council
Amiga,
are going
which,
headlong into division, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, but I know not how it will
and
end.
that was incredible. And used to do
The Duke of Alba was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payments. Turned out, it would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean against the Turks. Alba needed money, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning of how tenuous his situation really was. So he decided to kill two birds with one stone. In order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands, he seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. She decreed, quote, any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty, having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext of the Queen to detain in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats, in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping for. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so dire, but if she were the one to break the treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaties, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars. And the sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading partner. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea beggars, led by a man named William. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis with 15 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would, legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by pirates on the high seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenot pirates and some of their earlier days. And then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch in their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the French. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes had. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some pretty important background information into one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, quite explosive. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at PodcastPodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/PodcastPodcast. There's also an iBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either iBooks or Amazon.com, you can search our website. They're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps the podcast knows that we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
And that was a sort of a core component of our vision at the start of DeepMind, was that we would use games very heavily as our main testing ground, certainly to begin with, because it's super efficient to use games, and also, it's very easy to have metrics to see how well your systems are improving, and what direction your ideas are going in, and whether you're making incremental improvements.
Raiding shipping in the North Sea and the English Channel. Others were more recently brought into the trade. They were men who had been pushed from their lives, and as talented mariners, people who decided to take up piracy. They were talking about a new development in their lives. Each of these 18 men was in possession of what was called a letter of reprisal, better known as a letter of scores. They had just received it from Louis and Nassau, their brother, William. For these men who had always been outlaws, on the run, on high seas from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the Low Countries, they now had a measure of legitimacy, and they had to say exactly what they wanted to do. In Guinea and Europe, they were still outlaws. They would have to run from the Spanish just as they always had, and from most of the Dutch authorities. However, in the ports that were friendly, be they the port that were currently in Rabbi Rothschild, France, or any of the ports in England, or even some of the ports in their homeland, the Low Countries, they would be able to stay there without having to sneak in and pretend they were somebody else. They could sail in proudly, and instead of pirates, they would be seen as freedom fighters. Some of these captains saw this as an opportunity to better themselves, make themselves a proper navy in service of their country. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, saw this as license, plunder, sack ships, and raid. This is episode number 12, The Rising Tide. These 18 captains were the most prominent in the group known as the Sea Beggars, those pirates turned patriots that were now fighting for the cause of Low Country independence. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and into the North Sea. Any Catholic ship, be it French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their path, well, they took that ship. Any worthy ship that they took, they sailed into a friendly port and had it outfitted for war. There was no shortage of young men eager to serve on these pirate ships, not just for the plunder, which they would be getting paid, but also for the chance to serve their newly founded country. 3 of these captains at this conference stood out as leaders of the Sea Beggars. There was Lord Dalheim, the man who was giving most of the orders in the group. There was another named Jan Abels, and another named Jan von Schwartz. These 3 men, more than any others, realized that these letters of marque gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility, and not just increased risk, but also the chance for increased pleasure. At nearly the same time that William and Louis of Nassau were granting these letters of marque to their pirate captains, Queen Elizabeth of England was issuing a decree against them. Any Englishman, any English port, or any English merchant that either gave harbour to or assisted these sea beggars would face severe consequences. At least that's what her decree said. In reality, things were somewhat different. When one of those sea captains, Jan Abels, took 5 ships off the coast of Holland, the local authorities there in Holland sent 3 ships out to capture him. Now, Jan Abels had 10 or maybe 11 ships at his command, so he easily could have taken these Dutch vessels, but for 2 reasons he decided not to. First, these weren't Spanish ships. Though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture them, they were Dutch vessels, and he didn't intend to fight them. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, he was a pirate, a man whose object was plunder, not battle, so he decided to flee to England. He had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms blew in and forced him to seek harbor in English port. Naturally, an English harbor official came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel stolen from the Spanish, filled with Spanish loot, and manned by heavily armed Dutchmen. Jan Abels, though, wasn't worried in the least, despite Elizabeth's proclamation. He produced his letter of marque from Louis de Nassau and presented it to Winston, and he assured the man that they had not harassed any English vessels. The harbour master himself took the letter of marque and the Spanish cargo and agreed that everything seemed to be on the up and up. Jan Abels asked the harbour master, Where
with
might
his
be the
human
best
mind.
place to
Not only
sell
could he
his
play chess more or less
entirely
to the same
legally
level as
obtained
this
hardware?
root of a calculation
The
machine.
Spanish ambassador in
But
England,
of course,
well,
Kasparov
he
could
would
do
have been
everything else. He
outraged
could
at
ride
the point
bikes,
of his
study
life had this
languages, do
happened.
politics, all the rest
However,
of the
he
amazing
had
things that Kasparov
other
does.
things occupying his
And
mind.
so, with the same brain.
Only
And yet,
recently, Queen Elizabeth had acquired all of the
brilliant
gold
as it was
intended
at
to
chess,
pay the
it
Spanish
had
troops in the
coded
Netherlands.
for chess.
She had locked it away in a
And,
power fund,
actually
never to see the
had
light of day.
distilled the knowledge of chess
His
grandmasters,
King Philip
into
II,
a
was
beautiful program,
understandably
but he couldn't do
outraged by
anything
this,
else.
and
Like,
there was a
he couldn't even play
constant
a
line of
strictly simple
communication
game
going
like
between these
tic-tac-toe.
two men,
So,
and it was
something
very
clearly
clear
was
that
missing
the Spanish
from
ambassador was in big trouble.
intelligence from that
Beyond
system.
that,
That
ever
we would
since the
regard as
Spanish
intelligence.
had
And I think it
seized
was this
English
idea of
ships in the Low
generality
Countries that were
and also
Protestant
learning.
vessels not adhering
So,
to
and
Catholic
that's
laws,
what we're trying to
the
do
Spanish
without
ambassador had been
Without
placed
the
under house arrest in England,
0,
only ever allowed to leave his home to visit court and see the
parts
Queen,
of
and
this, just a
he had been
fascinating
only under
trajectory
heavy
here.
guard.
But let's just stick
It
on
was
chess.
on one of these occasions while visiting the English court that he saw the
Chess.
Queen
You've,
meeting an
what was that?
emissary from
Came to that perspective.
a notorious source. He was the ambassador from William the Silent,
Is
the
that
de
there's
facto
great
prince
attention
of
to
the
bishop
undeclared Netherlands
the
Republic.
knight.
That emissary was Lord Dalhousie, that man who was essentially the admiral of all the sea beggars. He was the admiral even
Yeah,
of
I
that
was
young
sort of thinking about
hobbits
this,
who was
and actually
busy
a lot of
in
even
that
amazing
English
chess
court,
players don't
selling
think
his
about it
ill-gotten
necessarily
goods,
from a game
buying
design
rounds
point
and
of view,
drinks
so
with
to
his
speak,
men,
my
and
game design
presumably
hat on. I
enjoying
was
some of the
thinking about this,
local
why is chess so
English women's
compelling?
company.
And I think a critical
Lord Dalhousie was in
reason
England attempting
is
to
the
build an
dynamicness
alliance
of
between
the
his
different
men,
kind
the
of
sea
chess positions
beggars,
you can
and
have, whether
William
they're closed or
Nassau
open and other
and Queen
things.
Elizabeth.
The bishop
He had
and the
also
knight.
been
So if you
to
think
La
about
Rochelle meeting
how
with Huguenot leaders,
different
attempting to build an alliance there.
the capabilities of the
These
bishop
three
and the knight
groups
are in
were
terms of the way they
essentially
move.
creating a
And then
league of
somehow
Protestants in Europe,
chess has
a
evolved
league
to
that was
balance those two
struggling against the
capabilities
combined
more or
papal
less.
forces of
So they're both
Spain
roughly
and
worth
France
3
and the Holy
points.
Roman Empire.
So you think that dynamics was always
This was
there,
in
and
response
the rest
to
of the rules are kind of trying
many
to
of these papal
stabilize the
forces'
game.
Well,
moves
maybe. I mean,
against
it's
the
sort of, I don't know,
Protestants
it's
in
chicken
Europe.
and egg situation.
For example,
They
the
both
Duke
fit
of
together,
Alva
but
and
the
King
fact that
Philip
they've
had
got to this
elected to
beautiful
blockade
equilibrium
all of the
where
English
you can
shipping
have
in
the
their
bishop and
English
the
home
knight that are so
ports.
different in power.
Notably, there was a
But
wine
so
fleet that
equal in
was
value
stuck
across
in
the
London.
set of the
It
universe
was
of all
bound for La
positions.
Rochelle in
Right.
France, but not
Somehow
allowed
they've
to
been
leave the
balanced
harbor.
by
And
humanity
more
over hundreds of
importantly,
years.
there was a war fleet
I think
unable to
gives
leave
the
English
game the
shores.
creative tension.
They
And
were
I think
intended
it's
to
what
sail
the
to
bishop and
Germany,
knight.
where they would sell a large
Whereas
percentage
bishop
of
and
England's
knight,
wool.
and
So
they're more or
much, in
less work
fact,
the
that
same.
this
So
really
now you
threatened
aim for a
English
different type
honeybee.
of position. If you have the knight, you want a
It
closed
was even
position.
feared at
You
court
have the
that if
bishop,
this
you want
fleet
an
weren't
open
allowed to
position.
sail,
So I think
this
that
might
creates a lot
collapse
of the
England's
creative
entire
tension.
economy.
So some kind of control.
To break the
creative
blockade,
tension.
Elizabeth sent out
From
her
an AI
most trusted
perspective,
sailors.
do you think
She
AI
sent out
systems
the
could venture
Hawkins brothers,
design
John and
games
William
where
Hawkins,
optimism
from that
might be
troublesome voyage. She sent out
Well,
the
that's an
Winter
interesting
brothers.
question.
She also sent out
Sometimes I get
Francis
asked
Drake
about
and all of his brothers
AI
as captains of
creativity,
different
and
vessels
this
to
and the way I answer that
harass
is
any
relevant to
Spanish
that
ships that
question,
were
which is
blockading
that
their
I
trade,
think
and
they're different
occasionally
levels
engaged
of
in what was
creativity,
really
one could
almost
say.
outright
So I
naval
think
warfare.
if we define creativity as
This
coming
was
up with
really
something
one of
original,
England's
right, that's
first
useful
naval
for a
actions as a
purpose,
nation.
then the
After chasing
kind
off
of
the
lowest level of
Spanish
creativity
blockade,
is like a
she aided
calculation.
the
So
Huguenot forces in the
averaging
Channel
the whole
and
example
kept
you
open the
see.
port of La
So maybe
Rochelle,
very
both
basic AI
for the
systems
French
you
and
say
for the
you can
English
have
to
that.
trade.
So you show it
The
millions
Channel
of
was
different cats,
becoming a
and
place
then
that
you
was
say, give me an
deadly
average
for
looking
any
cat,
Catholic
right?
ships.
Generate me an average looking
So
cat.
many
I would
French
call that
corsairs, these
extrapolation.
Huguenot
Then
forces
there's
were
extrapolation,
down in the
which some people
Caribbean
have
that
but don't show.
really they had been
So
unable
Alpha
to
don't play
keep the Channel free.
millions of games to go
However,
against
with
itself.
this new alliance with
And then it
England,
came up
they
with
were really
brilliant
able to
new
bolster
ideas.
their numbers and
137 it
keep
came
both
to
the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in the trade. Now on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea beggars
But
that
then
ruled the waves.
there's still a level above that.
During this
which is,
time, after the break of the blockade,
out-the-box
hundreds of
thinking or
French
true
and Spanish
innovation,
ships were
which
taken,
is,
many of them
invent
stolen,
guns?
and still more
Right, could
armed.
you invent chess and not just
The
come up with a
Navy
brilliant
of the
chess
Huguenots
move,
had,
go move,
for a long
but can
time,
you
really been a
actually
well-organized
invent
force.
chess or something as
The
good as
Huguenot
chess
rebellion
or go?
had a
And I think one
well-established
day,
naval law.
AI could.
However,
But what's
now that the
missing
sea
is
beggars
how
and
would
the
you
English
specify
Navy were
that
both
task
in the
to
fray,
a
they really
program
were
right
able to
now?
press their
And the way that I would
advantage
do
in
it
their
is if I was
seas. This was the
running a
first
human
time
to
that
do it, or
England
a
had
game
really been able
designer,
to put
a
that
game
massive
designer
navy
to
they
do
had
it
been
is, I
building
would
to
say something like
use.
Go. I would say,
And the Dutch were organizing
come up
as
with a
well.
game that only takes 5
Beyond
minutes
the
to learn,
group of
which
ragtag
goes
pirates they had
lots of
been, they were
but
becoming
many
something more.
lifetimes to master, right, or impossible to
Their
master in
fleets had
one
grown
lifetime.
too
It's so
large, and their
deep,
numbers
so
swelled too
complex.
much to rely on
And then
backroom
it's
meetings at
aesthetically
the Beggars Inn.
and
They
also
decided to
it can be
elect
completed in
officially
3 or 4
Lord
hours
Dolphin
for
as their head.
gameplay time, which is useful for our
Then,
us,
on August 15, 1569, they
And so
signed an
you
accord.
might specify these
It
kind of
read,
high level
quote,
concepts like that, and then with that,
whereas
if
during
you
the
other
past
things,
year, the greater part of the Northern Friesland, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their
But the problem
fatherland,
is that we're
leaving
not
behind
able
goods,
to
wives, and
testify
children to assist
abstract
one another
notions
with
like
all
that,
their
kind
possessions,
of abstract
bodies,
notions
and
like that
lives,
yet
only
to
for the
our
purpose of
AI
damaging,
systems.
destroying, and
And I think there's
annihilating
still
the
something
Duke of
missing there
Alba
in
and his
terms of
bloodthirsty
high level
adherents.
concepts or abstractions that
None
they
of us
truly
shall,
understand,
on his own
you know,
account,
combinable
either
and
conceive and
composition.
plan or begin
So,
any attack
for the
without the knowledge
moment,
of all,
I think
and
AI is
without the
capable of
consent of our common
interpolation
counsel
and
and his
calculation, but not true invention.
So coming up with
They were
rule
still
sets,
not quite a navy.
and
There were still
optimizing
pirates and their object was still
complicated
plunder, but
objectives around
they
those
did
rule
agree
sets
in that
you can't
decree
really do.
to
So
give
you could
half
take a
of all of their
specific rule
proceeds
set
to William
and
to the
then
cause
run
of
that kind of
Netherlands and
self-play experiment to see
the
how
combined
long,
forces of
just
the
observe
Protestant
how an
forces
AI
at sea proved to be
stretch
too
or
much, at least in
how
the
long
North
is
Sea,
that
for the
journey.
captive navies. So
Maybe
they turned to a
it satisfies
higher power.
some of
They
those
turned
other
to
things you
Pope
mentioned,
Pius V.
quick things to learn
He
and so on.
published a
And you
papal
could see
bull
a
on
long
February
journey to
25th,
master
1570.
an AI
It
system.
was called the
That you could say that
Regnans
this
in
is the process
Excelsis,
again.
and it read, quote,
But it would be nice to
"We
do
declare
almost
the
like
said
an
Elizabeth
alphabetical
Herod
programming
and
Yeah.
patroness of
for
heretics
generating rules
and
that
her
kind of,
adherents to have fallen under the sentence of
that
anathema
automate even
and
that
to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ,
So I have thought
and
about
her,
systems
Elizabeth,
actually,
to be
that
deprived
I
of
think
her
be amazing
reputed right to the
for
realm
game
and
design.
of all
If
and
you
every
could have a
dominion,
system that
dignity, and
takes
privilege,
your
and
game,
also the
plays
nobles,
it 10
subjects,
minutes
and
time, maybe
peoples of the said
overnight,
realm,
and then
and all
self-balance
else who in any manner
simply
have made
tweaks
oath to
the
her to be
rules
forever
and
absolved from
maybe
such
the
oath,
equations
and all
and
duty of
the
fealty and
parameters,
obedience,
so
as
that
by
the
the
game
authority of
will
Christ,
balance
we
the
absolve
units
her,
in the
and
game,
deprive the said Elizabeth
some
of
of
her
the rules
pretended
can be
right to the
tweaked.
realm
So it's a
and
bit of
all
like
else
giving a
aforesaid."
base set and then
End
allowing
I've mentioned this
research
papal
or
bull
something like
before.
that to sort of
It was this
explore.
action that
Right,
so
and I
enraged
think
not
that
only
would
the
be
Queen and her
super,
Privy Council, but
powerful
Sir
tool
Francis Drake.
actually for balance,
After this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as Drake's Law.
to balance someone,
If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 8 at the
So one
Treasure
can
House of
imagine
the
at some
World.
point when this
We go into some depth
stuff
there, but in
becomes
short,
efficient
what
enough
Francis
that,
Drake
you
did
might want to
was
do that much
take
overnight.
a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the world. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French Huguenot pirates and really opened up an American front of what was becoming a global war between these two religious factions. Back in Europe, there was a fleet of sea beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and find a new home. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, and not one of the many Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions on. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that hated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never harassed the locals, only the Spanish. To show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from a letter. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland near Amsterdam to some exiles in England. He wrote that, quote, "out of heartfelt pity, I've been moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam named Dirk Albertson, alias Black Diver, who, having arrived here even from England, has informed us of his great misfortune and misery, that his ship is there, to his great loss, been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said Derek from the mouth of the witnesses, and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam, who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon kind request, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad case." This man, Black Dirk, he was just a poor merchantman from Amsterdam who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel seized. At least that's how this letter painted it. I imagine that the Spanish in the region didn't see him in the same light. To them, nothing more than a lonesome pirate, and despite these friendly locals, the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of the Netherlands. So that fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England led by
very
Lord
critical
Dauphin, to
and
find
possibly
a court
unique
that they
in
could
this
seize
situation.
from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like Port of La Rochelle and several of the ports on the English coast.
Processing and modifying information.
However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, a storm arose and
chemistry, of
forced the
biology,
Dutch fleet into
and
a
perhaps
Zeeland
of
harbor.
humanity and
The
so
harbor
on.
was called
I think
Vile.
understanding
Now, while they
physics
waited
in
for the
terms of
storm to die
information
down,
theory
another fleet
might be
sought
the
shelter
best
there.
way to
A total
really
60 ships
understand
sailed
what's
into their
going on
harbor.
From
These
our
ships, as it
understanding
turned out, were from the Baltic and
universal
bound
term
for
machine,
Spain.
from our
These ships
understanding of a
were
computer,
fair
do you think
game
there's
for
something
the Pirates.
outside the
The Dutch
capabilities of a
couldn't let a
computer
prize such as
that is
this slip through
present
their
in our universe?
fingers,
Do you have a
so they spent the next
disagreement
2 or
with
3
Roger
days
Admiral
plundering these 60
Major
vessels of everything they
consciousness,
had on
he
board.
thinks that consciousness is
However,
more than just a
after those 3
computation.
days, another
Do you
fleet
think
sailed
all
into the
of it,
harbor,
the
chased
whole
by the very
shebang,
same storm.
could be
40
a
ships that were
Yeah, I've
even
had many
more
fascinating
richly loaded.
debates with Sir
These
Roger
were
Penrose,
some
and
of the
obviously
greatest
he's
prizes that the Dutch
famously,
would ever
and
create.
I read, Emperor's New
I
Mind,
think about how
and
something like
his
that
books,
must have worked.
his classical books,
In a
and they were really
relatively small
influential
port
in
on
the
the Dutch
90s.
coast,
And
battered by
he believes
storm
that there's
winds
something
and
more,
ceaseless
there's something
rain.
quantum
100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there,
I think
unable to
about what
move.
we're doing.
They had
Actually,
nowhere to
in
run.
my career
Where
is
could they go?
we're
Back
almost
out
like
into the
Turing's
ocean,
champion.
into that
So
ship
we
killer
are
of the
pushing
storm?
Turing machines
No, they were
classical
forced to stay at
computation
anchor and
to the limits.
attempt
What
to
are the
defend
limits
themselves
of
against
what
this
classical
roving band of
computers can do?
pirates that was going
Now,
from ship to
and
ship,
at the
taking
same time,
anything on
I've
board
also
any of
studied
these vessels that they
neuroscience
cared
to
to,
see,
and
that's what I did my
beyond that,
PhD in, was
these
to
pirates
see
took not
also
only
to
the
look
ships
at,
that they had
is
taken
there
a
anything
fancy
quantum
to,
in the brain
the
from a
crews of all
neuroscience
these
or biological
vessels.
perspective?
They intended to hold them
And so
for
far,
ransom.
I think most neuroscientists and
Word
most
spread
mainstream
quickly
biologists
the
and
relations of
neuroscientists
these
would say there's no
spread
evidence of any
inland to
quantum
the Spanish officials in
systems
the
or
region,
effects
who
in the
largely
brain.
calmed the
As far as we
soldiers
can see,
directly to
it
the
can be
shoreline,
mostly
who
explained by
halted there
classical,
and made a base camp,
classical
letting
theories.
the Dutch know
So,
that if they were to disembark,
and
they would
so
be
there's sort of
immediately attacked.
the search for the
This was
biology side.
intended to
And then,
deter
at the
these
same
Dutchmen
time,
from
there's the
raiding
raising of the
inland,
water,
taking parties
on the
ashore, and
bar,
raiding some of the
what
smaller
classical
villages in the
Turing
area.
machines could
This
do.
was something that the Spanish were always somewhat
including our
fearful
new
of.
AI systems.
If the Dutch were to
As
attack,
you
it would
alluded
prove
to
to the
earlier,
locals in the region that the Spanish
I
couldn't
think AI,
protect them and
especially in the last
weaken their
decade
rule,
plus,
so they
has
took
been a
sharp
continual
measures to
story
keep
now,
it happening.
surprising
Now,
events.
the Dutch knew that they had to
surprising
leave, but they
successes,
weren't deterred
knocking
from their
over one
search for
theory
a colony.
after another of what was
Some
thought
of
to be
these ships in this
impossible,
fleet sailed
could
to
go
England or
crazy
to La
falling and so
Rochelle
on.
to sell
And so
some of their
I
plunder,
think,
but still more ships from
I
around
would
the
be
area
very
joined their
hesitant
fleet,
to
swelling their
bet
ranks even
against
larger than
how
before.
far
The fleet traveled to an island,
universal
an
Turing
island
machine
called
and
England, because they had
classical
long used as
computation
a base
paradigm
where they
to
unloaded
go.
much of their
All of
a man named
certainly what's
Peter
going on in our
van
brain,
Keminga, who was
probably be more
he allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods. But the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had been pressured into betraying the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before he could strike, the sea beggars acted first. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for an island. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around them. So this was a great place for the sea beggars to have a home base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of terror to come in. And of course, the Spanish couldn't have it. So they gave a man named Robles the task of liberating this island from the sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Damon Versteeg. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on some of these men, and the language that Victorian era history is just fantastic. Quote, Robles' first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their strongholds. For this purpose, he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of England. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Grongaer nobleman Barthold Anton von Medveda, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitate retreat. Anton and sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of Keminga's stronghold and the island of England. Whence they
very clever
continued
people
plundering the
in
Granier
history,
and Frisian
very clever
coasts whenever the
philosophers, to
opportunity
really
was favorable.
investigate this scientifically.
This was not to be
But now,
borne much longer,
suddenly we have
and
a plethora of
Robles
tools.
was
First, we have
resolved to
all the
drive them
neuroscience
away at
tools,
any
fMRI
cost.
machines,
In
cell
January
recording, all of this stuff.
1570,
But
he
we
sent
also
out a
have
much stronger
the ability
expedition
to use
than the
it
one
as
of the
an AI
previous
to
December,
build
and this time he was
intelligent
more
systems.
successful.
So I think
Under
that,
his own leadership, his troops
you
surprised
know,
and
I think it
attacked the
is
sea
amazing
beggars
what
on
the
aim.
human mind does.
A short,
And,
decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were
I'm kind of in
completely
awe of it,
routed.
really. And I think it's amazing that
Once again,
without
without a
human
home
minds,
base, the
we're able to
beggars
build
tried
things
to
like
find somewhere new
computers
that they could.
and actually even
For
think and
months
investigate
and
about
months,
these
they
questions.
tried
I think
one
that's also
harbor after
testament
another.
to the human mind.
One of their more
Yeah.
famous captains, a man named Jan van Troyen, well, he took a market town that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a very important port of call.
Exactly it. I mean,
The
I think
Spanish
that's
were
one,
quick
you know,
to
one
send a
can say
battalion to
we
oust
are maybe we're
The
the
Spanish,
mechanism by
well, they
which
had garrison
the universe
troops
is
and
going to
many
understand
cannon in every
Yeah.
harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea beggars anywhere that they called.
Let's go to the basic
Still,
building blocks
they
of
were becoming a
biology
real
that I
threat
think
to the Spanish
is
rule. in the
another
Netherlands.
angle which
So,
you start to
the Duke of
understand
Alba
your mind,
established
your
a
body,
fleet.
which is quite
It was
fascinating, which is
originally composed
from the
of
basic
12
building
large
blocks,
Spanish
start to
warships with
simulate,
the
start to
express
model
purpose of
how
destroying
from
the
those
sea
building
beggars.
blocks you can
This
construct
was a
bigger and
fleet,
bigger,
the
more
likes that
complex
the North Sea
systems,
hadn't
maybe
seen
one
for
day
some
the
time.
entirety of the human
The
biology.
beggars, so they fled as fast as
Here's
possible.
another
They
problem
were trapped by the
that thought
fleet, however,
to be
and
impossible
while
to
running
solve,
from
which
this
is protein
overwhelming
folding.
firepower, they
And
decided to try and
AlphaFold or
take refuge in the harbor of a local river. They
did
didn't
just
expect
that.
these large Spanish
Solve
vessels to
protein
follow
folding. I
them.
think it's one of
However,
the biggest
some of the
breakthroughs,
vessels were able to. The fleet
certainly in the history of
chased them
structural
upwards,
biology,
and
but
finally,
in general,
they soundly defeated the
science.
sea beggars. They took two of the sea
maybe
beggars'
from a
largest
high
ships
level,
and sinking two
what is it
others.
and how does
This
it
was,
work?
of course, hardly all the
We
ships
can
that the
ask
sea
some
beggars had in their
fascinating
armada.
Sure.
There were
questions
many
after.
remaining
Sure.
vessels in and around
So maybe
England, the
to
port of La
explain it,
Rochelle, and sailing
people not
elsewhere
familiar
in the
with
North
protein
Sea.
folding is, you know,
The
first
call
of all,
went out
explain
to any
protein,
of the
which
sea beggar
is,
ships that could
you
be
know,
found
proteins
to
are essential to
rendezvous
all
on the
life.
shores.
Every function in
They
your
were
body
received
depends
there
on
by
proteins.
the Countess de
Sometimes they call
Montgomery,
the
who
workers of
presented
biology.
the Dutch with
If you look into
really a
them, and I, you know,
splendid
obviously a
ship,
part of
something that could be
AlphaFold,
a
I've been
flagship for
researching
them to
proteins
replace one of their
and
lost
structural
vessels.
biology for the
They
last few
named
years.
this in
You know,
her
they're
honor,
amazing
the
little
Countess.
bio nano machines, proteins. They're
Despite
incredible.
this
You actually
warm
watch
welcome
little
by the English
videos of how they
nobility,
work,
and
animations of how
despite the
they
many
work.
friends and allies that the
And
sea beggars had on
proteins are
British soil,
specified by their genetic
England was
sequence,
no
called
home
amino
to the sea
acid
beggars.
sequence.
The
You can
edict
think
that
of it as
Elizabeth had
their
made against
genetic
them still
makeup.
stood.
And
Frequently,
in the
when they
body,
would chase in Spanish
in
ships into
nature,
English ports, they would be
when
fired
they
at and
fold up
occasionally
into a
arrested.
3D structure.
Now, these
So you can
weren't
think of
acts
it
of
as a
true
string of
violence,
beads,
but they were made
and then they
to
fold up
ensure
into
that
a
the sea beggars
Now,
didn't
the key
use
thing
England
is
as
you want
their
to know
real
what that
home
3D
base.
structure is.
This was due in large
Because
part to the actions
structure
of the
of the
beggars
3D structure of
themselves.
protein
They were
is
a
what
rough,
helps
violent, and
determine what does it
uncouth
do,
lot
the
who
function it does
caused
in your
trouble
body.
wherever they went.
And also, if
Even those
you're
of them that
interested
were
in
members of the
drugs
nobility knew
or
that they had to
disease,
play
you
a
need to
role
understand that
and
3D
become
structure
pirates.
because
It had
if
to
you
be
want to target
part of who they
something
were.
with
They
a
had to
drug
strike
compound,
fear into their enemies'
about to
hearts, and
block
to do this,
something the protein
they
is
had to
doing,
upset many of their
you
allies
need
as
to
well.
understand where it's
Even
going to bind
other
on the
friendly
surface
ports,
of
like the
protein.
port at La
So
Rochelle,
in order
began
to
to
do that, you need
refuse
to
some sea
understand
beggars'
the 3D
entrance into their
structure.
harbors because of their propensity
The
for
structure
causing
maps to the
trouble.
function, and then the structure is obviously
So the sea beggars continued their
specified
search
by
for
the,
a port of
by
call.
the amino acids.
They needed a place that
And
they
that's
could
the
call
Guinness of the
home,
protein folding
a real
problem
base
is,
of
can
operations.
you just from the
For
amino
months and months
acids
they searched, trying
one-dimensional
again and again to take
string of
different
letters,
ports, and again
can
and again they were
you
defeated by the
immediately
Spanish and their
computationally
Dutch
predict
enemies.
the 3D structure? And
In one
this has
such
been
encounter,
a
that man, Jan
grand
van
challenge in
Troyen,
biology for
that
over 50
favorite among the
years.
sea beggar
So I think it was
captains, one
first
of the most
articulated by
popular
Christian
among their ranks,
Athens and a Nobel
well, he was
Prize winner in
boarded before he was even
1972
able to mount an attack.
as part of his
The
Nobel
Spanish
Prize
attacked
in
at sea.
And he just
His men
speculated
fought
this
hard
should be
to
possible
defend their
to
vessel.
go
However,
from the
they were
amino acid
overwhelmed
sequence
very
to
quickly.
the 3D structure. We didn't say
All
how.
the men that were left
So
had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture.
equivalent to of
Now, there were
Scotch
other ships
syrup
in this fleet that were
left
still
behind.
fighting the
You
Spanish,
should.
but the men who had jumped off of Jan von Schorn's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to.
You should
They
do more of
climbed
that
aboard,
thing. In the
and
margins, just
unfortunately,
put random things.
they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken them. Before they even climbed over the rail, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets.
I'll have to remember that for future.
This began
So yeah,
happening
so he
with
set off,
alarming
with this
frequency.
one throwaway
The
remark,
sea beggars
like,
were
he
under
he
attack
set
by the
off
Dutch
this
and
whole
Spanish
50-year,
authorities. That fleet that had been organized to fight them was doing pretty well. So Lord Beltline sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England,
very
but
far with
he
doing
himself
this. And
stayed with only 12 ships
until
left in the
now,
Dutch
until
coast.
alcohol came along,
The sea
this
beggars'
is done
ranks had
experimentally,
moved to the safer
like
harbors
very
of English soil,
painstakingly. So the
while
rule of thumb
only a
is
few
you
of
have to
them,
like
some of the
crystallize the protein,
most
which
notorious
is really
among them,
difficult. Some
stayed to fight the
proteins
good
can't be
fight.
crystallized like membrane
This
proteins.
proves to have
And then
been
you have to
something
use
of
very
a tactical
expensive
mistake.
electron microscopes.
While he may have saved
X-ray
the
crystallography
majority of the
machines.
fleet of sea
Really
beggars,
painstaking
those
work
12
to
ships
get
became
3D
the
structure,
prime
visualize
target
the
for
3D
all of
structure.
the Dutch in the
So the
region.
rule of thumb in
That fleet,
experimental
backed by
biology
the
is that it
Spanish,
takes one
caught up with
PhD
those 12
student
ships in
their
short
entire
order.
PhD
His two
to do
largest
one
ships
protein.
were captured by the Spanish,
And
taken. They
with
were
alcohol
the
too,
best
we
vessels
were
they
able
had,
to predict
with
the 3D
nearly all of
structure
the arms
in
and
a matter of
ammunition that they
seconds.
had in the fleet.
And so
9 of the
you know,
other ships
over
were burned
Christmas,
by the
we
Spanish,
did the
and
whole
only
human
one,
proteome.
carrying
All
Lord
every
Dahlheim
protein in the
himself,
human body
managed
was
to escape.
20,000 proteins. So
Now,
the human
he went to
proteome
England to join the rest of the sea beggars, but at the request of Prince William the Silent, when Lord
sort of
Dahlheim
revolutionized
arrived in
really
England,
what
well, he was promptly
structural
arrested by the
biologists
English
could do.
government.
Because now
This was
they
due
don't
to a
have to
number of
worry about these
factors. There was
painstaking
money
experimental,
involved, as
you know, should they
typically
put all of
is.
their
Lord
effort in or
Dahlheim
not,
had
they can
taken
almost
out
just look up
loans
the
that he
structure of their
refused to
proteins like
repay.
they do
Other
themselves.
people had taken out
And
loans
so there's
as
a
well,
data set
and
which
several
is
other things that aren't
trained
exactly
out
exciting.
of
The
labs
reality
in the
is,
United
if
States.
he'd been doing
First of all,
better as the
protein,
admiral of the
so
sea
chemical
beggars,
computers able
he
to do that
likely would not have
computation
been arrested.
itself in some kind
William
of
the Silent
distributed
quoted
way
another man
and
to
do it
rank
very
that
quickly.
a nobleman who was
That's a
one of his
weird
friends,
thing,
in
and
the
they
hopes that
evolved
he would
that
do a
way
better
because
job.
in the
However,
beginning,
this man wasn't
that's a
the
great
most
invention, just the
experienced
protein
at sea,
itself.
and if
Yes,
anything,
I mean,
the
And then
experience in the
there's,
sea
I
beggar
think,
fleet got
probably
worse.
a history
The
of
core element of the
like
sea
they
beggars
evolved
continued trying to take up
to
and
have many
continue
of these
being
proteins.
involved.
And
However,
proteins
many
figure
of the
out
other
how to
sea
be
beggar ships, those that had
organized themselves
rounded out their
in
numbers,
such a way
well,
that you can create
discipline
structures
began
that
to
can
break
interact
down
in
on their
complexes with
ranks.
each other.
The captains weren't able to keep them in
High-level
line, and in
function.
many
And
cases,
it's
the
a
captains
weird
themselves
system that
decided to go
figured
rogue.
it out.
Well,
They
for
began
sure. I mean,
going
we,
back to
you know,
their
maybe
old
we should
habits
talk
of
about the
attacking
origins of
any
life
shipping
too.
they
The
could find
proteins
and
themselves, I
putting
think,
all
are
the money into
magical
their own
and
coffers rather than
incredible.
paying that half allotted
As
to
I said,
Prince
little
William
bio
the
nanomachines.
Not only the Spanish and the
and
Royal
actually
French, but also
Leventhal,
Dutch,
who was another
English, and
scientist,
Huguenot vessels were now
contemporary
under
of
threat from
Amundsen.
these rogue sea beggars.
He
They were
coined
giving the
Leventhal
beggars
what
who were
became
trying to
Leventhal
be a
paradox,
Royal
which
Navy
is
a truly
exactly
bad
what you're
name,
saying.
and turning this from
Calculated
a
roughly
fight for a good
protein and
cause
protein,
into real
which is maybe
piracy.
2,000 amino acids.
They were losing many of their
bases
allies
long.
and many of their
Is,
friends during this period, and it was
is
happening
tenfold,
alarmingly
maybe 10 to the
quickly.
power
So
300
Prince William fired
different
that second
conformations.
admiral as soon as
So there's 10 to
possible.
the power 300 different ways
Promoted
that
a
protein
third
can fold
admiral,
up.
the
And yet
most
somehow
famous of
in
all of the
nature,
admirals in sea
physics
beggars.
solves this.
He was
solves
the
this
Baron of
in
Luna
a matter
and
of
the Count
milliseconds.
of
So
Lamar,
proteins fold up
known
in
to
your body
history as
in,
William Vandermark.
sometimes in fractions of a second.
William
So
Vandermark was,
physics is
well, he was
somehow
one of the
solving
first
that
and most
problem.
ardent
just to be
supporters
clear,
of
in
Dutch
many of these
independence
cases,
and
maybe
William the
correct me
Silent.
if I'm wrong,
However,
there's
initially,
often a
his fight was
unique
on land. He was a man who acted as
performance
a general in some
Yeah.
of these armies, not a sea
Along
captain,
with
but
the
being from the Netherlands, he did
Yeah.
have
figures
sea
out a way
experience and
to stably,
reportedly quite a bit of experience with
in some
piracy
cases
in
there
general.
might be a dysfunction and so on, which
He
leads to a
contacted
lot of
any of
disorders and
these
stuff like that. But
rebel rogue
most of
sea
the time,
beggars, any of them that were still willing to fight for the cause under his
No,
leadership,
exactly.
were
And
allowed
that's
to
what
come
the
back.
problem
No,
is.
exactly.
Any
So
who
there's
had decided that
unique
regular
usually,
piracy
in
was
a
more of their
healthy-
liking,
if it's
they were
healthy,
essentially
and as you say,
exiled
it's
from the
disease.
Netherlands community.
So,
Now,
for example,
he rallied
Alzheimer's,
all of the ships that were
one
still loyal
conjecture
to the
is that
cause of
it's
Dutch
because of this
independence
folded
and
protein.
moved
Protein
operations
folds
to
in the wrong way.
England.
Amyloid
The Netherlands had
beta
become
protein.
extremely dangerous
And
place
then
because
because
of
it
that
folds in the
Spanish
wrong way,
backed
it
fleet
gets
that was
tangled up.
patrolling our shores and
in Europe.
caused the sea beggars
So,
so much trouble.
it's super important to understand
So,
both
under
healthy
William
functioning
Vandermark,
and
they
also
operated out of the
diseases to
safe
understand,
harbors of England,
you know,
primarily
what these
in the
things are doing
channel
and how they're
around
structured.
Dover was
Of
their
course, the
real
next
base
step
of
is
operations.
sometimes proteins change shape
A
when they
second
interact with
contingent of the sea
something.
beggars
So,
who was doing point, perhaps even better than the main contingent operated off of the Isle of Wight. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, had all ended in failure, and the sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William's Island. They needed to raise some funds as quickly as possible. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or on-land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to outright piracy. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the Catholic ships that were their enemies, but they would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger and a real menace.
Yeah.
While that edict of Elizabeth against the sea beggars still stood, the sea beggars were smart about this. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any harbor masters on English soil that they needed to, as well as any government officials that came with them. They sent some of their money back to William as they had before, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars, not so they could while it away on drinking women, which I'm certain they did, but much of it went to create a new, bigger, and better sea beggar fleet. Under William Vandermark, the sea beggar fleet was rebuilt. Discipline was brought back to their ranks. Despite the fact that they were acting as pirates, they were acting in unison.
in
and
terms of the
attacking every
data
French and Spanish ship
and
they
the
could
amount of
get their
innovations
hands
that
on.
had to go into it,
The channel for the French and Spanish was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet to guard.
around physics and
All of these acts of piracy, done by the sea beggars, originated from English ports, which, in reality, suited Queen Elizabeth just fine at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1572, everything changed. Without warning, one of the more notorious of the sea beggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William Vandermark received an order from the English government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel under his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days. They were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William silent, a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase the sea beggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the more profitable in the history of the sea beggars, and it was a serious blow to the Dutch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal that it seemed to be. You see, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed, just for a while, to have some of their favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish. There were developments in the Catholic Powers War on Queen Elizabeth that required her to keep safe. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command of either herself or the Privy Council against the sea beggars. They weren't to be attacked, just to be chased off. This had to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to enforce any of her decrees against the sea beggars through either her quartermasters or her merchants. This was all political theater, and it was well timed too. The sea beggars had a plan, so well timed in fact, that it's almost suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from some of the sea beggars that now they had big plans and she was able to garner that goodwill with the captains that she needed. This plan that the sea beggars had was very bold, and it would require them to quit the English waters, so one way or another, it seemed that everything was working. The Duke of Alva in the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble. His taxes, this tax that he had enacted on the Low Countries, well, they were not being paid. Due to the lack of tax income, he was unable to enforce his rule, and many towns in the Low Countries stood in open rebellion against his rule. The sea beggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands, being unstoppable due to that Spanish fleet not being paid. Despite his early successes, for the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alva, the Netherlands proved to be too much without his will. His successor, the Duke of Medina, was set to arrive in the Netherlands shortly. Now, William Vandermark did not intend to allow him to make landfall in the Low Countries. His fleet, the sea beggars, which was